Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Donna Friesen. We are overlooking the Capitol here in Washington, D.C., where the results of this election will be certified in January. That is a long way off, though, after a campaign unlike any other, and after all the speeches and the debates and the billions of dollars spent on advertising. It is all down to the voting and the ballot counting. Either Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump will become the 47th President of the United States. And there will be drama tonight. What there might not be tonight is a clear winner. That could take hours, possibly days, because of the time it will take to count all of the mail-in ballots, and if there are some very close races that need recounts. The rest of the world, of course, including Canada, can't vote in this election, but we do have to live with the consequences. Now, we've got a whole team watching closely tonight. With me here is our Washington Bureau Chief, Jackson Proskow. Jackson, a number of polls have already closed in multiple states, most of them, right? The majority of the country. Very early results at this point. Are you seeing anything?
You know, everything is consistent with what the polls have been signaling to us for weeks now, which is an incredibly close race. And I've got my coffee ready. I think I'm going to need it because it's going to be a late night. And as you mentioned, very likely no clear results. Here's what we do know, though. Incredible turnout today. Many states say they are going to be setting all-time records for turnout. And that includes in those key battlegrounds like Georgia and Michigan and North Carolina. We also saw nearly 82 million Americans cast their ballots in early voting, and there was really a big shift, especially amongst Donald Trump supporters, to get out to the polls in advanced voting, which is something they didn't do in earlier elections. And so, Donna, it is going to be a question tonight of where women and men stand specifically, because there's this huge gender gap, and who comes out for which candidate could make all the difference. And the other question becomes, did Donald Trump's early support eat into his day of support, or did he find new supporters and both are coming out?
And in the exit polls, which is where people go and speak to people as they're leaving the voting places and asking them how they voted and what issues mattered most to them, those exit polls are revealing something, too, about what was motivating a lot of people to go to the polls today.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting. Democracy was really the big issue for most voters, right? And you think about all the things that the candidates talked about. That was perhaps more of a theme for Kamala Harris and the Democrats, and the idea that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. That seems to have resonated with voters, but the economy and immigration were not in top position, which you might have thought.
And the second issue, reproductive rights, right, was a huge issue.
That's
for,
right.
Predominantly women.
Yeah, and in a number of states, there are ballot initiatives as well about protecting abortion access that are on the ballot today, and we have to see what those did in terms of actually driving voter turnout.
And what do we know or we expect about women and the turnout in this election and the difference they could make? There are so many young women who are voting for the first time in this election who weren't around, weren't able to cast a ballot, maybe weren't paying attention back in 2016 when Donald Trump won, and maybe weren't aware of the things he said and did back then and are now becoming aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, one little quirk, the infamous Access Hollywood tape, which we all know about from 2016, it went viral on TikTok in the last week or so with women who weren't old enough to vote discovering it for the first time. Big picture, though, we talk about the gender gap. On the national picture, it's running roughly where it was back in 2020, but in the 7 key battleground states, the gender gap is really pronounced. Women are coming out in droves, and that could be what decides some of those states.
Now, Donald Trump, we don't want to keep talking about him, but he is such a dominating part of this campaign, and he's sown so much doubt about the electoral process, alleging that there was fraud, of course, as he did it back in 2016 and not when he won in 2016, in 2020, that, the election was stolen, that there was voter fraud, all of those things for which there was no evidence. He was saying those sorts of things again. He's saying them about the vote count going on right now, just seeding that doubt.
Yeah, he's saying it right now. He's claiming that there is, big fraud, big issues happening in places like Detroit and Philadelphia, which, of course, are cities that vote predominantly for Democrats and have huge African-American populations. He's planting those seeds of doubt right now, even though there's not a shred of evidence to suggest that anything untoward is going on.
And I suppose the potential exists for that to have the opposite effect, right? Where people will go, well, I believe in this voting process and I'm going to show up.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing I think voters of any political stripe can take heart in is the fact that you have Republican election officials in states like Georgia coming out and contradicting Donald Trump, the Republican candidate, and saying, no, Mr. President, our elections are free and fair and highly secure.
All right, Jackson Prosco, thanks. I'm so glad you're here with me, and we're going to get through the rest of the evening, and it's going to be a long one. We also have a team of reporters covering all the drama tonight in a multitude of places. Neetu Garcha is at the election night watch party for Vice President Kamala Harris. That's at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Jeff Semple, Jeff Semple is at the election night watch party for former President Donald Trump, and he is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Mike Armstrong is in Philadelphia, battleground Pennsylvania. And Sean O'Shea is in Detroit, Michigan tonight. Reggie Cicchini is also here in Washington. And with the Canadian angle, Mercedes Stevenson is in Toronto. And Eric Sorensen is our numbers guy, map guy, analyzing all the results and the trends as they come in. Now, in case you haven't been paying attention or you lived somewhere with no TV or internet maybe, or under a rock, this campaign has been interesting. Donald Trump has been campaigning for 721 days. And in that time, he was criminally convicted of falsifying business records. He faced assassination attempts. Kamala Harris's campaign only started 107 days ago. It's one of the shortest presidential campaigns in modern history. She was stepped up after President Joe Biden stepped back. Here are some of the memorable moments of this campaign.
With dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
He reignited questions over his own fitness for a second term in office.
Sources say the shooter got off 6 to 8 rounds.
I raised my right arm and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
Joe Biden has dropped out and will not seek re-election in November.
So we have 106 days until Election Day.
She was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black.
Hi, this is Tim.
We finally know who will be on the ticket with U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris.
They have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Keep walking!
The FBI says it is investigating what appears to be another assassination attempt on former U.S. President Donald Trump.
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
We have an enemy from within, which I think is much more dangerous.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core.
I love McDonald's. I love jobs.
A woman who's been pushing for what this country really needs right now. Unity.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
As Americans, we rise and fall together.
How do you like my garbage truck? I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her.
Keep Kamala and carry on a lot. We finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy.
It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands.
All right, so let's get down to the business of the results right now. It's after 9 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in most of the states, including the closely watched battleground states where it's expected this will all be decided. And that's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, plus Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. And they are still voting in those gray areas out west in Hawaii and Alaska. Eric Sorensen has got it all mapped out. The map's right behind you there, Eric. I know it's still early, but there's some red and blue we're seeing. Bring us up to date.
Yeah, it's red and blue in all the places you would expect it to be red and blue. Let's look, first of all, you were just talking about the polls that have closed, and you can see that in a few of those, the calls have already been made in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, West Virginia, Wyoming, and Louisiana. And for the Democrats, New York State, as soon as the polls closed, it was called for Kamala Harris. The thing we're noticing here is that nothing yet has happened that's unexpected. So there's no turning point that you can look at with the results so far and make much out of it. What you can say is that it will come down to, as you said, those 7 battleground states. And when you look at the battleground states, if things go as expected, Kamala Harris could win it If she were then to win all the states she's expected to win, plus Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, with that she would be at 270. Trump wouldn't be able to catch her even with all of these battleground states in the South. But Trump himself could win it if he were to win Georgia, North Carolina, and he won Pennsylvania. He would be at 270. So you can see how close and how important that Pennsylvania is in this race. But as I say, so far, nothing definitive has happened, even though there have been that many states that have been called. Let's look at Pennsylvania because it's such an important state for us right now. And here it is. Don't read too much into it because it's the early hours of the polls reporting, but it's a substantial lead for Kamala Harris. They're counting them differently this time. So, 4 years ago, Trump had a lead of 500, 600,000 votes. For the moment, Kamala Harris has a lead. You can see the importance she placed on Pennsylvania. She stopped in 5 places to campaign in the final day yesterday, and all 5 of them were in Pennsylvania. When you take a look at the map, that's a lot of blue showing up in some rural areas that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But let's take you up to that northwestern corner there, Erie, Pennsylvania, right across Lake Erie from southern Ontario. This is a riding, or sorry, a jurisdiction that was won the last 2 times by Biden by just a sliver, and before that, Trump by just a sliver. For the moment, this bellwether county is going quite a bit for Kamala Harris. We'll see if that is very telling as the evening goes on. But for the moment, that's not a bad-looking map for Kamala Harris, but it's early votes. Let's have a look now at the results down in Georgia. Here, Donald Trump has a lead of about 5 or 6 points, a lead of 200,000 votes. Again, around this time 4 years ago, he was leading by about 11 points. So that has been trimmed somewhat, but we'll see how that goes. Again, looking at the map of Georgia, lots of rural that is going for Trump. And there you can see around Atlanta, the Fulton County and some of the other counties right around there. That's the base for all the votes that Kamala Harris is going to need. There's one little county we could look at there just south of Atlanta. That's Fayette. Right now it is pink. This is a county that Trump won by about 16 points in 2016. He was down to 7 points 4 years ago, and for the moment, he is leading it by only 3. So again, Kamala Harris in Georgia making some inroads, at least in a county that went much bigger for Trump 4 years ago. 2 other states that are battleground states that we want to show you. North Carolina, very close at the moment. Trump is up by 4 points. And if we are moving on, we're probably moving on to Michigan then. And let's have a look and see what we have here so far. Kamala Harris with a lead of 41,000 votes. We'll look more closely at some of the counties there when we come back around to it. But it is interesting, Donna, because what you have right now in the 4 battleground states that are reporting so far, Donald Trump is leading in the 2 southern states, down in Georgia and in North Carolina. And then the northern states, again, that part of that blue wall, Pennsylvania and Michigan, so far that's where Kamala Harris is leading. And let's just look at the nationwide vote for the moment to see what it looks like. And if we have those numbers, there they are. And for the moment, Trump is ahead by 6 points nationwide, 25 million votes. Kamala Harris is 22 million. You know that when they bring in California in a couple of hours, some of those numbers will change. But it gives you a sense that the night is on, Donna, and really nothing has been decided yet that would be a surprise or a turning point. Back to you and Jackson.
Okay. Well, we'll keep looking for that. Eric, I wanted to ask you something, though, because for people who are watching us, they see these numbers in the bottom of the screen. Right now, Trump 177 and Harris 99, and we should explain that. So it's not the popular vote that matters in this U.S. presidential election. That's not what determines who wins. It's the electoral college, and there are 538 electors. 270 needed to win. Can you explain a little bit more? So why those bottom numbers are so prominent on our screen?
They're prominent because that will decide who wins and loses. Like at the end of the day, Trump wins if he has a higher number than Harris does in the electoral college vote. And as you say, the number to get to is 270. As we explained at the top, both of them have paths to get to 270 and just to 270. These aren't crazy scenarios. These are very likely or possible scenarios that could make a difference for either of them to get just over 270. That's why for weeks now, all of the analysis has suggested this is one of the closest races that we may ever have had in a U.S. presidential race. At the moment, you can't read too much into 177 to 99. That's usually the way it goes because of all of these states that we see out here in the Midwest. Texas has now been called for Trump. Florida was called for Trump. But as you get further west, you know, you're going to have California, Oregon, Washington. When those come in, that's going to add another 74. Those states alone will add 74 to Harris. You can see how close that would make it at that point. They'd both be in the 170s. Again, they both want to get up to 270. And it's those battleground states that we'll probably be watching that will remain gray much of the evening while all these other colors fill in.
Okay, and I have one more question, Eric. Well, I have a lot more, but, you know, later on. The people always say the blue wall, the blue wall, the blue wall. For people who aren't so well-versed in American politics, what does that mean?
The blue wall, these are 3 states. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. These were traditional Democratic strongholds. You can go back years and years, and the Democratic candidates, whether it was John Kerry in 2004, and Al Gore, or Clinton, they could count on winning those states as being to buttress their attempts to win an election on an election night. And so they have been that way, and it kind of lasted until 2016. And Hillary Clinton was counting on those 3 states to deliver her the presidency. We know that she didn't win it, and the reason that she didn't win is because the blue wall let her down. She lost Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania by a total of some 77,000 votes total. So it was just that close, but she never campaigned in Wisconsin. You know, they might have taken it for granted. So they're still trying to determine if they can make it a blue wall again this time.
Okay, and interesting, back then in 2016, I think she won the popular vote too, but she didn't become president.
No, you know, you can look at those states for where the problem lay.
Yeah. All right, Eric Sorensen, we're going to come back to you many, many, many times. Thank you. Appreciate it. Neetu Garcha is at the watch party for Kamala Harris. That's at Howard University in Washington, D.C. That's where Harris went to university. Neetu, how would you gauge the level of enthusiasm, the mood there right now?
That's right, Donna. Well, I think those numbers and states that Eric was just going over with you are what folks here are plugged into. You can hear some lively music behind me. Some people are dancing, but many of them have their eyes glued to the screens here, which are broadcasting results as they come in from CNN. The stage is set. A little bit of the formal program here tonight has included the anthem being sung by representatives from Howard University, as well as the gospel choir. The president of the university spoke here about the significance of who will potentially become the first president to have graduated from a historically black college and university. The DJ has been playing lively music for hours now, and every time these very, very early results indicate any kind of lead for Kamala Harris, the crowd here, an estimated 20,000 people who have filled the venue here called The Yard, they erupt in cheers. And we did get a chance to go down to the gate where our press area is and speak to some of the supporters here, and they think that that energy, the lively nature here at this venue is not just emblematic of the fact that we're at a university, it is Kamala Harris's alma mater, it's also potentially a sign of the hope that seems to exist within her base. It seems like those around her, especially in these past 48 hours, have seemed to hold on to some optimism that they are doing well. Of course, nobody's taking anything for granted, and Kamala Harris's focus today in a radio blitz, a series of interviews making her final pitch to voters, really was to encourage people to get out there and cast their ballot. Take a listen to some of that.
We just got to get everybody out to vote, though. I know there's a lot of support and pride, but this is going to be talk about history. This is going to be historically one of the tightest races ever for president.
Now, in that sequence of clips that were played in the early parts of this Global News special, we heard one where Kamala Harris said, quote, "There is not a thing that comes to mind." Earlier in the campaign, Kamala Harris faced some heat, some criticism for not better differentiating herself from Joe Biden. Later in the campaign, she started to really say that a Kamala Harris presidency would be much different from a Joe Biden presidency, saying that she stands on her record as a prosecutor, a career that was motivated in part by her years living in Canada, in Montreal, in her early teens when her mother got a job there. She has talked about how she had a friend who was abused by her stepfather, and that really inspired her career as a prosecutor. ambassador. She's also had some criticism over her, what some have called flip-flopping when it comes to the border. First, a stance around making sure that the border does not clamp down on those who are crossing it as heavily as her Republican opponent, and then later saying that it was a border bill that she and her team had tried to pass through, but alleging Donald Trump had gotten wind of that and then stopped it from being able to pass through so that he could run on a problem rather than a solution. Some of the other pledges that Kamala Harris has made over the course of her campaign, she's talked about her love for small business, a woman who helped raise her when she was young. Her godmother, as she refers to her, was a small business owner. She's offering a tax credit to small business owners. She's pledging to reinstate Roe versus Wade. She's talked a lot about how she is focused on the people of America as opposed to what she says would be a Donald Trump presidency focused on an enemies list rather than a to-do list. So it seems like the Kamala Harris campaign feels that they have done what they needed to do in the days leading up to this very tight race, and that tonight, as she gets set to be here at Howard University along with Governor Tim Walz, she is feeling, quote, hopeful and optimistic. We'll see how that may change over the course of the night. Donna?
All right, Neetu Garcha at Howard University in Washington, thanks. All right, and over in Florida, that's where the watch party for former President Donald Trump will take place. And Jeff Semple is there. Jeff, are we expecting that Donald Trump will turn up there tonight, or is it things are unpredictable with him, right?
Yeah, that's what we've been told, Donna, but as you noted, the ever unpredictable former president has a knack for changing his mind. So we've been told that he is expected to arrive here sometime between 10 o'clock and 11:30 Eastern time. So, potentially in about an hour from now, but we will see. Certainly a lot of Republicans have gathered here, though. This is essentially Trump HQ tonight, the official campaign watch party event where hundreds of Trump supporters have been streaming in here for the past few hours, hoping for some good news, and they've gotten some, at least on the state level here in Florida, where Donald Trump has now completed the Florida hat trick, winning his home state for the third consecutive time, and this by his largest margin yet, projected to pick up around 56% of the Sunshine State, which is pretty remarkable. The largest margin that he has won the state so far, and particularly of note, Donna, if you look further south in the state, the county of Miami-Dade was won by Trump, making him the first Republican to win that county in more than 30 years. It is the most populous county in this state, and also noteworthy, it has a very large Hispanic Latino population, around 70% of Miami-Dade's population, and of course that hugely important demographic could possibly be a bellwether for this election. It's easy to forget, Donna, that Florida was not long ago really considered to be a swing state, a battleground state. Obama won it twice, albeit by thin margins, before Donald Trump picked it up in 2016, 2020, and now doing it again in 2024, as I say, by his largest margin yet, as Florida continues to turn from purple to red. One county, it appears that Donald Trump has not won here, is his own county of Palm Beach, where we are right now, of course, home to him, his official residence, Mar-a-Lago. It appears that he has lost that riding, Donna. The Canadian equivalent, if you like, of the Prime Minister failing to win his own riding. But as I say, you wouldn't know it based on the showing of support we have here. And one other note, Donna, some breaking news, in fact, in just the last few minutes. Florida voters have rejected the abortion rights amendment that they were voting on here today, which would have provided more protection for abortions here. Instead, it keeps in place the state's current 6-week ban on abortion, preventing abortions after the 6-week mark, except for in extraordinary circumstances, and that abortion ban, one of the toughest in these United States, Donna.
Reproductive rights, such a huge issue in this campaign. Jeff Semple in Florida tonight, thanks. I just want to bring everyone up to speed on the numbers you're seeing on your screen there. We're still very early on in these results coming in, the ballots being counted. So on the bottom of your screen, you can see Trump 177, Harris 99. Those are the electoral college votes that have been won for each of them at this point. The magic number, of course, is 270 to win the presidency. Neither of them near that yet. And it's important to say these numbers don't necessarily indicate a trajectory because it's so early in so many of the vote counts. All right, the American ambassador to Canada, David Cohen, is watching the election results tonight from Ottawa, and he's taken some time to talk to us. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Donna, thanks for having me on your air.
What strikes you most about tonight? I know it's early.
Well, in my role as U.S. Ambassador to Canada, I'm sort of out of the political business. I don't comment on partisan political activity. So I'm ready to declare that the big victor tonight is going to be democracy. And once again, when you look at the level of participation in this election, and remember, we're doing a lot more than electing a president of the United States tonight. Unlike in Canada, where in your next federal election, the entire focus will be on who the next prime minister is going to be. In the United States, we're conducting hundreds of elections. 34 members of the United States Senate, 435 members of the U.S. House, the President of the United States, 13 governors, countless mayors, state legislatures, city councils, commissioners, and judges. And to me, elections and election day is the ultimate symbol of the effectiveness of democracy and the engagement of the public in the democratic activity of electing our leaders. And at the end of the day, I think this election may well be the historic election that folks have been talking about, but that it'll be historic for the level of participation and engagement by the American people in this election.
Yes, we have seen some evidence of really large turnout in some of the states. Ambassador, you know, Canadians, of course, can't vote in this election, but we have a big stake in the outcome, as does the rest of the world. And there is concern about political discourse here. I know you don't want to get deeply into partisan politics, and I don't either, but help us understand, you know, the anger, the way politicians talk about their opponents. Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris last night a radical leftist lunatic. He said worse things about Nancy Pelosi. Some Democrats, of course, including Kamala Harris, has called Trump a fascist. And they fear he's going to try to cling to power if he loses tonight. The rest of the world watches this and is worried about the state of America. Should we be worried?
So I don't think you should be worried about the state of America. I understand the concern. The United States has been an enduring democracy for almost 250 years. We've had challenging elections in the past. We've had contentious elections in the past. I don't think that you can judge the quality of a democracy by campaign rhetoric. You have to look more to governing and how people govern, and I certainly do not think that you can judge the quality of a nation's democracy on the basis of the outcome and the conduct of one election among hundreds of elections that are being held today. And I think that's an important point to continue to emphasize, that the presidential election is only one election among hundreds of elections that are being conducted today. Do I wish that everyone would have a more civil discourse? Do I wish in Canada in Parliament that members of Parliament could be more polite to each other during question period? Yeah, I do wish that. But I don't think the fact that there are these intemperate moments in the political campaigns of this particular election means that democracy is under threat in the United States or Canada.
Well, that's reassuring. The U.S., you know, became more protectionist under Joe Biden. Donald Trump has said in this campaign he will put tariffs on everything, minimum of 10% tariff. Can you give us an idea of what impact Canada might see, depending on who ends up in the White House?
So I start from a slightly different place than your question did, if you'll humor me, which is that the United States and Canada enjoy the largest, most consequential, and most prosperous bilateral trade relationship in the world. We have $3.4 billion a day in goods and services trade that crosses our border, creating or sustaining millions of jobs on both sides of the border. The vast, vast majority of that trade is free trade. So I push back a little when folks talk about increasing protectionism on the part of the United States, because whatever Buy America or Buy American policies exist. They exist in the face of the largest bilateral trade relationship in the world, and a bilateral trade relationship that is the envy of the world. So when Donald Trump talks in a campaign about imposing tariffs, I mean, that's in a campaign. I don't, it's not my job to opine whether that's good trade policy or bad trade policy. I don't think we know what Donald Trump's full trade policy would look like toward Canada or globally. I don't think we know what Kamala Harris's full trade policy would look like globally or nationally. What I do think we know is that the extraordinary nature of the trade relationship between the United States and Canada, a trade relationship that has endured and that has grown for almost a century, is extremely likely to be sustained and to continue to exist no matter who the next president of the United States is.
All right. Ambassador Cohen, we really appreciate you taking time to speak with us tonight, and we'll continue to watch the results. Enjoy Ottawa. Thanks for speaking with us.
I try and enjoy Ottawa all the time. Weather's not quite as nice in Ottawa as it is in Washington, but it's pretty nice today. It's certainly not very November-like for Ottawa. I'm about to enter my 4th winter in Canada, and I'm used to what winters are like in Canada, and I have not had any problems with them for the first 3. I doubt I'm going to have a problem with them this year either.
I'm sure you won't. And I love all the poppies streaming down the Peace Tower behind you there. A reminder
I hear
it's coming up.
It's a great view, and I'm proud that we're all wearing our poppies. And this is not a tradition that we have in the United States, but I'm proud to be wearing a poppy as the U.S. ambassador to Canada.
Well, we appreciate it. Ambassador, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on the air, Donna.
Well, former President Trump still claims falsely that the last election was rigged and that cheating and fraud is going on in this one, too. There's no evidence of that, but it doesn't matter because the lie has spread and it has shaken people's belief in the electoral system and, by extension, the media, too. So we wanted to be transparent about how we and many other news organizations are getting the U.S. election results tonight. We don't do it ourselves. It is far too big an operation for every news organization to take on individually. We rely on the Associated Press. It is a long-established, well-respected news organization which has a small army of people dedicated to compiling the results and calling the races. There is no federal body or government agency in the U.S. that counts the vote or shares results. The AP first stepped in to fill that void back in 1848, and since then has independently delivered results in every U.S. election. They call it the single largest act of journalism in the world. No organization has been calling elections longer, and it is a huge operation. They will have about 4,000 vote reporters in county and town election offices across the country to get the information from the people counting the ballots. They will call that into vote count clerks at the AP, plus they'll take in data from whatever other methods election officials provided, check it all, and then vote callers who specialize in various states and in House races will analyze that data. A core decision team will oversee it all, and the AP will declare a race only when it is determined there is no path for the trailing candidate to overtake the leading candidate. Once they are certain of that, they will declare the winner, and we will pass that on to you. In 2020, the winner, President Biden, was not declared until 4 days after Election Day because there were close races and the record number of mail-in ballots took time to be counted. All right, so let's dig a little deeper into the election results. Larry Sabato is with me. He's from the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Hi there. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Sure, certainly.
What are you seeing in these early results? I mean, the big picture number is 178 Electoral College for Trump, Harris 99. Far too early, would you say, to make any kind of predictions based on that?
Oh, yeah, they're just scattered returns. Look, the only votes that are really in and the only states that have been called were states we could have called 6 months ago. They're heavily red or heavily blue. We're looking to see whether Harris's margin is holding up to Biden's margin from 2020. In some cases it has, in other cases it has not. What Trump has going in his favor is enormous, and I do mean enormous, turnouts in the rural conservative areas. Now, they're not very big, but when you add them all together, it's a lot of votes. He's getting a large percentage turnout and a large percentage of those who do turn out. We don't have enough returns yet from suburbs and cities to know for sure, but I wouldn't call the turnout overwhelming in either case from what I've seen.
You mean the turnout specifically for Trump in those areas, or you mean the turnout overall?
No, that's Harris. That's Harris's territory. She's going to do well overall in suburbs, and she'll do very well in cities. But she needs a good, strong turnout in both of those demographic divisions to make up for this enormous margin in rural areas. That's been true for some time. And after all, this is Trump's third try, so we have a lot of patterns in our history.
We were all scarred a little bit by 2016 when everyone, I think including you, predicted a Hillary Clinton win. Could there be hidden Trump voters this time too?
Well, there could be. We're really jumping ahead. Let's get the votes in first, and then we'll see whether that phenomenon is still here. There were in 2020. We had them in 2016. We had them in 2020. Trump outperformed his polling averages in both of those years. So it wouldn't be a shock if he did it a third time. But pollsters have been trying to improve their methods and stop this from happening. We'll see whether they succeeded. If I had to guess tonight, I'd say probably not, or at least not as fully as they had hoped.
So let's talk a bit about the campaigns themselves. You know, early on, at least, it didn't seem like they really moved the needle for either candidate, presidential candidate, in either direction. Did you sense a shift, though, in the final week when there were some gaffes?
Oh, yes. The last week to 10 days for Trump were a disaster. Even his own people, at least confidentially off the record, would admit as much, that things hadn't gone well and Trump could not keep to the script, and he wouldn't talk about the economy, which is what they wanted him to focus on. He's his own person. He does what he wants to do. Sometimes it hurts him, sometimes it helps him. If, from what we're seeing early, if this is typical of what's going to come throughout the night and maybe throughout the week, it didn't hurt him very much.
And, you know, it was interesting early on when Biden was still in the race and he talked about, you know, democracy's on the ballot and this election, you know, the future of democracy is in peril. And then there was a period of time where they stopped talking that way. And yet, from some of the early exit polls we heard tonight, it seemed to matter to people. People talked about that as being an important issue. Do you think it resonated perhaps more than the Democrats thought it might?
It resonated with blue voters, with Democratic voters, with Republicans. There's even a sliver of Republicans, more than a sliver, that say that it's Kamala Harris who's the danger to democracy. I'm not sure what the thinking is behind that, but look, if Trump wins, what it says to me is a price of a dozen eggs is more important than the future of democracy to millions of people. Now, you can say that's a good thing, you can say it's a bad thing, but I think it's going to be a thing.
Yeah, well, a lot of people in this country are struggling financially, and economics matter more than anything else to them, right? And that's understandable.
Well, yeah, but the price of eggs won't keep your vote, and it won't keep your society responsive to your views. And if you have an authoritarian, you have a very different system of government.
Yeah. The whole world is watching this election, Larry. Can you help us understand the Trump phenomenon? I know it's a big topic, but, you know, people from outside the country watch it and watch him get away with saying outrageous things, insulting all kinds of people, calling his political opponents the enemy within. He's been convicted of a criminal offense, all that stuff. If you looked at it, you know, from zoomed out, you really couldn't make this stuff up, and yet it's happening. You're an American. Half of Americans appear to be voting for him?
Yes, there are a lot of pieces to it, and it's hard to summarize. It's a populism with an edge, even more so than most of the populists in American history have had, and some have done well. They generally haven't been elected president. But in Trump's case, I hear over and over again from Trump voters, oh, it's just talk. That's just Trump. He's just talking. Well, yeah, of course, the president's words have consequences. I think everybody would agree to that. But that is not what people are focused on. They're upset about the border. They're upset about inflation. They're upset about crime, even though crime is way down. And, you can't argue with people who have convinced themselves that certain things are major problems in their lives because they don't listen to you. And they will listen to somebody who says what they want to hear, even if he insults others while he does it. And there's a champion, the insult champion of American politics, maybe in American history, is Donald Trump.
Of course, he declared victory in 2020 before there was a decisive result. Do you have any sense of whether he's likely to do that again? Do you think that's his intention this time?
Well, he's not just going to accept a loss mildly, meekly, and congratulate the winner. I think that's pretty obvious. He is a very, very bad sport, and he has a very, very big ego. So if you expect him to do that, I'd put a little money on it because the odds must be tremendous against it, and you may be able to retire early.
Larry Sabato, thank you so much. Larry Sabato from the University of Virginia Center for Politics. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mike Armstrong is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tonight. Mike, 19 electoral college votes up for grabs there. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. How has voting gone there today?
Yeah, it went very well, actually. And both campaigns really have targeted the state. 19 electoral college votes. It's the biggest of any swing state, the fifth most votes of any state actually in the U.S. It's tight, always tight the last couple of elections. The last time around, Biden won by 1.2%, so just a little sliver. The time before that, Donald Trump won by even less than 1%. So really, it's winnable by for both campaigns, and they've been going after it. Pennsylvania really will be one to watch tonight for its results, and then in the coming days, as the rest of the results trickle in, we're at about 32% right now. But the last time around in 2020, Joe Biden was only declared the winner when this state tipped in his favor, and he was declared the winner here. The counting center was just down the road. There was lots of cheering in the streets here in Philadelphia. So we're waiting to see whether that happens again. What takes so long, though, the reason it took 4 days the last time around really is those mail-in ballots here. It's a long process. This state only brought in mail-in balloting the last time around, and it's really a slow process. Each envelope has to be sliced open. Then inside that envelope, there's another secrecy envelope. That envelope has to be sliced open, and then the ballot has to be pulled out, flattened, and only then can it be counted. But this state really is important, and if you want proof of that, Donna, really, take a look at the agenda of the candidates and their surrogates in the last couple of months. They've been in and out of here constantly. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, just look at what they did yesterday. Each of the candidates had multiple events right here in Pennsylvania, took it right down to the wire.
All right, and that's what we're expecting again, right? I mean, maybe not as long as 4 days as it was in 2020, but certainly not going to be tonight.
No, and you can expect Donald Trump to talk about that, as Larry was telling you before. He's probably going to point specifically at this city. You might remember in the 2020 debate where he said bad things happen in Philadelphia. This is the biggest county out of the 67 in Pennsylvania, 1.5 million people here. And there's a period in between the polls closing and when they declare a winner where election officials are nervous. That's the period where conspiracy theories really start to ramp up and can explode. So they're really trying to be careful about that. The counting center, which by the way is just 4 blocks away, in 2020 really became the hub of all the protests and the press conferences where people were complaining about cheating. Well, they've moved that center away. They've set up a new permanent counting facility in the northeast section of this city. It's got fences and a guard post around it, so there's better access, better control over it. It will also enable them to keep potential protesters away from the building, so they're hoping not to have banging on windows and things like that. They're also hoping that things go a bit quicker this time because there are fewer mail-in ballots. There were 437,000 the last time around. They think they'll probably have about 2/3 of that. But again, they really are ironing the kinks out with some of that. They're only allowed to open those mail-in ballots as of 7 a.m. On election day. So it's a slow process and it starts late, which isn't great. They've tried to change those rules, but they haven't been able to since the last election when they really saw it was a huge problem.
All right, Mike Armstrong in Philadelphia tonight. Thank you. We'll come back to you once we start getting a few more results from there. We're going to go to Detroit, Michigan now. That's where Sean O'Shea is. And Sean, I understand, well, it sounds like you're in a casino. Is that possible? I don't know if Sean can hear me. Are you in a casino?
Election night in a casino before, but there's a first for everything, I guess. That's where we are. We're actually in the soundboard room of the Motor City Casino in downtown Detroit. It's loud. I apologize, but hey, it's a casino. I'm not a betting person, but maybe this is apropos because of the closeness of the election and the fact that so many Americans like to bet on everything from football to the outcome of politics. But in all seriousness, we got here 3 days ago, and we were struck right away by the number of devoted Democrat voters who told us on camera plainly that they couldn't vote for the Democrats this year. Now, many of those people were in predominantly Arab American areas. Gaza was an issue. There were other issues. But many people told us, one guy told us today at a voting booth that he's voted for the Democrats for 50 years. 50 years. And today he voted for Donald Trump, and he said he did so because he just wanted America to go back to the way it used to be. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said. Now let's take a look at what's going on here at the casino behind me. You can see some folks downstairs. Speakers come back up. They're muted here because it's far too early to be celebrating, but just a few minutes ago, we heard from U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Most people know him as Mayor Pete, the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana. He got up and he was quite enthusiastic and predicting a good outcome for the Democrats. Here's what Mayor Pete had to say.
Michigan is the center of the political universe tonight, and we are going to deliver victory for Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Alyssa Slotkin, Kyra, and Kim, and great Democrats up and down the ballot.
And there's a politician looking for the best possible outcome. A couple other things. We were at the Waltz wrap-up event, vice presidential candidate, last night, and as we were outside, a woman and her daughter, adult daughter, could tell we were Canadians. Maybe it was the Poppy, maybe it was the Mike Flash. When they found out we were Canadians, she came over, was so enthusiastic. She said, you know, if Harris doesn't win, we're coming to Canada. And she was, you know, people say this all the time, of course, but she seemed to really mean it, that this election just meant so much and that a loss would mean so much. So, you know, we're going to find out tonight whether people are feeling good. We know over the last few days that there's been a lot of anxiety, trepidation here, and tonight they're counting the votes. Earlier today, we were at a polling place, and I got a real good sense of how seriously they take it. The ballots at the polling place, we found out in Dearborn, just beside us, that they actually notify the people outside of the precinct. They put the tape on the door for the two precincts. So anybody walking over to the door can see that X number voted for this candidate, X number voted for that. Then they send copies to the judge overseeing the election, one to the city, one to the county. We're in Wayne County. So many checks and balances that they really want to talk about and showcase as Canadian journalists going in to an American polling place. It's remarkable, the openness, and they'll be counting votes finally at the convention center downtown tonight. All the votes get centrally counted in Detroit after they've already been counted at that local level. So a lot of work ahead, and a lot of those people counting votes are going to be up all night, as you might as well be, Donna.
You will be too, though, Sean. And you got a great venue there. Lots of, I think you won the lottery for best venue. Sean O'Shea in Detroit, Michigan, thanks. All right, so let's check in on the results. We're waiting for some calls in those key battleground states that are going to make all the difference. Eric Sorensen is keeping an eye on all of it. Eric, we have some numbers on the Electoral College so far. Trump at 178, Harris at 99. But that isn't necessarily indicative of what's coming. It is, as Jackson Prosco next to me said, a bit of a red mirage at this point.
Yeah, and as Larry Sabato said, you could have predicted all of these states that are showing up right now about 6 months ago, because there are no surprises in what is on the map right now. I can tell you that in Georgia and North Carolina, those are two of the battleground states that we're expecting. Trump is leading in both of those, which brings us then to that trio of northern states, the so-called blue wall states, because those are going to look increasingly important for the Harris team if these results start to kind of gel in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. So let's have a look, because it's the first time we've been able to report on Wisconsin, where the polls just closed in this hour. And I think we're going to see it's a pretty close race there at the moment. Kamala Harris has a 3.5-point lead. She leads by 33,000 votes. Remember that 4 years ago, this was won by Biden by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, it was won by Trump by about 20,000 votes. This could be very close at the end of the night. That's Wisconsin. In Michigan, again, a vital state for Harris here if she's going to win this race tonight. She can't really afford to give up any of these blue wall states if she ends up losing in those southern battlegrounds. In Michigan at the moment, she has a 6-point lead, 49,000. Too early to make too much out of it, but that's what Michigan looks like. And Pennsylvania. This is the other state where, as we said, she went to 5 different places in Pennsylvania yesterday. Rather than multiple states, she went to multiple cities in this state, and she has a lead right now of 4 points. Let's get a closer look in Pennsylvania, because it's such an important state. You can see we talked about Erie up in the northwest corner there on Lake Erie. It has shifted over to Donald Trump right now. But let's go cross state, down kitty corner, down near Philadelphia. There's a county that's always been interesting to watch, and that's Bucks County. In Bucks County, which is down right by Philadelphia, just on the northeast corner of it there, this is a county that Biden won by about 4 points, and Clinton won by about 1 point. So here's Harris for the moment. She's up by 18 or so points, almost 19 points. So this is important if she can pile up some of the votes in some of these blue counties if she's going to win ever crucial Pennsylvania. Donna.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thank you. We're still waiting for those calls in key battleground states. Pennsylvania right now just too close to call. So we'll keep an eye on you, Eric, and you're going to keep an eye on the numbers for us. Thank you.
All right.
Mercedes Stevenson is standing by in Toronto. Mercedes.
Thanks, Donna. This is such a consequential election and so close that the role of Americans who are abroad expected to play a very important role, including, of course, Americans who live right here in Canada. And we are going to go to Eric Sorensen in just a moment here, because he can break down the numbers for us, the most popular man in the broadcast, of just how many Americans are in Canada. Eric, what do we know?
Well, it's pretty remarkable, Mercedes, that there are millions of Americans who don't live in the United States but are eligible to vote. In fact, in 2022, an estimated 2.8 million Americans from almost 200 countries were eligible to vote just 2 years ago. That's 2.8 million. 605,000 of them are in Canada, which is pretty amazing. And when you look at the map, you can understand why. There are Americans living and Canadians living just over the border in almost every province, and particularly in Ontario. Right across the bridge and tunnel from Michigan, which is a battleground state. A lot of people in Ontario not living far from Pennsylvania or Wisconsin either. So there are a lot of Americans that don't live very far from the real battlegrounds in this race. The question is, are they voting while they're living up here? Mercedes.
A great question. I remember growing up with lots of Americans in Calgary, another big expat location. Here to talk about that, we have two Americans joining us who live in Canada. Georgianne Burke, who is with Republicans Overseas, who is with us here in studio, and Steve Nardi, who is joining us from Windsor, from Democrats Abroad. Georgianne, I'd like to start with you. How did you find engagements from Republicans in Canada to be in terms of voting in this election? I know Donald Trump, not the biggest fan of mail-in votes, but was it different this time?
He wasn't the greatest fan of mail-in votes, but he's become a bigger fan these days. I saw a significant increase in engagement through our digital sites, website, and Facebook pages and so forth. About a 50% increase in the number of people, and we're talking about thousands, not hundreds of people. We had about 8,000 or 9,000 on the page, and we're up around 12,000, and that's only in the last 2 or 3 months. The numbers have jumped significantly. But there's a lot of interest. Media talks about it all the time. It's in every possible place that you look. Everybody is talking about this. It's a huge election. So Americans living here are very concerned and paying attention. And I think there's going to be a bigger vote this year than perhaps in previous years.
Interesting. Steve, I know you're in Windsor, and you've actually been conducting for the first time for Democrats Abroad a campaign to try to get people to vote. I mean, obviously, you hope they vote Democrat, but just to vote at all. What kind of reception have you been getting on the ground there from Americans who you've been in contact with?
Well, thank you, Mercedes. So 4 years ago, when I was chair of Democrats Abroad Canada, and we were reimagining what a get out the vote effort looked like in a pandemic, I knew there was a large population of American citizens in the Windsor-Essex area, and the census proved that out. And so we made an investment 4 years ago to reach out to the Americans here, because we realized that a majority of them are Michigan and Ohio voters. This year, we've carried on some of the same initiatives, but then we've also started door knocking. It's the first time anywhere in the world, actually, that Democrats Abroad has been able to attempt a traditional door-to-door canvassing effort. And our goal was either we meet the Americans that are here, or we meet the Canadians who know the Americans. And 99.8% of the reception that we received at every door was extremely supportive. We had people who would walk up to us. They'd see our awning in the park, which was our central staging. You could see people come across the park just to talk to us, to say thank you for doing this, and to encourage us to do more of this.
Certainly an election where every vote counts. Georgianne, give us a sense of how many Republicans you're aware of are in Canada, and what are you hearing from them so far tonight about the early results that we're seeing?
So if you look at the number of Americans that are here, there's about 600,000. Probably the ratio of Democrats to Republicans is at least 3 to 1. We know that. I don't know whether it's a factor of how people are received if they say they're Republicans or they actually are. I would say that there is, as I said, increased engagement. They're very interested in doing this. We don't use the same techniques as the Democrats do, but our setup is different. Our relationship with the party is different, which makes our work, the way we do it, different from the way that they do. But I want to thank them for visiting voters and getting them engaged. Thanks a lot, Steve. That's great. I will say that no problem. And I will say that I had interesting calls. I had a mother call me from, I want to say she was from Burlington, and she said, my son's an American. He was born in the United States. He wants to vote, and he didn't get a ballot. And I said, okay, where was he born? He was born in Elmira, New York. I said, well, that's not a very long drive. Why don't you call the county board of elections there and find out what the rules are to be able to vote in this election? And if he can just go down that day and register, great. If not, and he has to register before, are you willing to take 2 trips? She said, absolutely. So they did call and they made arrangements, and he voted today in Elmira.
So interesting.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, I know you're at a watch party. We've got just over a minute left here, but what kind of reception are you hearing from the Democrats there tonight? Any surprises with what you're seeing with the early numbers?
No surprises at the moment, Mercedes. As was mentioned earlier, what we're seeing so far really could have been predicted months ago from the states that have already been called. It's the ones that are going to take us through the night and over the next few days that we will be watching to see the red mirage move towards a blue wave.
A red mirage moving towards a blue wave. Well, I guess I'm assuming neither of you have changed your predictions.
No.
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 We'll find out who's right at maybe the end of the night, maybe not for a few days.
I'm not betting against that. Neither is Steve. We're going to agree on that one.
The one thing you can both agree on. Well, we'll certainly be keeping a close eye on all of this throughout the night and tracking what both Democrats and Republicans here in Canada and, of course, in the United States and around the world are voting. We're going to hand it back off to Washington in just a few moments here.
Good evening. You are watching Global News coverage of America Votes. Welcome to our viewers watching on BC One. I'm Donna Friesen. We're in Washington, D.C., overlooking the Capitol. That's where the results of this election will be certified in January. And this is a dramatic moment for America and for the world. Will former President Donald Trump win a second term in the Oval Office, or will former Vice President Kamala Harris, actually current Vice President, take over from where her boss Joe Biden left off? The ballots are still being cast in a few places in this country, and there is still a lot of counting underway. Our Washington Bureau Chief Jackson Prosko is here with me. Jackson, what are you sensing from these early results? I know in the battleground states, which we have talked about so much, all of those close races, which were anticipated, too close to call still.
Too close to call, too close for anyone to say they know anything at this point. But I think we get the feel that it could come down to those blue wall states tonight: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and it will be a nail biter, right?
And those are the states that Kamala Harris has to win.
She absolutely has to win those, yeah. The others were nice to haves. Those are the need to haves at this point.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, she said last night at that rally, the last rally she had, that the momentum is with her. Is that perhaps overstating it based on what we're seeing at this point?
You know, I think Democrats played it so cautiously for the entirety of the campaign, and they finally let themselves be optimistic in the last couple of days, just because the tide really did feel like it was turning. Those Puerto Rico comments at the Trump rally last Sunday actually are a moment that landed, and then Trump had a few really angry, undisciplined rallies. And so, yeah, Democrats actually felt optimism. At least they were willing to say so for the first time in this campaign in the last few days. But there was always a caveat. They would call themselves nauseously optimistic. And I think they've been watching the polls like the rest of us. They know how close this was going to be and that it would come down to turnout today.
Yeah, and they will have their own exit polls, right? I mean, I have a sense in both their camps, they'll have a pretty good idea of where they're going to see bumps as these results come in. What do you think the Trump people are looking for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Trump, you're looking for strong performance in rural areas and with young men. That's your biggest hopes for making gains. And conversely, if you're Kamala Harris's team, you're looking to outperform Joe Biden's 2020 performance in the urban areas and hang on to the base and hopefully sway more women, because there is a big gender gap that we've talked about.
And those urban areas are the places where it's going to take time to count the votes, right?
It is. Those are the areas, as the results come in tonight, a lot of the votes we're still waiting to see are the urban areas. And so we talked about this in 2020, the idea of a mirage. Right now, it's kind of the red mirage. This is the freak out and panic time of the night for Democrats. As we get later on into the night and as the vote totals come in from the urban areas, that's when they'll have to decide if it's real panic or not, if it's warranted.
Yeah, because look at the numbers right now. Like Donald Trump's 100 electoral seats ahead.
Of course, we're still not at the West Coast, which is all a lock for Kamala Harris, right?
Right. So that'll change. Those numbers will come up. A tense time for both teams, I imagine, right?
It really is. Some internals from the Harris campaign suggested that they are fully aware of how tight this would be, and that in some states like Georgia, they realize that the winner could be decided by not 10,000 votes, but maybe 1,000 votes.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that means, of course, that we're all expecting, we would love to have results tonight, but really, the longer this goes on, And the longer those races are too close to call, the longer it's going to take, right?
Right. I mean, if this is coming down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those are the states that have all warned us it will take time, specifically Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. They've got to open the mail-in ballots. Those take time to count and process, and legally they weren't allowed to start doing that work until today.
All right, Jackson, we're going to come back to you. Thank you. We have a team of reporters covering all the drama tonight. Neetu Garcha is at the headquarters of current Vice President Kamala Harris. That's at Howard University in Washington. Jeff Semple is at the election night watch party for former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. Mike Armstrong is in Philadelphia, in Battleground, Pennsylvania. And Sean O'Shea is in Detroit, Michigan. Reggie Cicchini is also here in Washington. And with the Canadian angle, Mercedes Stevenson is in Toronto. And Eric Sorensen is our numbers guy, our analyst, analyzing all the results and the trends as they come in. It's just after 10 p.m. Eastern now. Polls are closed in the majority of states. Voting still underway, though, on the West Coast and is in Alaska and Hawaii. Polls just closed in the battleground state of Nevada. It's a diverse state where the economic recovery post-COVID has been slow. The unemployment rate there is one of the highest in the country. Jackson, one thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is that if people wanted a change election, including, Democrats who were getting tired of Joe Biden, let's face it, is Kamala Harris the change? Or is she, I think that was one of the challenges she had to overcome, is she's so tied to his administration.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I think the whole electorate has grappled with, is who is the incumbent here?
Yeah.
Is it Donald Trump, who actually was president once? Is it Kamala Harris, who is actually part of the current administration? I think that's part of why nothing feels like it makes sense here. And you're right, Kamala Harris kind of struggled with this question. She was asked this repeatedly: what would you do different from Joe Biden? And at first, she didn't really want to answer that. She would say, I couldn't think of anything. And then Joe Biden actually kind of came out and said a few things that sort of gave her that room where she could differentiate herself, and she still didn't really take advantage of that gap.
Yeah. Well, and vice presidents don't run the show, right, in the administration. So she probably in that point, she was part of the administration, couldn't take hugely differing views from her boss. I mean, that would have been unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, it is almost an unfair criticism of her to say, where was she the past 4 years? She was virtually invisible. I mean, other than that one big thing, what do you remember Mike Pence doing?
Yeah.
What do you remember previous vice presidents doing? Not a lot, right?
Yeah. And she had, 107 days to campaign because President Biden, as we recall, held on. He was refusing to step back. And when he finally did, she had to really ramp up fast.
And in fact, what she did in those 107 days is remarkable. She took essentially a huge deficit in the polls that Joe Biden was experiencing, erased it, turned it into a dead heat. And what's even more remarkable, she basically did it with Joe Biden's existing campaign staff and campaign team. They were there all along. They had the know-how and ability to do this. Right. They just needed the right candidates.
Right. All right, Jackson, we're going to come back to you. Thanks. Eric Sorensen is watching the results come in. We're waiting for those calls in those critical states. Eric, what are you seeing?
Well, of course, the polls, as you just mentioned, closed at 10 o'clock in a few more states, and it's these western states, and one of them, Utah, has already been called. This is in the last 18 elections, 17 times they've gone for the Republicans. Only when Lyndon Johnson won in 1964 in that sweep after the assassination of Kennedy did the Democrats once win in Utah. So this is no surprise. You can see that Nevada now, the polls have closed there, so we don't have any results there yet, but we'll be looking at Nevada because that's the one more of the 7 battleground states to talk about. We want to go back east, however, and look at what's happening, say, in Georgia, first of all, because this is where we have a lot of votes now have been tabulated in Georgia. So let's see what it says so far. At the moment, it is a pretty substantial lead by Trump when you consider that we're about 80% along the way here when it comes to the polls reporting. That says polls reporting only 39, but about 80% of the votes have been counted. And you can see that there are well over 4 million votes cast so far. Trump is up by about 5 points. Again, I remind you that Trump was up by a substantial amount, by about 8-9 points at around 10 or 11 o'clock at night Eastern time 4 years ago in Georgia. And it would be about 2 weeks later that Joe Biden would come back and just nip him when the final votes came in. But for the moment, he is winning there. Now, in North Carolina, Donald Trump also has a 4-point lead. Now, this is a bit of the reverse of where things were 4 years ago. Biden held a lead of about 2 points for much of the evening. So this, for the moment, you'd have to say is trending in Trump's favor with about a 4-point lead over Kamala Harris. And we want to go north then, because if she's going to trail in those, it's going to be very important for her to hold those blue wall states. And Wisconsin is the one that seems so close right now. For the moment, Trump is ahead with 28,000 votes. That puts him ahead by about 2 points. 28,000, again, not very different from what he won by in 2016, and not so different from what he won by or what Biden won by in 2020. So let's look at that little spit of land up there on the west that just pokes out into Lake Michigan. That's Door County. It's a real bellwether because Trump won it, then Biden won it, and at the moment, as we look at it, you can see that Trump is leading by about, again, 4 points, a few hundred votes. And if it's a bellwether this time, this would be bad news for the Democrats and for Kamala Harris, because at the moment, she can ill afford to lose Wisconsin. Donna.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thank you. We will come back to you. We've got someone else with us now. Cliff Young is president of polling and societal trends for Ipsos. Cliff, thanks so much for coming with us.
It's great to be here.
It's great to have you up on the roof here.
It's beautiful. What a beautiful view.
It is a beautiful view, and that's the place where it's all going to be happening in January, right?
Yep, in a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up fast. So I know you are analyzing, looking at a lot of things. What trends are you seeing at this point?
Yeah. Right now, looking at step back a bit, like what were the key issues that drove voters?
Yeah.
The number one issue was inflation. It was inflation. It was inflation. It was inflation. It was the economy writ large. And really, what we've seen over the course of the last little bit, the last few months, is a framing war over the economy. Who was going to win economy? Who was going to own it? On the one hand, Trump was hammering home that it was inflation. It was the Biden administration's fault for inflation. Harris was part of the administration. You can't run away, Harris. You're part of the administration. That was the message. On the flip side, Harris tried to stay away from that because that was problematic for her. And she tried to frame it as opportunity economy for all. So there was that battle, over the issue of the economy. When you look at the swing states specifically, their outreach is really impressive. About 75% of the entire population was touched in one way or another. Not everyone knocking on the door and saying hello, but in one way or another. So a huge onslaught in the swing states, especially over the last few months.
And I see quite a difference between the issues like democracy, for example, quite a difference between Republicans and Democrats about how much they cared about that issue.
Yeah, so you have the inflation overall.
Yeah.
Everyone's worried about that. Threats to democracy is really a Democratic issue. It's really an issue of Biden and Harris. They really use that to try to mobilize the base to get people out. And the flip side, immigration is really a Republican issue and one that Trump has used to really good effect over the last few years.
Jackson, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at those fundamentals, is that anything that any Democratic candidate could realistically have overcome?
It's very, very difficult to flee from being part of the administration. It's to avoid being part of the administration. It's difficult to convince people of that. Now, at the beginning, when Harris stepped in, people didn't link her necessarily to the administration. It was incumbent upon the Trump campaign to remind people. And I would say over the last month or so, his campaign had been very effective of making that linkage, making that link, really linking inflation to her.
And yet, as you pointed out, Jackson, if Biden was still the candidate, do you think we'd be pretty much done by now? I mean, do you think that would be a much
close,
more, would it have even been close? In other words, did Kamala Harris, really bring up the Democrats' game?
Yeah, well, the Democrats in general were winged by inflation. It didn't matter who was the candidate.
Oh, you don't think so, hey?
No. But I'm qualifying it. But she did bring energy. She did bring Democrats who were on the fence. She did bring constituencies from 2020 into the fold. I do think that she performed better than Biden would have in this situation. That said, the Dems are in a difficult situation in general.
So what are you saying about tonight?
Well, we have a long night. We might have a long week. But my team and I, we've been analyzing the data. And without a doubt, Harris is underperforming Biden in 2020. Is that the right benchmark to use? That is a benchmark. Does that suggest necessarily she's going to lose? Not necessarily, but she is underperforming relative to Biden in 2020.
Where we are at this stage in the night, you mean? In terms of
where we are at this stage of the night,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
No predictions. No predictions right now.
No, totally got it. Totally got it. It is too early, and there are those battleground states as we keep it. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but really, they're important, right?
Yeah,
and they're going to be close to call.
Yeah, especially Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Look at sort of Bucks County. Look at Erie County. They'll be critical.
And it does feel like her path is narrowing down to just the blue wall at this point, right?
Yeah, she's not going to pick up. Doesn't look like it. At least she's going to pick up in the West or the South, especially the South with the data that's come in. It'll be that blue wall, and let's look at those key counties. And I'm looking at, once again, Bucks County on the one hand and Erie on the other, both in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Cliff Young, thank you so much for coming up and talking to us. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
A pleasure. All right, let's go to Neetu Garcha, who is at Harris Quet headquarters at Howard University here in Washington. Neetu.
Donna, the mood here has really shifted over the last hour or so. It started off with lively music, dancing, chanting, singing, musical performances on the stage, and folks who we spoke with outside the fence of our press area here really telling us that they felt that energy was a sign of the hope and optimism that may exist within those who are close to Kamala Harris and her base leading into today, the final day, where she was doing a radio blitz, making her final appeal to voters, encouraging them to get out and cast their ballot. Now what we're seeing is people really zeroed in to the screens here at Howard University, which are playing CNN results that are coming in live right now. CNN predicting Colorado. You can hear the crowd cheering. These are very, very, very early results, but the crowd seems to be very quietly, anxiously watching these results, knowing how close this race is. And some of the folks who we talked to earlier today told us that part of the reason that they supported Kamala Harris was not because of an enthusiastic vote for her, but it was really, in their minds, the lesser of two evils. Some of the students we talked to saying they felt she hasn't done enough in relation to the conflict in the Middle East and the Palestinians who are being killed in Gaza. Others said that they enthusiastically voted for her largely because of her stance on reproductive rights. She has, of course, pledged to reinstate Roe versus Wade. As you know, Donna, I was in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, in Allentown. I was in Maryland, in Baltimore, speaking to people, and on the ground there, they told me that one of the key issues for them is the cost of living, the economy, and those who are voting for Donald Trump really said that that is the key reason why. They don't agree with everything he says, but they felt that he was the better candidate for the economy. Now, in response to that, Kamala Harris, of course, has been questioned repeatedly over the course of the campaign around how she will improve lives for the average American who's struggling to afford the cost of food and medical expenses as well. And she has come back saying that when she was growing up, there was a woman who she called her godmother who owned a small business. That led to her passion for small businesses and their ability to strengthen the overall economy. So she's promising a tax credit for small businesses. She talked about the sandwich generation, people that are raising children and those who are also helping to caregive for their parents and ensuring that Medicare would also cover the cost of caregiving for an elderly parent or somebody who Americans are taking care of in their home. She has tried, as we heard earlier in this special, to also promote this opportunity economy. She has talked about working across the line with Republicans, really contrasting that with Donald Trump and his comments around the enemy within. You can hear more cheers here behind me as some, again, very early results are coming in on the screens here as CNN is making some projections in Virginia right now with a slight lead, but they have not made a projection in Virginia quite yet. But again, Kamala Harris has had to answer those questions about her stance on the economy, and she has made her pitch to voters. And today, in her final hours, when she had an opportunity to do so today in that series of radio interviews, her message really was about making sure that people get out to cast their ballot because, of course, this race is really close, and it seems like that remains the case as we see some early results coming in.
Very narrow leads, so we still cannot tell with a very, very narrow lead.
All right, Neethu Garcha at Howard University here in Washington at the Harris watch party tonight. Thanks. All right, all the polls have closed in the swing states now, but those are all at this point too close to call. Florida has been called already for Donald Trump. That's where Jeff Semple is in West Palm Beach. Jeff.
Hi, Donna. Yeah, we are here just across from what is tonight Trump HQ, the campaign's official watch party, which has been underway now for the couple of hours, and where the former president himself, Donald Trump, is expected to arrive at some point in the next couple of hours. And as you can see, take a look, the crowd has been growing here really by the minute over the last sort of half an hour or so, people lining up hoping to catch a glimpse of Donald Trump if and when he arrives. As you noted, he has done the Florida hat trick, winning his home state of Florida for the third consecutive time, but by far by its biggest margin, picking up around 56% of the vote, including claiming the important county of Miami-Dade in the south by a huge margin. That's that county home to a large Hispanic Latino population, of course, an important demographic in this race. So Donald Trump expected to arrive here to watch the results with his supporters, and of course many will be watching his reaction to those results. You remember back in 2020, Donald Trump claimed victory in the early hours of the day after the election, despite the fact that the votes were being counted, despite the fact that he went on to lose that election. He claimed that he won, and that sent his supporters into the streets in many cities, including Detroit, Michigan, where I was in 2020. I remember crowds of people storming into the convention center in Detroit where the ballots were being counted, chanting, "Stop the count." Of course, the former president has spent the past 4 years claiming that election was stolen, and he has also been working to sow the seeds of distrust in this election here today. So we will see what happens. He was asked, Donald Trump was, after he cast his ballot here in West Palm Beach, whether he would accept the results of the election if he loses. He said he would accept the results, assuming those results and the election are fair in his assessment. So we will be watching to see what happens and what we hear from him in the hours ahead. And in addition to the presidential election itself, of course, Donna, abortion is on the ballot here tonight. This is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned a couple of years ago. Florida is one of 10 states that had abortion on the ballot, with ballot options for voters to try and protect abortion rights. And we have the results now in from Florida, the first to report that voters have rejected that option. They had the option of enshrining abortion rights in the state's constitution. They have voted against doing that, instead keeping Governor Ron DeSantis' 6-week abortion ban, banning abortion here after 6 weeks, except for in extraordinary circumstances, one of the toughest abortion laws in this country. So voters have chosen here to continue with that 6-week abortion ban. I should note, though, Donna, 57% or so voted for better abortion protection, for abortion rights, but the ballot measure required 60% for that to be overturned. So we'll of course be watching many of the other states with that on the ballot, and we'll be watching and waiting here for the former president himself to show up.
All right, and he said, I think you said he's going to do that shortly, right? If he's going to be there, it should be soon.
Yeah, it should be soon. We were told anytime between 10 o'clock and 11:30, and it's 10:22 here Eastern time in Florida. So he could show up at any minute, and certainly there's an expectation here from many of his supporters here in Palm Beach, which of course is his own turf. Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, this is his home turf, but it is actually one of the only counties in Florida, it appears, Donna, that he did not win. The state has taken a pretty big step to the right here today. He won the state, as I said earlier, by about 56%, as this, what was long considered a battleground state, continues to turn from purple to red. Donald Trump picking up the vast majority of the state, except for his own county, sort of the Canadian equivalent of the Canadian Prime Minister winning the election while losing his own riding.
Yep, all right. Jeff Semple, we're going to come back to you. Thank you. Jeff Semple in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Thanks.
Jackson, let's talk a little bit about the popular vote. We know that isn't how this election gets decided, but if you look at the numbers right now, Donald Trump is winning the popular vote by a significant margin. That'll change because that's not a final result, of course. But there are some projections that it's possible he will win the popular vote at the end of the night.
That would be a first for Donald Trump. He's never won the popular vote, even in 2016, where he won the election. In fact, Republicans generally have not been winning the popular vote in election after election. We know it's a game about the electoral college. But if you look at Donald Trump's strategy here in sort of the last few days of the campaign, it has sort of felt like he has been trying to run up the numbers in the popular vote. And I know his opponent sort of said, what is he doing holding last-minute rallies in Virginia and New Mexico, states where he did not have a chance, conceivably, of winning the electoral college? Well, he may have been running up the numbers in the popular vote. And tonight, we still obviously are waiting on a lot of numbers from Virginia, but right now it's tied. That's a state that Joe Biden won by 10 points in 2020. It's a really interesting strategy he's undertaken.
And by the projections we're seeing, too, there are still no definitive results in states like Georgia and North Carolina, but Trump is a narrow but clear favorite in those states where a lot of the votes have been counted.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a big batch of data from Georgia within the next hour here that could maybe give us a clearer sense of where things are going. The strategy that Democrats were running was to try and increase their share of the vote in rural areas. They weren't looking to win rural counties, but they thought if they could pick up a few more votes there and chip away at Donald Trump's lead, it would help their overall position in the state. They also were looking to make bigger gains in urban areas at the same time. It doesn't feel like those rural gains have materialized tonight. In fact, if anything, the rural areas are coming in stronger than predicted for Donald Trump. So what they're waiting on are those urban centers to see if the data is there.
All right, let's check in with Eric Sorensen, who is watching all the numbers and digging into them more closely. Eric, what are you seeing?
I'm going to talk about the Senate now for a moment, Donna, because really the Senate is poised to be turned over from the Democrats to the Republicans, and that will be very big news on Capitol Hill and in Washington and across the country. Here's the reason why. First of all, West Virginia. This happened almost as soon as the polls were closed. In West Virginia, Jim Justice was made the winner there. We're not able to see it here, but we'll have that up in a second. Jim Justice was the governor for West Virginia, and he is now the winner of the Senate race in West Virginia. So the Democrats were ahead by 2. That puts them to being ahead by 1. Now let's go on to Ohio. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown has held this state for the Democrats since 2006. He is trailing by about 6 points. And you can see that about 70% of the polls reporting that he has a lot of ground to make up in a state that Trump is leading more than Marino is, but Marino has a pretty healthy lead. That would be enough to flip the Senate all by itself. Let's take a quick look at Montana, because it's another state that would be very difficult for the Democrats to hang on to. The polls have only closed there recently, but at the moment, Tim Sheehy, a war veteran, is up against John Tester, the longtime farmer, and he's been the senator there for the Democrats since 2006, and he's down by 10 points. Not very much reporting at all, but he's down. So you can see how things are about to be able to turn over for the Democrats to the Republicans, and the question is, are there some states where they might be able to claw back a couple of those? Well, what about Florida? It looks like that's not going to happen because Florida has already been called for. Rick Scott, the former governor, is going to be the senator there once again for the Republicans. And so you can see how far ahead he is of Debbie Mucarsel Powell. So that's one that they don't have a chance at. Let's have a look at Texas and see what that does for us. In Texas, it was Colin Allred for the Democrats, a NFL linebacker who was attempting to come back. That is not the numbers we would expect to see. The numbers are not quite like that. So there's an update that's needed there. But I can tell you that I think Powell is behind by about 6 points. So that's going to be a difficult one. If there is a chance, there is Nebraska. Dan Osborne is not a Democrat. He is an independent. He was a labor leader, and he has a chance of upsetting in very red Nebraska Deb Fischer, the sitting senator. So there is still a sliver of hope, Donna, for the Democrats to be able to come back from where things stand for them in the Senate. But at the moment, you can see that it's not looking good. They have a lot of Senate races they're defending. The Republicans are getting very close to that 50-51 mark, which could hain in the next couple of hours. Donna.
That Raleigh, part of the research triangle.
Okay,
is
thanks for that, Eric.
We
also, I was hoping you could just pivot, if it's possible, to talk a little bit about what's happening in North Carolina and Georgia right now. Not in the set. Oh, there you pivoted. Look at that.
Yes.
Well done, Eric. Thank you. We're looking at Georgia and North Carolina because it seems there's, as the votes are being counted, that Trump is nothing's been decided, but it's leaning towards Trump both in Georgia and North Carolina. Can you dig into what you're seeing?
Well, why don't we bring up what's happening? Well, there's North Carolina first. 4 years ago, Biden was leading in North Carolina by about 2 points all through the evening, and eventually he lost. For the moment, Harris is not keeping pace with what Biden did. So there has to be some concern, I think, for the Democrats that Harris is behind by about a good 6 points in North Carolina, and more and more votes are being counted. In Georgia, it says 40% of the polls reporting, but I think we're closer to 80% of the votes being counted so far. It may not be quite that high, but you can see that Trump has a lead now of 3 points. Now, he led like this over Biden 3 years ago, so I wouldn't make too much of it just yet. As we said before, Biden didn't come back to win in Georgia until, a couple of weeks later, by the time they finally counted all the last votes from Georgia. So I think they have to be concerned at the moment in Kamala Harris's camp there, Donna, that they might be slipping away in some of those southern states, so they better be hanging on in those northern states. And it's very close in Pennsylvania right now, and so that has to be a concern as well. So it's a nail biter. It really is a nail biter in the battleground states, which is where we expected it to be.
Yeah, we sure did. Eric Sorensen, thank you. We will come back to you. Right now, Andra Gillespie from Emory University is with us. You're an associate professor. Andra, you teach African American politics, often with a specific look at leadership and politics. Thanks for coming up here and talking to us tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Just big picture to start with, what are you seeing in the results at this stage?
Well, I mean, the race is as close as people advertised. There's still a lot of outstanding votes in many places. This does not necessarily guarantee that Vice President Harris is going to be able to make up some of the deficits that she sees in some places, but it's still too early to call. So I think it's anxiety-inducing, but you have to pack your patience and wait until all of the final, results are tallied.
Pack your patience for sure. These early signs about Trump leaning towards Trump in Georgia in particular. Are you making much of that at this stage, or is that we should be patient too?
Well, one, I think we should be patient, but two, you should also not be surprised if Donald Trump ends up winning Georgia and North Carolina. These are states that historically have voted more Republican than Democratic in the last couple of generations. And then also we have to put this into perspective. So while nationally the story about black men shifting overwhelmingly towards Trump or shifting significantly towards Trump, I think was very overblown. The national polls suggest that black men may have shifted 1 point towards Donald Trump and black women shifted about 2 points towards Kamala Harris. What we're seeing, in the state as a result of this is that we have to remember that these states are still majority white and that most of the whites who live in Georgia and North Carolina are Republicans. And so when nearly 70% of whites are voting 70 or more percent or 65 or more percent Republican, it's hard to make that up with voters of color. Georgia's actually better positioned to do that than North Carolina is. If we're looking at the size of the non-white electorate, you're looking at something that is closer to 40% in Georgia, but it's actually in the 20s in North Carolina because it doesn't have as large an African American population as Georgia does. So the numbers that we're seeing aren't surprising. It wouldn't be surprising if Trump narrowly wins in these states, as he did in 2016 and as he did in North Carolina in 2020. So I think the question would be, if Trump were to win, what would the margin be? Would it look more like that 5-point margin that he won in Georgia in 2016, or are we talking about a narrow victory where he's winning by 1/4 percentage point as Joe Biden did in 2020?
And so are you expecting then that that we're in for days of being patient?
I don't know about days. I think the thing that we want to look at are uncounted votes. What we have to pay attention to are how many outstanding absentee votes need to be counted. So absentee votes that just came in, military votes. And so once we see what those margins are, that'll give us a sense of when people can call. And so let's just say that there are 30,000 outstanding absentee votes by the end of tonight in any state. And the margin between Harris and Trump is 25,000 votes. They're going to wait to count those absentee votes before they declare a winner because it's too close to call. But let's just say there are 30,000 outstanding votes and one of these candidates is ahead by 100,000 votes by the end of tonight. They'll call it because they know that whatever happens with those votes, it's not going to be enough to change the outcome of the election.
Yeah, I'm just going to pause for a second because we have some information from Texas about Senator Ted Cruz. I think we've got, he's won his race. There he is. Yeah, that's his headquarters. Senator Ted Cruz, not a huge surprise, right?
No, but Texas and Florida were sort of the big dreams of Democrats, right, in this campaign, the sort of wish list that if there was going to be a blowout night for Kamala Harris, that they could also pick up Senate races in those places. Andra, for you, does it feel like maybe the path for Kamala Harris is narrowing down to what we might have originally suspected, which is the blue wall?
I think a blue wall possibility is certainly out there. I want to wait to see what the Nevada results look like. So in particular, Nevada was one of those places where the Republican Party still maintained control of the GOTV operation. And one of the things that's been kind of up in the air is whether or not it was a wise move strategically for the Trump campaign to outsource some of its mobilization efforts to other aligned groups instead of keeping it within the party and within the campaign. Nevada was an exception there. The governor was in charge of the GOTV operation, and I think people thought that he was actually adept at actually being able to handle a mobilization strategy.
GOTV is get out the vote.
Get out the vote,
right.
Yes. So all the door knocking and all the phone banking and all of those types of activities that people do to try to increase a person's likelihood of turning out to vote. So I want to see what the results look like there. But again, I mean, I think if I were ranking the races that Harris was going to be most likely to win, understanding that they were too close to call, I would have always put the blue wall states ahead of the southeastern states like Georgia and North Carolina. And so if Harris were to win Georgia and North Carolina, I would suspect that she was also winning the blue wall and that she was kind of making a run of, all of the battleground states. But there's still paths to victory, for both candidates with a different combination of states.
Can you talk a bit about motivation and that get out the vote? They both candidates worked so hard at that, right? That messaging about get out to vote. Have people been listening?
Well, so we know from research that goes back decades now in political science that if you send somebody a reminder to vote, that's personal. So if you knock on their door, if you call them and talk to them for real, even if you send a text message, you increase a person's likelihood of turning out to vote. There's something about the reminder that actually increases a person's likelihood to turn out to vote. And we speculate that part of the reason why turnout declined in the United States in the latter part of the 20th century was because people got excited about new technology like television advertising, and they kind of turned away from shoe leather politicking.
So the parties thought, we'll just put an ad on TV and that should do the trick.
So, we started to see this return to this idea of you have to do shoe leather politicking. And I don't want to characterize at all that nobody was knocking on doors in the 80s and the 90s. But once we saw the empirical literature that said really canvassing is important, you really were able, to justify being able to spend a lot of time on field operations. And they were doing that before, but we recognize the importance a lot more in this century. And so it was really important. And so we saw the Harris campaign making sure, the Biden campaign before her campaign, investing in field operations. And we knew that the Trump campaign wasn't neglecting it. It was just that they were doing it differently, and we weren't quite sure if it was going to pay off in the same way. Because it doesn't matter who mobilizes you to vote, your likelihood is increased to voting. I think the question with this outsourcing strategy is whether or not they were actually going to cover all of the terrain that they needed to cover in order to drive up turnout. But at the end of the day, you can knock on a door and tell somebody to vote. That doesn't necessarily convince them to vote for you. So if they're not buying what you're selling, then you might not, then you could still lose an election even with a flawless GOTV operation.
Yeah. You could probably oversell too, right? Like stop sending me the reminders, right?
Well, it was funny in some of the initial studies in 2000 that sort of, revived this part of political science. They did look at diminishing marginal utility. And so they do say that there's a certain point at which you're sending too many. As I recall the study, it doesn't necessarily talk about there being a negative effective turnout. They're just like, it's not effective from a cost standpoint to just inundate people with a whole bunch of information.
I know our reporter, Mike Armstrong, who's in Pennsylvania, said he talked to people who are getting like multiple texts, get out and vote, get out, and they're like, okay.
And I think, though, to that point, I think the Harris campaign was using a lot of technology to say, hey, if we've identified that you've already voted in advance polls or by mail, we know not to knock on your door. We're going to spend our efforts somewhere else, right?
Yeah, and so, that's the beauty of early voting as a policy standpoint. There's still people who are resistant to this idea, but I think people are sort of finding out that if you vote early, some campaigns will figure out not to talk to you. Now, that doesn't stop all campaigns. I can attest, living in one of these battleground states, some people update their voter list and pay attention to the voter rolls and who has participated in elections. Others don't. They may not have the capacity to be able to update sort of their list from voter files daily, but when they do try to stop bothering you.
What state are you?
I live in Georgia.
Oh, okay. So you got a stake in Georgia, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Andra Gillespie. Really appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. We were talking about Pennsylvania, so let's go there. Mike Armstrong is in Philadelphia. Mike.
Hi, Donna. We were going to talk a little bit about some problems that they have had today in polling stations. Now, this country has more than 100,000 polling stations, and these problems I'm about to talk about are only in a few, but in swing states, and so certainly worth taking a look at. Now, these were, in multiple battleground states, a series of bomb threats. They were hoaxes, but they did force evacuations, and some polling stations have had to extend their hours. Among the places where it happened, there were polling stations in 3 Atlanta counties, so in Georgia, all with large numbers of Democratic voters. Then this evening, there were threats at voting locations in Pennsylvania, forcing evacuations. There have also been bomb threats reported at 3 voting locations in Arizona, according to that state's Secretary of State. Now, how it affects the polling stations, how it affected one county tonight, an elections office in Center County, Pennsylvania was evacuated after one of those bomb threats. It was cleared, the building was cleared for about an hour. State, local police investigated the threat, swept through the building. The elections office and ballots were under constant supervision while the building was swept. So really the impact of this threat was just to slow things down and probably, understandably, make the people working there somewhat nervous. The governor of this state has reacted tonight. We have that clip now.
State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats, and thus far there is no credible threat to the public.
Now, Arizona's Secretary of State is pointing fingers tonight. He says 4 unsubstantiated threats to polling locations in his state were from a U.S. foreign enemy, he said, namely Russia. Donna?
All right, Mike Armstrong in Philadelphia. Thank you. All right, we're going to check in with with the guy who's in the casino tonight. There he is, Sean O'Shea. Get yourself together, Sean. What's going on where you are?
Donna, we're in the casino, the Motor City Casino in Detroit, as I mentioned a bit earlier. Not for any particular personal reason. I'm not a gambler, as I said before, but this space was available, and this is Democratic headquarters tonight. Party atmosphere, plenty of seats, although, we're up here on the second tier, and as a journalist, you've been in a lot of media areas where journalists get stacked up cheek to jowl. There's a journalist beside me who lives in New York City. He's working for an agency. He's reporting all around the world, so he's beside me. He's got his position. Down below us, there's a whole bunch of other journalists. You can tell the Canadians with the poppy, and there's not too many of us here. I was asked by somebody on Twitter, and I felt obligated to do some investigative research on whether there's a cash bar or an open bar. I can tell you, I have not subscribed, but it is a cash bar. There is some limited amounts of pizza. I've not sampled it, but it is a fairly lean sort of food and beverage situation right now, and that's possibly just because the Democrats have spent so much money on advertising, sitting in the hotel watching ad after ad after attack ad after attack ad for several days here. They spent a lot of money, millions of dollars on advertising, so they're not putting the same amount of money into the food, which of course is understandable. Impossible for me to top Eric Sorensen's analysis on numbers. I can just say that when the numbers went up a bit earlier here with this state in Michigan with Kamala Harris, Tim Walz ahead. That got a big cheer, but people are pretty much sitting on their hands right now. Nobody is taking anything for granted. They're optimistic. They've been talking for a few days with us about the hope that things were going to work. They've been certainly fighting, tooth and nail, knocking on doors, all those kinds of things. You could really see it on the ground, talking to people, taking nothing for granted. And so they're also not taking anything for granted here tonight, and that's for good reason, because this is close. Jeff Semple mentioned earlier, he was down at the convention center at Cobo Hall 4 years ago, and there was all that screaming, and there was all that mayhem outside where they were voting. We haven't got any word of any of that here this year. Michigan voting rules have changed a little bit. Those advance polls came in a bit earlier. Seems to be a lot more systematic. But again, people here at Democratic headquarters very patiently waiting, consuming the pizza as it's available and not taking anything for granted, waiting, hoping that their candidate, Kamala Harris, is going to win tonight, Donna.
Pizza as a prop. That's a new one. Sean O'Shea in Detroit, Michigan. Thanks, Sean. All right. We're going to check in with Eric Sorensen now. And Eric, we're going to talk about two things, Pennsylvania and then Iowa. But let's start with Pennsylvania.
Okay. Just wanted to say, since Sean was in Michigan right now, it's very close there. I think Trump is up by like a point. So it's times for the Democrats there. But as you say, let's talk about Pennsylvania because it's so vitally important to both campaigns. In Pennsylvania, it's worth 19 electoral votes. It could make the decision for either of them. Let's see what it looks like right now. If we kind of wander over and have a quick look at the boards. For now, Trump is ahead by about 2 points, 2.5 points, and a lead of 113,000. Don't want to make too much of that at the moment. If we look at the map, we can see sort of where it's playing out. It wouldn't be a surprise to see it look like this because most of the rural counties in the middle of the state, there's an old saying about politics in Pennsylvania that you have Pittsburgh in the west and Philadelphia in the east, and you have Alabama in between. So it kind of looks that way a little bit right now. But for a bellwether, let's go up to Erie County, up in the northwestern part of the county, and you can see, for the moment, this is a county that Trump won when he won the election in 2016, and it's a county that Biden won in 2020. But for the moment, Kamala Harris has a pretty good lead in Erie, so that might help her as she's going forward. Certainly would if we can. And let's take a quick look at Philadelphia County and see where things stand. And in Philadelphia County, you can see Kamala Harris has a lead of, oh boy, she's maybe 250,000. But remember that Joe Biden won this by maybe more than 400,000 votes. So she needs to pile up votes in Philadelphia County and the counties surrounding Philadelphia if she's going to win Pennsylvania. Now, Donna, you were talking about Iowa. Did you want to get into that a little bit? Because I know
because I did. Yeah, I did because, there was that poll that came out just in the last couple of days, that Seltzer poll, very well-respected pollster who said, it's leaning Democrats, right? Democrats preferred over Republicans.
Yeah.
That's not what we're seeing play out. In fact, Iowa has now been declared for
Trump.
I
mean, if we've got the board, we can take a look at it, and then we might be able to take a look at the state as well. But this is it's not even close at the moment. Now, it might tighten at the end of the day, but Trump is leading by quite a bit, which is not different from what it was in the last few years. He won Iowa by 9 or 10 points in 2020. He won it by 9 points in 2016. But as you say, that Seltzer poll gave a lot of energy to Democrats for a couple of days there because it suggested that Kamala Harris could be leading in Iowa. And if we look at the map, it would be worth sort of getting a sense of it. And I have to tell you, this is a map that looks very much like you would expect it to if Trump was going to win by 10 points. Those blue areas around Des Moines and around Johnson County and around Iowa City, Ames, Iowa, so these are the bigger cities and the university towns. Those are the only counties that are being won right now by Kamala Harris. That's exactly what happened with Biden. When this was won by Barack Obama, he won about 33 of these. 38 counties. So about 40% of the counties went blue. And you can see that there's no 40% of the counties going to go blue here. So unfortunately, that little wish for a lot of Democrats went up in smoke So Iowa it's one of those things. That poll gave a hope to them, but it ain't going to be Iowa, Donna.
Okay, Eric Sorensen, thanks. We're still waiting for calls in those 7 key battleground states. So as soon as we get anything close to that, we will tell you what's happening there. Jackson, we look at the numbers now. Trump, 210 electoral college votes. Kamala Harris, 113. There is a sense that things are leaning towards Donald Trump at this stage in the game. He won in 2016, of course, and that feels like a long time ago, but I guess it's possible that people have forgotten.
Yeah, Trump
that
amnesia.
Era.
Trump amnesia, they call it, and it is a real thing.
You think it's a real thing?
It is, and you kind of get the sense that time is actually Trump's biggest ally in all of this. You've got a few factors. One is that the 2016 to 2020 period when Trump was president was so chaotic. Every day was a constant torrent of information, and then it ended with the COVID-19 pandemic. People kind of memory hold that, right? I mean, there's the mental trauma of living through COVID. There is the fact that there was a fire hose of news and information every single day. The human mind can only process so much.
Yeah, it's
and
all
people,
a blur. It's
all a blur.
Yeah.
And then you've got a whole cohort of young men specifically who were too young to vote for Trump the first or even second time, may not even remember what the first Trump term was like, who've now been appealed to through Trump's outreach, by Trump going on things like Joe Rogan and all these podcasts that are firmly in his corner. So, yes, I think you can argue Trump amnesia is real and time is his friend.
So we still have a lot of votes to be counted, and we have the West to come in. How are things going to change through the course of the evening, do we think?
So a couple things are going to happen here. We talk about these places that are too close to call right now, these key swing states. The places where we're still missing data are the big population centers, as you just heard Eric talk about, right? So the more and more vote totals that you'll get from places like Philadelphia, that will offset the rural areas. And that's where we'll see if Kamala Harris is making her numbers, doing what she needs to do to actually win these states. And then, of course, when you hit the West Coast, your California, your Washington State, your Oregon, those are a lock for her. So you will see her totals just shoot up the second the polls close, because there's really no doubt. I mean, I think I saw one poll, she was polling something like 32 points ahead in California. Nobody's questioning that one.
Right. Of course, that's her home state, and that's a safe one for her. All right, Jackson. I think we got a bit more time before we head over to Toronto and Mercedes Stephenson. Should we take a peek at the popular vote for a moment? Again, this doesn't decide the race, of course. But right now, it's sitting at 52% for Donald Trump and 46.3% for Kamala Harris. What should we read into that?
Yeah, I mean, we know that Donald Trump has really had this strategy to try and run up the popular vote total here. And if he's able to win the Electoral College and the popular vote tonight, that would be an absolute first for him.
That would be a huge victory for him.
A huge victory for him. And it really sort of speaks to their campaign strategy. One sort of thing that jumps out at me is there's been a lot of talk about the ground game, as Andra Gillespie was just talking about. Harris was really lauded for huge numbers of volunteers and a really high-tech strategy. Trump outsourced a lot of his, in fact, to Elon Musk's political organization, a group called America PAC, which was surrounded by all this controversy. They essentially bussed in workers from out of state who allegedly didn't even know who they were campaigning for, didn't make their targets with door knocking. And at the end of the day, do we get a sense that either of those things mattered in huge quantities? Not necessarily, right?
Yeah, hard to say. It's hard to know, I guess, how you're reaching people. Andra had some thoughts about that if you do contact people and ask them to vote, it's more likely that they will vote. But they're also listening to and reading a whole range of other information, right, in the social media ecosystem.
Yeah, and what you have to keep in mind is that Trump's world in particular has a really defined media ecosystem. There are channels and stations that you and I have never heard of that have massive followings that are the pulse of the MAGA movement. And that's where a lot of his followers are getting their information almost exclusively now. The only sort of mainstream outlet that really reaches Trump's followers is Fox News. And it's really dialed in, and a lot of Fox hosts are informal Trump advisors directly. But the other ecosystems on the fringe, or at least what appear on the fringe, are really driving a lot of Trump support. And that is almost impossible to tap into because Trump supporters have tuned out of the rest of the information environment.
Yes, in fact, he has his own media company, Truth Social, right? Which is a place that a business that he runs.
Ironically, because he was banned from Twitter and Facebook. He launched this thing and just went straight to his people.
Yeah, and it's been effective.
Yep, incredibly so.
Yeah. All right, we're going to throw to Mercedes Stevenson now, who is in Toronto. Mercedes.
Thanks so much, Donna. One of the big questions around this election is what happens with the border if Donald Trump is elected. Our viewers, I'm sure, will remember that in 2016, things changed radically, including the number of irregular border crossings. Think about Roxham Road. The number of people who walked across there and claimed asylum became a huge political problem for the Trudeau government and something that we could see again, given Donald Trump's promise to engage in mass deportations almost immediately after becoming president. To give us a sense of what these numbers look like, let's bring in Eric Sorensen. Eric, take us through how the numbers changed in irregular migrants and asylum claims after Donald Trump became president.
Yeah, Mercedes, there are a certain number of irregular arrivals every year, and in 2016 that number was 2,434. But right after 2017, after the inauguration of Trump, that number jumped to 20,000. That's 8 times more in the year after Trump became president. And when you talk about asylum claims, there were 23,000 in 2016, and then after Trump became president and was inaugurated, it was 50,000. So those numbers doubled. So you can see just the huge disparity. You know, once Trump came into office, how many people felt like they wanted to cross the border and come to Canada.
And something we could see again, and experts I've been talking to who work around the Canada Border Services Agency and Immigration Canada say those numbers could look like a trickle compared to what we could see. But of course, there's things that we want crossing the border, and those would be goods, Eric. Canada has a tremendously dependent trade relationship with the U.S. What does that look like?
Well, you know, if you've ever stood near the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor and just watched the trucks one after another with cars and parts and all the rest of it, you know how much trade goes between the two countries. It is actually 78% of Canada's trade exports go south, and it's nearly $3.6 billion worth of goods and services that cross the border each day. That was in 2023. But it gives you a sense of the dependency our economy has on this trading relationship with the United States.
Thanks so much, Eric. Well, here to talk to us more about this is an expert in cross-border policies. She's a Canadian, but she is living in Georgia. Laura Dawson, who's the executive director of the Future Borders Coalition, joining us from Atlanta tonight. Thanks so much for coming on the show, Laura.
You're so welcome, Mercedes.
Now, I just wanted to start with something a little off track in Georgia, but it's very newsworthy. A number of bomb threats have been called into polling stations tonight. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. Well, we heard earlier this afternoon that these threats had been called in. It was really through Brad Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State, who made it known to the general public. And immediately he sort of dispelled worry and said, you know, we believe these are hoaxes. We've got things under control. But there were something like 32 bomb threats called in the greater Atlanta region. So that is significant. They had to evacuate 5 polling places. What that meant is that they had to delay closing polling for some period of time after they had originally scheduled. But really, they seem to have it buttoned down. They seem to be calling it a hoax. Raffensperger is saying that it possibly is originating from the Russians, but the local police are less eager to attribute it to one factor or another.
Thanks for that information, Laura. Obviously very concerning, especially when Georgia is a battleground state. Every vote counts. You look at cross-border issues for a living. We were just talking with Eric about the possibility for irregular flows of immigration, basically people running the border. We have the longest undefended border in the world. What do you anticipate if there is a Trump presidency, which looks increasingly possible tonight?
Yeah, I'm anticipating some real challenges. Eric outlined the migrations that we had during the last Trump presidency. That's the very first thing that he's promised this time is getting rid of undocumented people, mass deportations. So if you're trying to get out of the U.S. quickly, the first place you're looking at is Canada. It's a little bit different now because they've changed the rules that allowed a Roxham Road to exist. So now people will literally be sneaking across the border, walking through frozen fields in difficult conditions, and sort of going underground once they get to Canada. This creates a lot of pressure on our Border Services Agency, but as well as our law enforcement, social services, etc. And Canada really can't afford to be managing this crisis in addition to all the other challenges going on.
And potentially a political liability for the Trudeau government, too, who've already been under fire on the immigration file. Trade, a huge component of this relationship, and we are so reliant on the U.S. We've heard Donald Trump talking about things like potentially putting tariffs on oil, looking at Canadian water. What would you be anticipating there?
So we know he starts with shock and awe. So we're looking at that universal 10% tariff hitting Canada, even though we're technically protected by the CUSMA NAFTA agreement. He's not going to be bound by a piece of paper. So that tariff is going to hit Canada. Something like $1,000 per Canadian is what's estimated to be the cost of that. Even if he can't keep that tariff in place, if Congress says, hey, wait a minute, this isn't fair, it's still going to cause investors to be really uncertain about Canada. If you don't know what the future of that trade agreement is, you're going to be starting to put your money elsewhere. Either you're going to move south, you're going to look at going to affiliates in the United States, or just keeping your money in your pocket. So another source of uncertainty for Canada.
Laura, what do you anticipate will be the biggest challenge if there is a Trump presidency for Justin Trudeau and whoever the next prime minister is?
So many challenges. I think it's going to be a bit of a whack-a-mole game, figuring out what the most important things are, how to either stop or preempt some of the disruptions that we're predicting. It really is a call to action for Canadians of all political parties and regions to sort of come together and focus on what's most important and have a bit of a unified front, whether that is security, preventing the institutions that we rely on from being dissolved, economic and trade, making sure that we can continue to rely on those agreements, or just the many ways that we are integrated with the United States, whether that's waterways or environmental, Arctic, Coast Guard. I mean, you name it, everything is potentially going to be a little wobbly for the next couple of years.
Laura, we just have about 30 seconds left, but anything that Canada can put on the table to potentially avoid those tariffs?
I think that Canada needs to act fast. We know that Donald Trump is really a creature of his own ego. So I think if we can get out in front and make sure that he feels those attaboys and understands that Canada is on his side, that he has an ally in Canada, we may be able to preempt some of the worst effects.
Thanks so much. We appreciate it. We have to go back to Washington now, but we'll have more coming up.
All right, we're back in Washington. And Jackson, important to point out at this point that no winner has been declared in the presidential race, but the battleground states, the ballots are still being counted and they're too close to call. This was all predicted, of course, these 7 states. There's just a battle being played out between Trump and Harris at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I know people kept saying, how can all the polls be so consistently similar, showing this dead heat, this too close to call scenario? Well, here we are tonight. I mean, the polls could not have been more accurate as it looks right now, right? And of course, we all know that it's not about the electoral, or it's not about the popular vote. It's about winning the electoral college. Well, we're down to really those 3 blue wall states as the key focus tonight. And the Harris campaign is telling its own staff tonight that, yes, the blue wall is really what they're focused on, and they are still optimistic, but it's too close to know which way this is going to go. And if you're Trump's team, you're just as optimistic right now.
Yeah, you're looking at those numbers, 210 for Donald Trump, 167 for Kamala Harris. Oh, it just dropped down to 214 and 179. So they're changing. And that's the whole point of tonight, right? We've got to be patient. We've got to wait for the votes to be counted, particularly in those battleground states. You are watching live coverage of America. Good evening. You are watching Global News coverage of America Votes. It is now 11 p.m. Eastern, and all the polls have closed except for in Hawaii and Alaska, and we are watching the results roll in. We're here in Washington, D.C., and with me is our Washington Bureau Chief, Jackson Prosco. Jackson, let's talk a bit about turnout tonight. There are some records being broken in several states.
Yeah, Georgia and Michigan specifically have seen record turnout, and that is not only the same day totals of voters today, but also that massive wave of advanced voting that we saw right across the country. And that is really showing how much interest there is in a race that remains way too close to call.
And is it possible to say at this stage what motivated people to get out? I mean, there will be a range of issues, of course, but I think we got a little hint of that in the exit polls.
Yeah, I mean, we know how divided this country is. For Republicans, they were really motivated by concerns about immigration and the economy. For Democrats, it was motivation about fears about the future of this very democracy, which, of course, has been the very issue that they've been hammering at since 2020.
And the issue of reproductive rights. And right now, we should point out that Donald Trump is leading in the popular vote. A lot more votes to be counted, but he is ahead. I don't know if we have those numbers to go to right now. But we'll come back to that, Jackson. Thanks. We have a team of reporters helping to break things down tonight. And there they all are: Neetu Garcha, Jeff Semple, Sean O'Shea, Mike Armstrong, and Reggie Cicchini. We're going to go to Eric Sorensen now with some states that have been called. Eric.
Well, you can see the states, just as you talked about, Dawn, at 11 o'clock, the polls closed, and immediately California and Washington were called for Kamala Harris. Fully expected. Everything on that map is fully expected. It looks pretty much like it did in 2020. We're talking about the battleground states and how those are going for us right now. And at the moment, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're very close. Trump has narrow leads in them all, but he had narrow leads in all of those states 4 years ago. In Georgia, he has a lead right now of 3 points. Let's look at the score. He's up by about 2.9%, a lead of 142,000. But again, 4 years ago, he was up, I think, 6 points around 11 p.m. and with about 90% of the vote cast at that time. So you can't read into it quite, but at the moment, it's not trending where you're feeling optimistic if you are the Harris team, because right now there's a little bit of difficulty in all of these battleground states, but it still has to play out until you get them all counted.
Good idea. All right, Eric Sorensen, calling for patience, which is what we all have to have a big dose of tonight. Eric, thanks. You know, there was talk, Jackson, early on about the concern of what was going to happen at polling places potentially. There's unprecedented security at polling places across this country because of the misinformation, disinformation, the allegations of fraud and all of that. What are we hearing tonight?
Yeah, more than 30 polling stations reporting bomb threats tonight, most of them in Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The FBI actually says that these bomb threats are rooted in a Russian threat. They're tracing them back to Russia. But in Georgia, for example, in one county alone, it resulted in 7 different polling stations having to suspend voting for quite some time and then extend their voting hours. So clearly this was an effort to sow chaos at a time when many Americans were already fearful about the safety of the vote and the potential for violence.
But threats at this point, no evidence of anything actually taking place, which is important to say too, right?
Exactly.
It just means that the votes in those areas that this happened will take longer to count.
And it also adds to those fears of foreign interference which
sure.
we've been talking about since day one.
Absolutely. All right, Jackson, thanks. Let's go to Neetu Garcha, who is at Harris's headquarters at Howard University here in Washington. Neetu, what's happening there?
Donna, you can see the crowd behind me, an estimated 20,000 people anxiously watching the screens as some early results are coming in. Howard University is not only where Kamala Harris earned her degree, it's also where she laid the foundation for a career in public service. Students we talked to here earlier today say they are so excited that their campus is hosting who might become the first U.S. president to have graduated from a historically black university. Students who we talked to, who they say voted enthusiastically for Kamala Harris, say abortion played a large factor factor in their decision. Those students who told us they voted for Kamala Harris because they felt she was the lesser of two evils say that they feel she hasn't done enough to end the suffering in Gaza. Now, some students also expressed to us that they feel there are some tensions tonight around possible violence breaking out. We're hearing that if Donald Trump does declare a winner before the results come in, Kamala Harris's campaign will respond firmly to any potential misinformation that is being spread tonight before a winner is declared. Donna?
All right, Neetu Garcha, thank you. We're going to check in with Jeff Semple, who is in Florida tonight in West Palm Beach. That's where Donald Trump is expected, I guess, any minute, Jeff.
That's right, really any minute, Donna. We are just across the street from the convention center, which is right now hosting the Trump campaign's official election night watch party. And the former president himself is expected to arrive here, as I say, literally any minute. We have seen in just the last few minutes, in fact, this lineup of police cars massing here, security increasing, and in tandem with that, take a look, hundreds of Trump supporters lining the streets here, hoping to catch a glimpse of the former president, whom they hope is about to become president once again, and a real celebratory atmosphere here so far, particularly as people here seeing those early results and a growing sense of optimism, including right here in the state of Florida, which Donald Trump won, completing the Florida hat trick. He won this state in 2016, 2020, and has done it again in 2024 by the widest margin by far. Hard to remember, really, that this not long ago was considered a battleground swing state, but no longer clearly almost every county in this state, Donna, taking a big step to the right here tonight, and Donald Trump hoping to build on the momentum here, and as I say, expected to arrive here at any moment.
All right, Jeff Semple in West Palm Beach, Florida, thank you. We are watching a dynamic and historic night here in Washington, D.C. All right, Jackson Prosco's with me here in Washington. We are overlooking the Capitol, and I don't think anyone in this city, Jackson, has forgotten what happened there on January 6th of 2021. And there was concern that there could be things happening as a result of this election, right? So when you walk along the streets here, I know you live here, I just am a visitor, and I noticed a lot of the places being boarded up. Walked by the White House a few days ago, and they're putting up fencing and hoarding. And what is your sense of the mood of this country right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is tense, and I think you get the sense that there are just two very different worlds, right? There are the Harris camp, the Trump camp. They are reflections of a country that is completely split down the middle, as we're seeing here tonight. You have people wondering, how can half the country vote for someone who tried to overturn the will of voters in a free and fair election? And then you've got Trump supporters who say, how can you support someone who has allowed millions of people to stream into the country across the border unchecked, which, of course, is not just a Kamala Harris or Joe Biden issue. That's something that's been going on for decades in this country, but it's something that Donald Trump has been able to capitalize on. Whether this country is any closer together after tonight, I don't think so. I think it's going to be further apart, no matter which way this goes. But yes, the tension is real. It's palpable. And again, Democrats would jokingly say they were nauseously optimistic because I think they understand the stakes are so high for both sides. Republicans, too, though, feel that fear. They feel that fear that the country that they know and love is slipping away. And that's why they've come out so strongly here tonight as well.
And we should say, for people who are just coming to us, that right now the race has not been called. We don't know who is going to be the next U.S. president. And a large part because of exactly as predicted, the 7 battleground states are too close to call.
That's right, and I really do get the sense that it's going to focus in on the blue wall. So that's your Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which unfortunately are the states where it's going to take the longest to get a full and complete picture, especially if we're talking about margins of just a few thousand votes. The concern I think that's been out there from day one is that Donald Trump would seek to exploit those delays and try and claim fraud if the vote doesn't go his way. That's still a concern tonight. He's been making posts on Truth Social saying exactly that. We have to point out, though, that there has been an effort, especially in Pennsylvania, to try and get things cleaned up, to try and get faster results. And it's Republicans in the state who've blocked that effort. The same people who's claiming that there are shenanigans because it takes too long to get the votes are the ones stopping the votes from being counted faster the way they do in almost every other state.
Right. All right, Jackson, we're going to come back to you. I want to go to Deep Gulsakaram. He is from the University of Colorado, Boulder. Deep, you're a professor. You teach constitutional law and immigration law. Thank you so much for joining us. There's so many questions about some of the proposals that, in particular, Donald Trump is making. In fact, this idea of kicking millions of undocumented immigrants out of the U.S. if he gets reelected. Canada concerned about that because it's possible that some of those people will try to head north. What is the legality of that? Is mass deportation, in fact, legal in the USA?
Well, legal, there's two questions here. One, whether it's legal, and the second, whether it's practical and plausible. So just in terms of how one accomplishes mass deportations, the actual allocation of funding by Congress would have to exponentially increase. We're talking in the hundreds of billions of dollars in order to enact such a program. And in doing so, the Trump administration would have to hire 6-7 times the number of people it currently has, or it would have to attempt to leverage state and local police officers. And that's where you start to get into legal concerns, because the Constitution prevents the president, prevents the federal government from simply commanding state and local governments to do the federal government's bidding. The other suggestion that Trump has sometimes alluded to is the ability to use the military, but there are laws in the United States that prevent the military from being used in domestic situations. So you have those sorts of legal barriers. The other type of massive legal barrier is to deport that many people. You're going to have to figure out ways of detaining them and then giving them process. And all of those are subject to significant constitutional restraints. But I think the largest problem really is the practical one, and that is the hundreds of billions of dollars that it would cost above current allocations for immigration enforcement.
All right, thanks for that. And I want to ask you, too, about something that especially for people outside the country, watch with great curiosity, and that's the fact that Donald Trump has been is a convicted felon now for falsifying business records and related to the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels, also facing a number of other lawsuits and criminal charges. Is it possible that if he is reelected, all those things come to an end? Can he pardon himself?
Yes, this is obviously unprecedented territory. One that has not been called before in Supreme Court jurisprudence in the United States. On the question of pardoning, the first thing to note is that the only thing the president can pardon are federal crimes, first. Second, the question as to whether he can pardon himself. Now, Donald Trump has said he can pardon himself. No one has attempted to do so in the past. The text of the pardon clause of the Constitution doesn't have any explicit limit on him pardoning himself. However, it uses the word grant. The president has the power to grant a pardon. And just typically, the way you might understand and interpret that, you have to grant something to somebody else. You don't grant it to yourself. And further, it violates two bedrock principles of Anglo-American jurisprudence. One, a person cannot be a judge in a case that involves themselves. So a judge wouldn't sit on their own jury for themselves or render judgment on themselves. And second, the principle that no person is above the law. These are bedrock principles in Anglo-American, American jurisprudence, Canadian jurisprudence, English jurisprudence, any democracy around the world. And the idea that one can self-pardon would violate those. And then obviously the practical consequences of such a ruling would be that the president can then engage in any amount of self-dealing, any amount of federal crime, and then pardon himself. Now, the second part of what you asked is, he can only pardon with regards to federal crimes if he's talking about somebody else or even if he thinks he can pardon himself. He has violated or has been alleged to have violated, in some cases been convicted of violating state law as well. The president cannot pardon himself for state law violations. Only the governors of individual states can do so. So state prosecutions can proceed. But again, we are in uncharted territory where a possibly returning president would be the subject of state convictions and state criminal processes.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and a lot to try to sift through. Should the former president Donald Trump win a second term? I want to ask you too about something else that's complex. It's Project 2025. It's this big transition plan, I guess you could call it. I know that Trump and his campaign have distanced themselves personally from it. It's run by the Heritage Foundation, but it's essentially a plan to overhaul the federal government and do things like dismantle the Department of Homeland Security, major overhaul to the way government in the United States works. What's the constitutionality, the legal possibilities of that becoming a reality?
Yeah, so first of all, I just think, the idea that Project 2025 is not part and parcel of the Trump campaign is specious. As far as I understand it, 140 people who formerly worked for Trump are part of the people at Heritage Foundation who drafted it. But your question goes to the legality of many of the proposals. One thing to note is it's a massive document, and it covers everything from civil rights protections, climate change, abortion and reproductive rights, immigration, surveillance of foreign and American sources, and voting rights. It covers a whole bunch of things, including education as well. Some of the things would only be possible with congressional support. So things like a federal abortion ban require Congress to act, not the president acting by himself. Mass deportations would require significant allocations from Congress of $1 and two, personnel to engage in that sort of enforcement. Same thing with some of the things having to do with education and eliminating certain education programs, again, would require Congress. So some of these are not legal questions so much as agenda items for Congress to take up, and unless his party has control of Congress, they would not be able to do so. But some of them are administrative. That is, they're under the control of executive agencies. So some things like using the Department of Justice in particular ways to prosecute, for example, instances of anti-white discrimination, as the Project 2025 describes it, investigating claims of voter fraud by non-citizens, which, by the way, as a statistical matter, is insignificant and has never affected a United States election. Those are things that are under the control of the president and the Department of Justice. So relating back to a question you asked, Trump could also direct his attorney general to stop prosecuting some of the cases that are against Trump himself. So that's one other way of getting out from underneath federal prosecutions, even without the pardon power. And there's the possibility of having the FDA and the people that he would put into the FDA start to make different rulings about, for example, medical abortion or the mailing, the ability to receive medical abortion pills through mailing and those sorts of things. So, there's a lot that the president can control within administrative agencies, but there are some things that are just meant for Congress and he's not going to be able to do. And then obviously, when any of these things happens, they're going to be challenged in court. Because, as was true in the first Trump administration, oftentimes his administrative agency actions have failed to comply with the proper procedures in doing any and all of these things. But it is a very ambitious agenda that would likely result in the significant rolling back of LGBTQ rights, immigrants' rights, and moves towards racial equality in this country.
Yes, lots of things would change if former President Donald Trump wins a second term. Deep Gulaskaram, thank you, from a constitutional law expert from University of Colorado, Boulder. We're going to go to Eric Sorensen now. Eric, I know you want to talk about Wisconsin and Arizona, but can we take you to the results from North Carolina? Because I know that's just been called for Donald Trump.
It's I'd say it's a little bit of a surprise to see that happen at this hour. On the night of the election, because North Carolina took a couple of weeks last time to call, but there it is, Donald Trump leading by 134,000. He's got a 2-point lead approximately, a little bit more than that, and so that's it. So much for North Carolina. Now, this is a state that you wouldn't necessarily expect. The only Democrat that has won it in anything like recent years was Barack Obama in 2008. But since then, 2012, 2016, and 2020, it has gone to the Republicans. But the Democrats thought they had a fair chance there, and I think it's a little bit telling that they've lost North Carolina already. Let's maybe try for a little bit of good news for the Democrats, at least a little bit of hopeful news, and that's by looking at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, so very close. I mean, in 4 of the last 6 elections, it has come down to less than 1 point for the winner in 4 of those 6 elections, and that's Wisconsin. So let's just have a look at the map for Wisconsin for just a second and see if we can't see something, because right now, we showed you this a little bit earlier, that spick of land that goes out into Lake Michigan, that is Door County, and it is a bellwether county. Trump won it when he won the presidency. Biden won it when he won the presidency. But right now, there's Kamala Harris leading by a little over 2 points in Door County. And you can see what that means is that she's at least got that bellwether going for her. At the same time, she is trailing in the state overall. Lots of votes still to be counted there, and it will probably end up very close again. But I think it's hard not to sort of take your mind back to what happened in North Carolina. That's a bit of a jolt, I think, for the Democrats tonight, Donna, that North Carolina has already been called for Donald Trump.
Eric, can you talk a little bit about, since that is North Carolina has gone to Trump, where does that put Kamala Harris in a potential path to 270?
Well, Jackson made the point earlier. These are states like North Carolina that it would be nice to have if you're going to build a strong victory, the type that Biden did. But there's the need to have, and really, it looks like it may be coming down to those blue wall states. Now, she could be helped out in Nevada. Like Nevada itself is, but it's only six electoral votes in Nevada, and with the other ones having all up double digits. It's less likely that Nevada can tip the scale except for some peculiar kind of combinations. At the moment, her best bet is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She went to those 3 states dozens of times over the last few months. They felt that Hillary Clinton in 2016 had made the mistake by spreading herself too thin, focusing on Ohio, focusing on North Carolina, and then she ended up losing Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So they weren't going to be making the mistake of not spending the time there, even if they were going to lose. And right now, they probably are looking at it and saying, we got to get those votes counted as late as it may be, because that may be their lone path to 270.
And what is happening with the vote counts in those so-called blue wall states? Where are we at?
Well, look what just happened over. We were looking at that earlier. I wondered why Oregon hadn't gone, but it just popped in there now. So Oregon has gone for the Democrats. No surprise there. You're asking about the votes in the blue wall states. If we have the boards, we can just take a quick look at them, because it's important to show what's happening there, since this is what it comes down to, probably for Harris, if she's going to find a path. We're just going to look for those. I mean, we just looked at Wisconsin. We saw that Trump is ahead by about 3 or 4 points. He's been ahead. I can tell you that, again, 4 years ago, around 10 or 11 o'clock at night, Trump was ahead by 7 to 15 points in the battleground states, in these blue wall states. So he had those leads early. Now, the counting is happening differently this time. There was a real benefit to Biden. There were a lot of Democratic votes that were going to get counted later. I'm not sure she has that going for her this time. But here's Pennsylvania. He's up by 4 points, a lead of 177,000. He led big. He led by 500,000, Trump, in Pennsylvania last time around. So don't make too much of that yet. Michigan, his lead is again about 7 points, 120,000 votes lead. So that's you can't. Again, I wouldn't overrate these things, but it's all tilting in his direction at the moment. Again, they were tilting in his direction in 2020, and he lost all of those, right? Wisconsin, we looked at that a little bit earlier. It's a little bit closer, but she's going to have to start making up some ground in these states. It's certainly possible. We just don't know quite where some of the votes are that need to be counted yet. Often it's urban centers that take longer to count. So, in Milwaukee, in Wayne County, we'll take a look at Wayne County. As soon as we have a chance, we'll have a look at Wayne County just to see how many votes have been counted there. That's around Detroit and obviously around Philadelphia. These are the big centers where she needs to win a lot of urban votes in those places. Well, look at this. Look at you, Mark. There's Wayne County. Let's see what it looks like. Donald Trump. You know what? They just haven't counted many votes there yet. because Wayne County is going to be a very large number of votes, and so it doesn't tell us too much at the moment. It's good to take a quick peek at it, and it is, I'd say, a little misleading. You know, it is worth pointing out, though, that in Wayne County, it's not just Detroit, which is going to have a lot of black votes that will go to Kamala Harris, but part of Wayne County is also Dearborn, Michigan, and that has a population of something close to 300,000 Arab Americans, Muslims, and as you know, that became an issue that the Muslim Americans were feeling that they weren't getting the support they wanted for Gaza against Israel and the bombing that was happening in Gaza, and they were ready to turn on the Harris and on the Biden team. And if those votes ended up staying home or actually going over to Trump, I mean, that could change things in a big, big way. And we might see that in the margins by which Harris will win in Wayne County. She may win, but she needs big margins in Wayne County. If they're narrow margins because she loses some of the Arab vote, or some black men decided they were going to support Trump, you know, all bets are off at that point for Kamala Harris in Michigan.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess patience is the name of the game for now. Eric, thank you.
Okay.
We're going to check in with Mike Armstrong, who is in Philadelphia, and we're still no call in Pennsylvania, and we weren't expecting one. What are you hearing there tonight, Mike?
Yeah, well, just to pick up a little bit on how Eric was sort of analyzing the vote, Harris here in Pennsylvania had an early lead tonight. Here's how it's shaken down. She was up when the first results came out. That was probably early mail-in ballots in large part. You know, they started counting those at 7 a.m., so when it was time to release results, there were some of those results to come. There's still a lot of mail-in ballots to be counted, but at least some did come out at that point. From there, rural counties started releasing their numbers. Those favor Trump. The lead flipped to Trump at about 47%, with about 47% of the results in. We're now closing in on 80%. There are likely still a lot of mail-in ballots. Those do favor Harris. Big cities, a lot of results still to come, but less and less runway certainly for Harris as we go. So if she does lose this state, people are going to start asking what went wrong. One of the things, Josh Shapiro, the popular governor of the state, some are going to argue that he might have helped, he might have made a better running mate for her and maybe helped deliver his state. The fracking issue may have hurt her as well here in Pennsylvania. She changed her view on that issue, promised she wouldn't ban it, but there was damage done. And also, Donald Trump seems to have made some inroads with the Latino community. He was supported the last time around by 3 in 10 Latinos. Exit polls today have him at about being supported by about 4 in 10 Latinos. That could have gone a long way to helping him with the results we're seeing right now here in the state, Donna.
Sure. All right, Mike Armstrong in Pennsylvania tonight. We're going to come back to you, Mike, as soon as we get a little bit more information about what's happening there. Thank you. We want to go to Irshad Manji now. She is the founder and CEO of the Moral Courage Project. Irshad, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks for having me.
I know you're an educator and an author, and in your latest book, Don't Label Me, you proposed methods on how to heal political, racial, cultural divides in the United States. All of those issues really front and center during this election campaign. Is there a way for you to encapsulate how we might move away from the polarization that we're seeing in America now? I know it's a big topic.
It's a huge topic, but here is the bottom line. You know, Americans, and I think this probably applies to Canadians as well, agree more than we think we do about the biggest issues before us. It's not that we disagree about the issues, it's that we disagree about each other. We don't trust each other. And so we don't engage each other in meaningful ways, which only deepens the distrust and distracts us from what there is already consensus about. So trust building is job number one.
Well, and you know, that's interesting you say that, because we've heard from people in this country who say, you know, in a marriage, for example, one person is voting for Donald Trump and the other person is voting for Kamala Harris, or within families, and it's led to splits. People don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it with each other. They don't want to discuss politics anymore because it's just it's become so personal for people. How do they overcome that?
Largely, it feels personal because identity has become all the rage. You know, Donna, I grew up in Canada, and I remember I wasn't the only Canadian at the time who sort of looked at the United States with a little bit of envy because we always had an identity crisis in Canada, right? Who are we as Canadians? And Americans
Yeah,
seem
who
to know.
are we? Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. And Americans always seem to know who they are. It's like that has flipped now. And that is one of the biggest reasons that Americans are divided, is that they don't trust that you see yourself as an American, even if I see myself as an American. And they don't know how to define what it is to be American anymore. And so, you know, it really does take skills for people to engage each other. It's not just about plunking down and you know, and starting a conversation. You got to know how to start the conversation. You got to know how to ask sincere questions, not judgy questions. You've got to know how to listen to learn from the other, not to win and not merely to understand. So you can see that you know, the skill set of healthy communication is something that needs to be taught. And it certainly is not being taught, not at universities and not at K-12 schools.
So you're not talking about politics here so much. It's just the way we interact with each other and the way kids are raised. It sounds like you're fundamentally talking about identity politics.
And identity politics no longer simply means, you know, demographic politics, your skin color, your religion, your gender, your sexual identity. No, it's also your ideology. It's your partisanship. It's your belief system. And so it's very interesting when Republicans slam diversity. What they're actually slamming is also the welter of people in their own camp who, you know, identify in certain ways, but they don't take that into consideration. They reduce diversity strictly to skin color. And that's a way of letting themselves off the hook for how they've contributed to the culture wars.
It's interesting. So, Irshad, I know you're living in the United States now. How do you try to get people to move to where you want them to be when it comes to discussing these issues with each other? How do you open that conversation?
I point out to them a very basic fact that when you motivate others to hear you, you are much more likely to get, you know, your point of view across. In other words, the reason to be adopting the skills that I talked about a moment ago is not to be civil. It's not to be nice. It is to ensure that you are being heard. But the dirty little secret in all of this, neuroscience tells us this, as does, you know, lived experience, is that if you want to get a fair hearing, the most reliable way is to give a fair hearing. Nobody wants to hear that, but they always want to hear, how can I, you know, be listened to, even by those who disagree with me? And so when we do our work, we always frame it as enlightened self-interest. You want to be heard? You got something to say? Great. That's the reason to learn these skills.
Well, we could all use more of that. Irshad Manji, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it. Irshad Manji, founder of the Moral Courage Project. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Jackson here in Washington, D.C. Jackson, there's some news, I guess, about the House Speaker.
Yeah, House Speaker Mike Johnson has been reelected in his own district. And of course, this is significant because depending on which way control of the House goes tonight, he will either remain Speaker or he will simply become the Republican Party's leader in the House. We've talked a lot about polls, of course, suggesting a dead heat in the presidential race. The House race, too, it's only slightly favored to tip toward Democrats, but we're talking a 1 or 2 seat majority here, so it's not clear whether or not he will hold that position. He spoke to supporters a short time ago, though. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I've been in the war room here. I'm having to manage about 250 races around the country tonight. I want to tell you, we feel really good about that.
Yeah, so, it's a big question again, whether he is the next speaker or whether it is Hakeem Jeffries, which would be historic. But much like the presidential race, this one's going to take even longer to sort out because we'll be waiting on districts in California. That could take 2 to 3 weeks.
Really, that long?
To determine control of the House if it's down to a 1 or 2 seats
right,
question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the watch party where for Kamala Harris, where Neetu Garcha is. That's in Howard University, not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. And that is the alma mater of Kamala Harris, Neetu.
That's right, Donna, and a source of pride for a lot of the students here. There is an estimated 20,000 people who have filled the venue, and it remains the case that their eyes remain glued on the screens here that are playing some of those early results that are trickling in. I want to provide an update that within the last hour, Harris's campaign manager sent an update to staff expressing confidence in securing a path to 270, even with these early results showing what they are. They say that would be through the blue wall states. In Pennsylvania, they say turnout exceeded expectations in Philadelphia and Bucks County, particularly among non-white and student populations. In Michigan, they say strong early and election day turnout is expected, though results from Detroit won't be available until later. And in Wisconsin, high turnout is expected in Dane and Milwaukee counties, with full results expected in the early morning between 3 and 5 a.m. Now, earlier, Ewan Jackson had referenced that Trump amnesia. Some of the students we talked to here earlier had mentioned that a week ago today, Kamala Harris had made a speech at the Ellipse here in D.C. She was contrasting between herself and Donald Trump, who made a speech at that very venue on January 6th before the Capitol was violently stormed. Harris's campaign throughout has been backed by a number of celebrities. A day after she campaigned with Beyonce in Texas, the self-proclaimed reluctant campaigner Michelle Obama had campaigned as well, saying that she hates politics, but she believes the overturn of Roe versus Wade, restricting abortion rights, was the harbinger of dangerous limitations on health care for women, followed by Harris saying this is the difference between a country rooted in freedom or in chaos and division. And that contrast really seems to be what the anxiety in this venue here tonight is rooted in. Earlier, I told you that a DJ was playing lively music. People had been dancing, waving flags. There were musical performances on the stage, and people really seemed enthusiastic and optimistic. Since then, as we've seen the results come in, the crowd really seems glued to the screens and cheering anytime there's any kind of update that seems to be in favor of Kamala Harris. But there seems to be more and more anxiety as those results come in around what that could mean for the final outcome and potential violence that could break out. We're hearing from the Kamala Harris campaign, if Donald Trump does end up declaring a winner before the results come in, that they will respond aggressively and push back firmly on any potential disinformation and misinformation that could be spread before the full results come in. Donna?
All right, certainly no winner declared at this point. Neetu Garcha at the watch party for Kamala Harris at Howard University. Thank you. And we had heard that Donald Trump would appear, well, it's now between 10 p.m. Eastern and about now in Florida. That's where Jeff Semple is, West Palm Beach. Jeff, any sign of him yet?
Hi, Donna. Not yet, but at the risk of sounding like a broken record, he is expected here any minute. We've been told he is coming, he is on his way. And as you can see, take a look, lots of police cars here, and we have Donald Trump supporters lining the streets for hundreds of meters here, waiting to greet the former president when he arrives at his official campaign election watch party here, which is happening just behind our camera here. So Donald Trump expected to arrive here any second. We will let you know when he does, and obviously going to be receiving quite a rock star reception when he does arrive. And there's a real sense of anticipation here, and a sense that victory might be within reach. People here refreshing the election results on their phone, you know, seeing the results, seeing some of those swing states, including North Carolina, going for Donald Trump. We're also watching the results closely in Georgia, just north of here, of course, where we spent a few days over the past week. You know, still too close to call, but looking like it could be going Donald Trump's way. Florida certainly did. You can hear Donald Trump supporters coming by here behind me, honking their horns. That's been a common refrain here for the last couple of hours. So North Carolina, possibly Georgia, Donna. Florida went Trump's way, as we expected it would, but it went by a wide margin. Trump won his home state in 2016, in 2020 by pretty thin margins, but this time he took, it's believed, about 56% of the vote. So a resounding victory here, and increasingly the trend appears to be that the southern United States is turning Republican red, which, you know, as you've been discussing, means that Kamala Harris's path to victory may well lie in the north, in that blue wall, as it's so often called. There's been a lot of talk, of course, about the potential of Kamala Harris making history if she were to win this election by becoming the first female American president. But Donald Trump also poised to make some history here as well. If he were to win, at the 78-year-old would become the oldest American president in history. He would also become just the second in history to serve non-consecutive terms. So the only second person in history to return to office after losing an election. The last and only other time that has happened, Donna, was Grover Cleveland, who won his second term way back in 1893. So Grover Cleveland, there's one for your next trivia night, Donna. And finally, the other way that Donald Trump would make history. Sorry, I was going to add one more for your bingo card. The only other way that, and the final way that he would make history here tonight, is by becoming the first convicted felon to be elected president of these United States.
Well, if you weren't going to say it, I was, Jeff, so thanks. And I don't remember Grover Cleveland, so thank you for that. That is going back in time. With me now is Imran Ahmed. He is the founder and CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Thanks so much for speaking with us today. Can I ask you, first of all, what you made of the campaign and the way it played out and the way that the political candidates spoke to each other and spoke to the electorate?
Well, look, of course, this has been an extraordinary campaign, not least of all because of the replacement of one of the major candidates halfway through the campaign. And so in that respect, it's been a truncated, it's been a shortened campaign. But we've also seen, for the first time ever, the scale of domestically produced disinformation overtake that produced by potential hostile foreign powers like Russia and China. And in particular, we've seen this has been an election in which Elon Musk and the X platform have played a really significant role, because this is a platform that has quite substantial reach in the United States. It's still a platform that's really important in that it's used by politicians, journalists, civil society to try and as a lens on the world. And that platform has, of course, been specifically bent. It's been reweighted to advantage one side over another. And that's never really happened before. In the past, platforms have been very careful not to be seen to be partisan. And in this instance, one of them has gone, well, full MAGA.
Is there a way to gauge how that domestic disinformation campaign potentially affected or will affect the outcome tonight, or is it too difficult to try to connect those dots?
Look, I think we're going to see some direct effects in terms of, in particular, there was a lot of disinformation about migration and about LGBTQ plus people, in particular trans people, that we saw during this election, and in the run-up as well. Let's not forget, it's been the drip of disinformation over a 4-year period since 2020 that has been dripped and recolored the lens through which so many Americans view the world and view the problems of America today. And they've been mobilized in this election by a very, very aggressive campaign, advertising and disinformation. So it'll be very difficult to disaggregate the impact of that drip of disinformation over a long period of time, the mobilization and this in the actual what political folks call the short campaign, the actual run up to the election itself. But I suspect that we will be able to see that the migration issue had a substantial effect, and the misperceptions that have been seeded by campaigns and by individuals like Elon Musk that have really moved the dial in this incredibly close election. Don't forget, these elections are won by a few tens of thousands of votes in a few counties around the country. And what we may be able to sort of discern as we disaggregate the data over a longer period of time is just the impact of that disinformation, those disinformation narratives.
Your center is called the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Is there a way, really, to counter digital hate, or, I mean, has the horse bolted? I mean, is it too late?
Look, these social media platforms have only been in place for 15, 20 years or so. And so it's entirely possible for countries to take action to preserve their democracy, to preserve the integrity of their communities, to preserve our ability to get on with each other. And countries like the United Kingdom have passed the Online Safety Act in the past 12 months or so. The European Union has passed the Digital Services Act. Canada has been talking about an Online Harms Act for quite some time now, but not actually passed it. And so there are countries which are moving to protect the integrity of their information ecosystem. And look, it's become increasingly clear that as social media becomes the primary place where we share information, we negotiate our values, our norms, but also where we negotiate what we decide to be true, what facts are, that if those platforms are commercialized, privatized, and owned by a few small people, they have unbelievable power over our democracies. Our democracies rely upon open, free discourse based on the facts. And as these platforms have been able to shift reality for many members of the public, well, the question becomes, what will countries do to preserve the integrity of their information ecosystem, which is so vital to our democracy?
Mm-hmm. And we haven't even discussed the issue of foreign interference. And we've seen bomb threats made in this election cycle right now at various polling places in the United States. And the information from authorities suggests that some of them, at least, were coming from Russian sources. Threats. There's no evidence that anyone has acted on anything. Nonetheless, it's destabilizing and harder to try to prevent.
Look, we have an array of hostile countries, many of which are anti-democratic by instinct: Russia, China, Iran, and others who have sought to undermine this election, and they undermine elections all over the world, including in Canada, the UK, and elsewhere. And for all of those countries, they have found it remarkably easy to gain access to the public discourse, to be able to shape narratives, to be able to shift perceptions. And that's because we've made this bizarre decision as countries to open up a direct line between Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the Ayatollah and our public through social media platforms, in which they're able to conceal their identities, conceal their intent, and instead slowly drip hate and disinformation into our public. It's almost like we've opened up an artery, we've put a central line in, and we're saying inject what you want. And that's really what we're doing to our democracies. We've created a fundamental structural weakness, which is being exploited by our enemies, the enemies of democracy, both foreign and domestic.
All right. Lots to discuss there and lots to tackle for whoever becomes the next president. And I suspect all the things we're discussing, if former President Donald Trump wins another term, he won't be addressing these particular issues. But Imran Ahmed, thank you so much, founder and CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. We appreciate you taking time with us. Thanks. All right, let's go to Eric Sorensen now. Eric, I think what you're looking at is what's happening in Maricopa County in Arizona. Have I got that right?
You do. We're talking about the state that I am standing in front of. But at the moment, we want to look at Arizona. We haven't had a chance to look at it very closely. You know, the polls leading up to this election suggested that, for the most part, this one looked like it was going to Trump. You know, all the battleground states were too close to call, but if there was one that looked like it was trending, it was this one. So let's have a look at what it stands like right now in Arizona. And it shows that it's actually very, very close. Trump has a lead of just 7,000 votes. With about 1.8 million votes cast so far. So he's 0.4 percentage points ahead of Kamala Harris. And if we look into the map on Arizona, around Phoenix is the county that matters most. That's Maricopa County. This is the thing that makes the difference for Harris. You can see that 50% of the votes have been counted there, only 50%. That's a good sign for her. She's ahead there by about 40,000, only about 24,000 votes. Remember that Biden won Maricopa County by 45,000 votes. He only won the state by 11,000 votes. So he needed to have an abundance of votes in Maricopa County. Right now, she's trailing in that regard. She needs a bit more from there in Maricopa County. And so Arizona is another tough slog for the Democrats at the moment, Donna.
Okay, thanks, Eric. We'll keep watching that. And you're also taking a look at Fulton County in the state of Georgia. What are you seeing there?
Well, we think it's interesting to look this over because they haven't called Georgia, right? You know, let's look at what the standings are in the state between Harris and Trump right now in Georgia. He's up by 134,000 votes, about a 3-point lead on her. But when you look at the map, you know, there's always big things to think about with Fulton County, which is just around Atlanta there, and you can see the percentages for her. She's ahead by, 240,000 votes, but she may need more than that. And we want to point something out with that, and that is the ballots counted so far. Now, this is an interesting sort of map to look at. You can see how many votes there are cast around Atlanta. In Atlanta, in Fulton County, and the counties that are surrounding it. And then you have all those little red dots. That shows how many votes have been cast in other smaller counties around the state. The question then is, how many votes are there left to count? So let's look at the uncounted votes. And if you see them, those are those little gray circles. There are still some big gray circles, meaning a lot of uncounted votes right around Atlanta. And there aren't a lot of other votes elsewhere. So there are still votes where she has more votes to count in and around Atlanta. There are fewer for Trump. That's why they're not calling Atlanta at this point, Donna. If we look back again at the state fully, she's behind by 134,000. But it looks to me like there's still quite a few votes to count, more around Atlanta than anywhere else in the state. Donna.
All right, Eric Sorensen with the entire United States of America behind you. Thanks for keeping tabs on things for us. We're going to come back to you. For now, let's go to Mercedes Stevenson.
Is how potential leaders here in Canada, with our own election coming up in the next year, could play out. Of course, Justin Trudeau has experience in managing a Trump presidency before, has had a good relationship with the Biden presidency, but Harris, a different president, and the potential of Pierre Poilievre. Eric and I have some numbers about who Canadians think might be best to handle various presidents, according to polls that have been put out here. This is from Angus Reid. Eric, what are you seeing that Canadians feel about the various leaders and how they might engage with the two presidential options?
It's interesting. Canadians see Poilievre and Trudeau very differently depending on whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Angus Reid found that 38% of Canadians think that Pierre Poilievre would be better as a prime minister in dealing with a second Trump administration. That may not sound large because there were a lot of people who just said neither of them would be any good, but 38% puts him well ahead of Trudeau in terms of dealing with Trump. At the same time, 37% think that Trudeau would be better than Trump in dealing with Harris. So it's an interesting observation how Canadians feel who would be best to deal with Trump or Harris. At the moment, they think that the Conservative Poilievre would be better to deal with the Republican, Trump, if that's the way it works out in the next, say, election here and the election there.
Thanks, Eric. And we also have 26% of Canadians say that they think that Pierre Poilievre would do a better job with both Trump and Harris. 20% say that about Justin Trudeau, so 6%, not a big gap there. And almost a fifth feel that neither of them would do a great job. To talk more about this, we have Aaron Ettinger joining us now. He is Associate Professor in the Department of Political Science at Carleton University in Ottawa. Aaron, a lot of folks wonder if the Trudeau government would really consider it that difficult to get another Trump presidency. Sure, there would be policy issues, but it does give them a foil. Your thoughts on how Justin Trudeau would handle that?
Well, he would have to handle it very, very carefully because he is in a much weaker position than he was back in 2017 when Donald Trump came into office. Of course, we all know that Trudeau is lagging behind Pierre Poilievre in the polls. There is talk of an election coming up sometime in the next 4 or 6 months or something along those lines. And Donald Trump, should he pull through over here and become a president in January, would be coming in very, very hot. And in his first 100 days in office, he would be very aggressive, which would also correspond with the period of the Canadian election cycle, which could see either Justin Trudeau return as prime minister, but probably not, or Pierre Poilievre enter as a rookie prime minister up against an experienced Donald Trump.
Does a potential Trump presidency make it harder for Pierre Poilievre to get elected here, or does it indicate a political shift in the zeitgeist?
I've thought about that question and I have no idea how to answer it because I'm going both ways. I mean, for one, people could say, yeah, maybe, two conservatives might get along. But at the same time, Canadians could also think that, well, Justin Trudeau did a particularly good job back in 2017, 2018 during the NAFTA renegotiations. So why not keep the experienced guy in office instead of handing it over to a rookie prime minister? But ultimately, I don't think it's going to matter at all because for the most part, Canadians do not vote on the basis of foreign policy considerations.
Now, of course, where foreign policy crosses over into domestic is when it starts to affect us on things like trade. What are your thoughts in terms of priorities that the government should be thinking about if they have to deal with a Harris or a Trump presidency, since both are still in play?
Well, a Harris presidency would be, a continuity, would be the status quo. And so people in Ottawa and everywhere else in Canada could breathe sort of sigh of relief. Should Donald Trump become the next president, well, Canada would have to reinvigorate and reanimate that Team Canada approach that it mobilized so well last time, right? Have every Canadian official talk to their counterparts in the United States in order to put pressure on them, to put pressure on the White House to ensure smooth workings of the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Donald Trump is a populist guy. Obviously, he is a Republican, but he shifts his opinion based on what he thinks is going to get him elected. When you talk about his relationship with Pierre Poilievre, sure, there's that conservatism. Pierre Poilievre, to a degree, is also a populist leader, but so is Justin Trudeau. If there were a Poilievre prime ministership, how do you see that playing out with Donald Trump on things like trade or defense spending, where Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives have not been willing to say they'd spend 2%, despite criticizing the Liberal government for the same thing?
Yeah, I'm not particularly, convinced that their conservative backdrops would matter so much. Their populist styles might see them get along quite nicely, but Donald Trump has demonstrated that he is more than willing to go very hard and very aggressive at any international leader that doesn't suit his interests, right? Left, right, center, it doesn't really matter. So if Donald Trump wants to press hard on Canada's defense spending issues, Pierre Poilievre is going to have a very difficult time as prime minister making any reasonable promises or plausible promises to get to the 2% spending GDP threshold that we've been hearing about this whole time. Should Pierre Poilievre become the prime minister and square off against an experienced Donald Trump presidency, he would be in for a very tough time.
When it comes to a Donald Trump presidency, of course, one of the big questions is how you deal with him. And the Trudeau government has said, look, we've dealt with him before. We have the contacts. Pierre Poilievre doesn't. I'm curious to know, though, does it help in some ways the Liberals if there's a Donald Trump presidency? Because you can have serious foreign policy conflicts, I don't mean war, obviously, but disagreements over things like trade, whatever else, and they're able to kind of shrug and say, well, it's Donald Trump, in a way that they can't do with Harris and haven't been able to do with Biden.
It could. A new Trump presidency would give the Liberal Party and Justin Trudeau a very good argument for staying in power. Right, we've dealt with this guy before. We can deal with him again. We have many of the veterans of those 2017, 2008 negotiations still in the party and still in government. It would be a very potent and, I think, to some degree, persuasive argument.
In the lead up to tonight's election, we were chatting back and forth a little bit. We were talking about the possibility that concerns a lot of Canadians and certainly a lot of Americans, and that's the potential for political violence no matter who wins, or especially if there's not a clear result. How do you foresee that playing out, and what would it mean for Canada?
Well, I've been rather encouraged by what I've seen so far today in the United States. Right, lots and lots of people voting, some threats of violence, bomb threats, but nothing that has actually come to fruition. And so I am cautiously optimistic at this point. What this conversation would look like if we had it again 24 hours from now, I have no idea. Now, in Canada, political violence is less prevalent and there's probably a whole lot less appetite for it. So I'm less concerned about the political violence matter spilling over the border. But as we saw in 2022 with the trucker convoy protests, there is a latent kind of element of violence that courses throughout the Canadian body politic. It is there, and we should not diminish its significance.
Does the risk of that violence in the United States go away once the election and the results are in, or is this sort of something that you see as now being woven into the political fabric of the United States? And while we, once used to say, well, we're worried about right-wing militias if Donald Trump gets in, there have been not one but two assassination attempts on the former president. So obviously it's not a single side. There's multiple threats here. How ingrained do you think that is now?
Yeah, I mean, it is a feature of the American political culture. It is not a bug. We just happen to have enjoyed about 40 or 50 years in which political violence has been relegated to the extraordinary margins. I mean, if you think back to the 60s, there was all kinds of bombings and terrorist violence and so on and so forth. Go back throughout American history, you'll see something similar. It's just uncommon in recent memory. However, it seems to be increasingly a feature of the American political appetite in the 21st century.
So after asking you all these questions on political violence, I'm going to pull back and play the other side of it and say we talk about it, we fear it, we're concerned about it, there's certainly the threat of it. But do you think that looking at how things are playing out tonight, maybe it's a little more positive than we thought? Maybe these are just the fringes, the margins, angry people saying angry words versus the vast majority who accept democracy and the results of the people.
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, if we want to put a more positive, optimistic spin on things here, we can say that there has been a tremendous turnout, perhaps nearing record highs, certainly record early voting in the United States, and no actual political violence. That's a good thing. All right, we shouldn't underestimate how significant that is, especially given all of this talk we've heard about polarization and on all that kind of stuff over the last couple of years. So in that regard, democracy seems to be working reasonably well today, at least.
Aaron, I have to ask, because you work with young people and, of course, such a different environment that they are facing today, what do you tell your students and what do you hear from them about this election?
The first thing that I tell my students is to first get your facts, right? What is actually going on? Figure out what is going on the ground empirically before coming to any conclusions. That is both, an analytically sound way of doing things, and it's also a great way of keeping your head on your shoulders, keeping your mind in order, letting the facts guide your conclusions and not the other way around.
Aaron, thank you so much for joining us with your insight, and our best to your students.
Thank you very much.
We'll turn it back over to Washington now.
Good evening. You're joining Global News coverage of America Votes. I'm Donna Friesen. We're here in Washington, D.C., and we are watching the race between Democratic candidate Kamala Harris and Republican candidate Donald Trump, both of them vying to reach the White House and become the 47th president of the United States of America. We're overlooking the Capitol, which Trump supporters, you'll recall, stormed on January 6th. So the result of the last presidential election were being certified. And with me here in Washington is our Washington Bureau Chief, Jackson Prosco. Hi there, Jackson. And Andra Gillespie from Emory University. Thanks for being with us. First to you. You counseled us when we talked to you earlier to be patient and very wise advice. Are you still feeling that as you see these results, that it's far too early to say anything conclusive?
It's still going to be a long night. The results are still going to be close, and there's still enough outstanding votes in some of these battleground states for it to be a little too premature given how close the margins are. Now, there's some states that I think are probably close to being called. So if I had to guess, my home state of Georgia is probably going to be called soon. And so I'm just looking at the number of outstanding votes in Metro Atlanta, for instance. And so with 70, 80, 90% of the votes having been counted in some of these metro counties, that's a lot different than being in Pennsylvania and looking at Philadelphia and its suburbs, for instance, and looking and seeing the number of votes that are outstanding there. Or certainly if we go out west to a place like Arizona, where they're at the beginning of their counting process. So it's going to take a little while for us to figure out what's going on. And so some states are farther along in that process than others. And so it might take a little longer to be able to call a close election.
And just back to Georgia, your home state, are you seeing anything surprising there, or is it sort of playing out as you expected?
No, I mean, the fundamentals of Georgia still favor Republicans in the state. Democrats have to put forward a flawless get out the voter mobilization operation, and people have to perceive the Republican candidate to be particularly compromised and flawed. And so the story of Georgia may be Donald Trump wasn't perceived as being flawed enough to overcome the numerical disadvantage that Democrats typically have in the state. What I will note, though, is that Donald Trump, relative to 2016, in terms of the margin, right now is about 4 points ahead of Kamala Harris. He was 5 points ahead of Hillary Clinton in 2016.
That's interesting. Jackson, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot closer, though, with Joe Biden, right? It was 11,780 votes, as we all know, famously. Are you surprised that the gap has widened again here?
Well, no. I mean, people have looked at the favorability ratings. We have seen public opinion polling nationwide that suggests that people have a nostalgic view of the Trump administration. Some of this is informed by views of the economy, so people perceive that they were better off economically under the Trump administration than under the Biden administration. And so, people might be overlooking things like COVID. That was certainly top of mind in the 2020 election. And there are people who are overlooking January 6th. Not everybody. So the people who care about democracy as an issue are going to be more likely to vote for Kamala Harris, but that's not all of the electorate.
Nostalgic about 2016. That's an interesting way to put it.
Or nostalgic about the Trump administration.
About the Trump administration, yeah.
And we sort of talked earlier about this idea of Trump amnesia, right? As you alluded to, this sort of firestorm of news and the pandemic in there. And then you've got a whole cohort of younger voters who weren't even old enough to remember all that. So it almost does feel fresh to them.
So it feels fresh, and if people are focusing on one aspect of the Trump presidency, the fact that prices may have been lower, without recognizing or tying inflation to COVID, and us still kind of coming back from that and understanding that all of the stimulus checks, those that came from the Trump administration and the Biden administration, actually contributed to the inflationary problems that we're still experiencing today that are abating. Right. If people don't put it into that particular context, they may make different types of choices.
Yeah, of course, inflation affected every country in the world, right, post-COVID. Do you think it was a factor that Donald Trump had such a long period to campaign as opposed to Kamala Harris? I think it was 471 days of campaigning. That's a long time to keep hitting your message, right?
So that certainly helps. It also helps that he has a very, very loyal base constituency. And they tried to grow that constituency by reaching out to low propensity voters. That was why there was all that outreach to young men in particular. So he certainly took advantage of that. He also took advantage of the fact that he, unlike most presidential candidates, can say, I've done this job before, you know what you're getting with me. And, we know when we're talking about bona fide incumbents, like people who are actually still holding the office when they have it, that even people who might be perceived as spirit of middling in the job, at least they're known quantities. And so it's sometimes a challenge for the person who's running against them to try to project what they're going to do differently, because you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they can actually live up to those promises. And so Kamala Harris was at a bit of a disadvantage because Trump very successfully tried to portray her as the incumbent running on the Biden record. And the fact of the matter is that Biden's approval ratings are net negative. And so that was certainly something that was going to be really difficult for her, in addition to the fact that she had to put this campaign together in 100 days.
Andrea, I wanted to ask you about something about Kamala Harris's campaign. She chose not to make an issue of the fact of who she is, her gender, or the fact that she's Black and South Asian. Do you think that? Do you understand why she didn't do that?
Yes. So Black candidates in particular, and this is also true in Asian American contexts as well, engage in a strategy called deracialization. You're trying to put together a multiracial coalition. You want it to be broad-based. You want it to be as appealing to as many people as possible. And so Black candidates, especially those who are running for statewide and national office, tend to try to de-emphasize and transcend race. So they don't want to talk about their identity all the time. When they talk about issues, they don't want to act like they're specifically targeting and favoring their home community because they don't want to alienate supporters from outside of the community, particularly white voters. So she tried as much as possible to avoid race. There were times when she couldn't avoid it, as was the case with Barack Obama when the Jeremiah Wright controversy first erupted during the 2008 Democratic primaries. But you could tell, especially towards the end, when she insisted on saying that she was running as a president for all America and she was running to try to unite. So, it's considered strategically risky to run sort of overtly kind of putting your race on your shoulder, because then you'll be accused of reverse racism, especially by a candidate who might be of the order or of the ilk of Donald Trump. And then also it has the potential of appearing exclusionary. Women candidates encounter different types of stereotypes. So they are perceived to be better on issues that kind of relate to things that fall under the domestic sphere, the things that we expect women to do as mothers and as caretakers. But I think it becomes a question of whether or not people take them seriously as strong leaders for the other aspects of the job, particularly things related to national defense. So it's not unusual to see women candidates try to tout their foreign policy or their defense credentials as a means to sort of say that they have access and entree into the boys' club. The challenge with studying gender in politics is that we know that when women run for office, all else being equal, they tend to perform about the same as men. There are issues in recruiting women to run for office in the United States. But then there are also the issues of, even if the outcome doesn't look terribly different, what are the underlying mechanisms that are predicting vote choice? And so a thing that we're probably going to be paying a lot of attention to this cycle, as we did in 2016, is the way that underlying racism and sexism might have actually contributed to people supporting Kamala Harris or supporting Donald Trump in this election.
Yeah,
so we'll be studying that for years to come.
Yeah. All right. Andrea Gillespie, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks. All right. What time is it? It is now after midnight here in Washington, D.C., and nearly all the polls have closed. There's a small area in Alaska where voting keeps going for about another hour, but essentially all the ballots have now been cast in America's 2024 presidential election. And Eric Sorensen has been tracking all the results for us. Eric, there's a lot of red in the center of the country there, and all those gray spots that we see behind you are the states that have not been called, right?
That Alaska, that's likely to go to go red. That's fine. But as you point out with all the other ones, look at what's still outstanding.
Thank you, Andre.
All these gray states that are gray right now, Donna, they all went for Joe Biden. Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. I mean, New Hampshire hasn't even been called yet, nor has Maine. At this point, Kamala Harris is drawing to an inside straight. She has to almost run the table. She doesn't need all of these, but at the moment, these were all states that were won by Biden, and right now they're all outstanding. She's not kind of pulling ahead really in much of anywhere there. It has to be a concern for the Democrats for sure. One of the battleground states was called a time ago, and that's North Carolina. Let's take a look at what happened there. Trump is leading by a little more than 2 points. He only won it by 1.3 percentage points last time against Biden. So for the moment, he's doing better in North Carolina than he did in 2020. And the next state we want to look at is Pennsylvania? Virginia? No, it's Pennsylvania. You're just trying to fool me. Pennsylvania. You can see his lead is 168,000. He has again, it's about a lead of 3 points here almost. And that is interesting because she needs to start making up some ground there too. And now we want to look at Michigan. You know, there's an opportunity in some of these states where not all the votes have been counted. And in Michigan, you can see that she is trailing by 6 points, but she was trailing, or sorry, Biden was trailing in 2020 in Michigan as well. And if we look at the map of Michigan, we can get a better sense of it. I just want you to look down in the southeastern corner. They're down around Detroit. You can see there, it's a lot of blue. That's a lot of votes that would be for Kamala Harris. And the question is, how many votes are there for her? And if we check the ballots counted so far, you can see how many votes are cast for her in the big blue circle right around Detroit and in the counties right around Detroit as well, around Wayne County. If you look at the uncounted votes, again, you can see those are the big gray areas. You can tell that in Wayne County, there are still a lot of votes uncounted. So, you know, when we look at the map then and come back to looking at Detroit there, it's not over with yet. That's why they haven't called it. Let's have a look at what Wayne County looks like for the moment. Kamala Harris has a lead. It's just not a lot of votes have been counted there, it seems like. She's up by, 37,000 votes. There were a couple of 100,000 votes or more that were won in Wayne County by Joe Biden. So she has to start piling up some votes in Wayne County. It'll be interesting to see if the whole overall vote numbers in Wayne County are diminished because there were a lot of people for different reasons, whether it was Arab Americans or black men who decided they may not have wanted to vote and would normally have voted maybe for Harris or for the Democrats and instead are not voting at all. But at the moment, boy, does she, Donna, she has to start winning a lot of, again, I think the thing that's striking about this map is how many states are uncalled, and they were all blue 4 years ago.
I mean, I guess the potential exists, Eric, that they will go blue again, but it's got to be a tense time for Kamala Harris's people right now.
As I say, yeah, it's like she's on a billiard table and she's going to sink them all on this next turn because she can't let much get away from her at this point. And it is surprising. We'll have to look at some of those numbers, see what's going on in New Hampshire, for example. Boy, it's interesting.
A billiard table, that's a good way to put it, Eric. Thank you. We're going to come back to you. Why don't you dig into New Hampshire and look at some of those, and we'll come back to you and see what's going on. In the battleground states right now, still too close to call. Thanks, Eric.
Homework.
Homework. Still too close to call, except for North Carolina, which has gone to, been declared for Donald Trump. Let's go to Neetu Garchu, who was at Kamala Harris's watch party here in Washington. She still has a path to victory, Neetu, but it's getting tighter.
It is getting tighter, Donna, and you really can feel, despite the music behind me, some of the dancing has started again, perhaps in an effort to try and encourage the crowd. A lot of people for the last few hours have just been zeroed in on the results that are coming in on the screens. Of course, a cheer erupts every time there's any kind of movement in favor of Kamala Harris, but it sounds like as of right now, again, with these early results, Donald Trump does seem to be leading in a lot of those key swing states. There are two things that we've seen here tonight, Donna. Pride. A lot of people are very excited to see Kamala Harris here tonight, potentially becoming the first U.S. president to have attended a historically black university. But of course, there's also a lot of nerves because of what we just mentioned. Donna, you also mentioned how Kamala Harris hasn't made as big of a deal of her gender during this campaign. Unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016, she held her election night event at Javits Center in New York, a venue with a glass ceiling, repeatedly referring to breaking through the highest, hardest glass ceiling by placing a woman in the Oval Office. I want to mention one update that we're hearing is that campaign officials have privately expressed concerns about Harris's viability in Arizona. Very few of the total votes have come in. So again, this is early, but they're citing that voters can support abortion rights through the state's ballot measure, regardless of their presidential vote. Of course, abortion and reproductive rights are on the ballot in 10 different states. So that is an issue that, while Kamala Harris had garnered significant support over, it is up to the states, and 10 of those states did have it as a ballot measure. So many people might see that a presidential candidate might not have as much control over that issue as the House or the Senate. They might be watching those races more closely and might vote accordingly if another issue like the economy was more important to them, and they might have felt Donald Trump was the better candidate for that. So a lot of people here, the energy is starting to get more nervous. A lot of people have just been laser focused on the results as they come in. We'll continue to see what those lean towards as the night goes on. Donna?
All right, Neetu Garcha, thank you very much. That's at the Kamala Harris Watch Party at Howard University. All right, we're going to swing over to Florida now. That's where Jeff Semple is in West Palm Beach. Jeff, it's now 12:21 Eastern Time, after midnight. You're still standing there on the street with lots of flashing lights behind you. Have you seen any sign of former President Donald Trump?
Yeah. I know, Don, I feel like I've been saying on live TV for the past hour that Donald Trump is about to arrive at any minute. That amounts to what Donald Trump might describe as fake news, but we're doing our best here, given the information that we've been provided. But I can tell you he is expected here imminently. There was some activity just recently in front of Mar-a-Lago, and we're now hearing helicopters flying overhead here. We are just in front of the campaign's official watch party here in West Palm Beach, and as you can see there, hundreds of Trump supporters have lined the street here just outside of the convention center, getting ready to greet the former president when he arrives, as he is expected to very shortly here. And it's a celebratory crowd here. There's a real sense, a growing sense, that victory may well be within reach as people are on their phones refreshing the results. We're hearing some cheers come up here every now and again. And there's an excited energy here as they see some of these states fall in their favor. North Carolina in particular, Georgia looking pretty good for Donald Trump, though still too good to call. His home state of Florida, he won resoundingly. This is a Florida hat trick for him now. He's won his home state the past three elections, 2016, 2022, and now again in 2024. This time, though, by a significant margin, around 56% of the vote, as Florida, once a battleground swing state, has now turned pretty solidly Republican red. So when Donald Trump does arrive here, and it's interesting, Donna, he was originally scheduled to arrive sort of around 11 o'clock. As you noted, it's after midnight now. And of course, when he arrives, he is expected to greet the supporters inside, hundreds of Republican supporters who have gathered for that campaign watch party. And of course, everyone will be listening to hear what Donald Trump has to say. You remember back in 2020, after that election, the day after, in the early hours, Donald Trump proclaimed himself the victor of that election. Of course, a call that turned out to certainly be premature. It took 4 more days before Joe Biden was declared the winner of that election. Donald Trump has claimed ever since that that election was stolen, and he has spent a lot of his rallies and press conferences sowing doubt in the electoral process this time. Donald Trump has said time and again, including just recently the other day at his rally in Pennsylvania, that he believes that this election should be called on election night, that he wants a definitive call in the immediate aftermath of the vote, despite the fact that we know the western swing states closed their polls at 11 o'clock Eastern time, so just about 90 minutes ago. Still a lot of ballots to be counted here, but Donald Trump obviously restless, wanting a more definitive call, so it'll be interesting. There's some expectation here from just folks we've been speaking to that he may take to the stage and declare himself the victor, or at least strongly suggest that. And he wouldn't be wrong in the extent that, as we've been reporting, the numbers are looking pretty good for him so far, but still a lot of votes yet to be counted.
All right, Jeff Semple in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll come back to you once we see signs of the former president. Thanks, Jeff. All right, Jackson's with me here in Washington, D.C. Jackson, let's talk about the ballots. This is a huge democracy, huge country, lots of things being voted on, hundreds of things is it even thousands potentially when you include all the states? The ballots in some places are just incredibly long.
They are, and I think it's important, especially for a Canadian audience, to call attention to this because, in Canada, in a federal election, you're usually just voting for one thing, which is your member of parliament. One simple piece of paper, tick off a single box. We have to show you a sample ballot here from Pennsylvania, though. I believe this one is from Pittsburgh. And I want to show you just how complicated the ballot is. Look at all the things that people are voting for. They're voting for president, state treasurer, their representatives, their senators, school districts, all those things are on there. And this, by the way, is pretty simple when it comes to American ballots. Some are 2 pages long of extra big pieces of paper. The reason we call attention to this is for 2 reasons. First of all, this is why machines are used in the counting process, because if you were to have people do that, it would take days, if not weeks. You're counting so many different things. So they feed those ballots into a counting machine because it can process the data a whole lot faster. But the second reason it's important to point this out is because when we talk about claims of election fraud being brought out, it's important to think about those ballots and how complicated it would actually be to try and rig an election in this country. Remember that elections are all administered at the state level and at the county level. There are 50 states, there are more than 3,100 counties, and within those counties, the ballots can vary multiple times by precinct. And that's just important context for people to keep in mind. So when Donald Trump disputes the 2020 election, for example, he's only disputing his part of the election. No one else is complaining about their results on those long and complicated ballots. Just one more thing to keep in mind tonight as we hear the rhetoric from the candidates, but also wonder why it takes so long to count these ballots.
Yeah, why it takes so long to count and why it takes so long to vote in some cases, right?
Some people are voting for coroner in some places and sheriff and judges.
And that takes a long time standing there in the ballot box, right? And I bet how many people go into those voting booths actually knowing the names, exactly who they're going to vote for?
Well, what the parties
ballots,
do
right?
is they stand outside and they'll basically say, do you want a sample ballot? So if you're a Democrat, you can get a piece of paper that you walk in with that shows all the Democratic candidates. And the Republicans do the same as well.
It's like a cheat sheet.
No one's paying attention to the race for dog catcher,
right.
Let's be honest.
All right. Jackson, thanks. Well, a little earlier, you'll remember we spoke to, oh, no, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to go to Sean O'Shea in Detroit. Is that right? Oh, I apologize. And a little bit of a confusion about where we're headed next. So as I said a little bit earlier, we showed you Senator Ted Cruz talked about how he has won re-election, and we have, I believe, a little bit of a clip of what he said tonight.
Time, that was all.
Tonight is an incredible night. A huge victory here in Texas. It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year. And I believe, and I hope and pray, that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States.
Senator Ted Cruz winning re-election in Texas tonight. Another re-election to talk about, Bernie Sanders in Vermont. He won a 4th 6-year term in the U.S. Senate.
Jane and I thought hard about whether or not we wanted another term, wanted to try for another term, but we felt we couldn't turn our backs on our country and our state at this terribly pivotal moment in American history. And let us hope that Kamala wins tonight. I've been proud to go to about 7 or 8 states doing my best to see that she wins. But whether she wins or not, our job is to bring people together around an agenda that works for all and not just the few.
Well, that's a good message. It is, the job of all politicians, really, to bring everyone together, right? Certainly not what we saw in this campaign, though. It's been so polarized. You wanted to talk a little bit about Ted Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an important race to highlight, just because that is one of those seats that Democrats thought they were within just a fingernail of grabbing. Colin Allred, former NFL linebacker turned congressman, was running against Ted Cruz. It was polling a point apart, but
really?
Texas is going to Texas. They stuck with the Republican. And honestly, it looks like Ted Cruz made big gains with Latinos specifically.
Interesting. All right. Lots to watch. Let's go to Sean O'Shea in Detroit, Michigan. Sean, I believe you have since exited the casino and you're in a much more quiet spot. Where are you?
Yeah, Donna, there's no music playing here. We left the casino about an hour and a half ago when things were changing there, and we've come just across town, not too far in Detroit, through the rain to get here. Something that's very different from Canadian politics in the United States here is the vote count. In Canada, we don't see the vote counting. We don't see the ballot boxes very much. But here in the United States, especially recently, that's what you do. So we're in the convention center here, what used to be called Cobo, now it's Huntington Place, this cavernous, massive location. And if you look behind me, there are lots of people with tables. And on those tables, you have boxes. And those boxes contain ballots. And ballots all end up here from the city of Detroit. So tabulation, the ballots end up here, and we're told that they're awaiting thousands more. The final, the remaining ballots that have yet to be counted are expected to be coming here in a U-Haul truck and dumped back there and to be processed. So I'm not sure, because I can't see our feed right now, how many votes are outstanding right now, but we're told that the last ones are supposed to be here possibly within the next half hour to an hour, something like that. And of course, people are waiting because the votes have not, the state has not been declared. Certainly, as you said earlier, it was a lot more boisterous for a period of time at the casino here. There's a lot of media here just waiting, watching. There were poll watchers here as well. It's very open. Again, transparency is a real big deal in the United States now when it comes to these elections. Concerns here 4 years ago that things may not have been done above board to the extent that the Trump campaign wanted. Certainly that's not the case here. Very open, very transparent, and again, waiting for apparently those last votes to come in to be counted and for this state to be declared at some point in the next little while. Donna.
All right, Sean O'Shea at that ballot counting facility in Detroit, Michigan. Thanks so much. All right, we're back in Washington, D.C. With Jackson Prosco, our Washington bureau chief, and Cliff Young from Ipsos has rejoined us. Hi there, Cliff. So I wrote down at 10:15 Eastern time when you suggested that things were leaning, you didn't predict, and we were careful not to predict, but leaning towards former President Donald Trump. There is no official call yet, and the numbers that we're looking at right now for the Electoral College, 230 for Trump, Harris 210. Is it your estimation that it's still far too close to call?
I think it's leaning Trump still.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, I think the data suggests that. Obviously, the swing states, especially the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, are very, very close. And the urban areas still have to come in. They tend to be more Democratic, but once again, Harris is underperforming relative to Biden in 2020.
And is that partly because we haven't seen some of those big city counts yet?
Yeah, some of it's going to be that. I think there will be a narrowing. I expect that. I think the popular vote will be very close to parity, whatever that might mean. A little bit on Harris's side, a little bit on Trump's side, most probably. But no, there will be a narrowing because of the urban areas.
What are you seeing so far that surprises you in this vote count?
Yeah, it's always such a sort of impressive thing to see the will of the people express itself and realize itself. And I was reflecting a bit back in the green room about what it all meant. And now, obviously, we talked a bit about inflation. It really is about inflation. It's really that sort of very traditional circadian rhythm between more of the same and throw the bums out. And I think we're in the throw the bums out moment. I think the American populace is basically telling elites that they are suffering, that you didn't understand our plight, and we're going to express our will in this way. And I think we need to reflect on that a bit. I don't want to take more out of what we're seeing now because we don't have a final call or a result, but it's very impressive what's happened thus far. And I think the pre-election polling kind of painted that picture, a picture of a population that was in angst, that was suffering, was having problems making ends meet, and a population that really believes the system is broken.
Well, and is part of that also because that has been Donald Trump's campaign message for 471 days, right? That this country is broken, that it's never been this bad before, that inflation is through the roof, that crime is up. A lot of things that, frankly, aren't true. Inflation has come down. Crime is not the worst it's ever been. A lot of things he said that simply aren't true, but people have taken them as gospel.
I would say yes and no. And so I would say yes, and Ipsos research, Ipsos polling has shown that part of it is about being in a bubble, being in a media bubble, only hearing certain narratives and messages. We find that individuals that listen exclusively to conservative media are much more likely to believe the economy is in a dire place versus those that don't. That's true. But people really are suffering. People really are having problems making ends meet. The cost of living is high, and there's certain segments like less affluent Americans, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, and younger Americans that really are still having problems making their household finances work.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, it strikes me that there's been talk about the economy and then the economy. And if you've listened to the Biden administration and Joe Biden specifically, they've been saying the economy is doing great because the stock market is up and, jobless rates are really low. But that's not the economy people at home are talking about. And in fact, it only seemed like Kamala Harris, near the end of her campaign, really said, look, I am actually talking about kitchen table economic issues like price gouging and grocery prices, right? But that was late in the campaign.
Yeah, that was very, very late, and ultimately it was elites talking down to people. The stock market's going up, but most people don't have money there, right? The economic numbers look good, but I'm not really feeling it. We did a lot of focus groups that basically showed that people, one, were suffering, and we're basically saying to the Biden administration, why are you telling us that we're not suffering when we're actually suffering? And so I really think this was a disconnect. I think the coastal elites didn't understand it. And if the results are what we think they might be, I think this will be a big takeaway.
That's not dissimilar to 2016, right? When Hillary Clinton got it wrong, too, right?
Yeah, but that is America today. I mean, the tale of two Americas is a tale of red America and blue America, but it's also a tale of elites and non-elites. That's who we are, and that's the clash that we see kind of play out before us now.
All right, Cliff Young from Ipsos, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
What a view.
All right, Eric Sorensen is looking at some of the results for us. Eric, you've got Republican Senate win, I think you're looking at.
Yeah, and we'll just take a moment while we're over here looking at the Capitol building to go back to the White House for a second. NBC is reporting that Georgia is going to Donald Trump. So again, it speaks to the narrowing of the options for Kamala Harris. We'll have to check that out in a little more detail, but we'll see how that goes. Now, for the moment, hey, it's not good news for the Democrats in the Senate either. You may recall that they had a 51-49 lead. They lost West Virginia early in the evening. And then, there's the Georgia. There's the numbers we have for it right now, 118,000. So that's Donald Trump ahead of Harris. This has not been called by Associated Press, and we rely on Associated Press, who have done such a very good job on these calls. But NBC, for the moment, is calling Georgia for Donald Trump. Now, over here, you can see it. You can see where the standings are right now. The Democrats started with 51 at the beginning of the night, and the Republicans 49. And you can see the number 51 for the Republicans. That's it. They're over the top. They will take control of the Senate, and there's no two ways about it. They won in West Virginia earlier in the evening, and then later on, they won in Ohio. This is a real upset for Democrats because Sherrod Brown was so admired in Ohio, a real man of the people, a labor person, but he's down by 4 points, and the decision is that he cannot catch Bernie Moreno for that. There is more to come potentially. Let's look at Montana. And in Montana, John Tester, like Sherrod Brown, has been in the Senate since 2006, and he's losing big time. Now, it's not a lot of votes counted yet, but he's down by 20 points. And the expectation that Tim Sheehy, a Navy SEAL at one time in his career, is maybe on the path to winning there. Let's look at a couple of other possibilities because, what else can we do? There's Nebraska. This was one of the places where Democrats, or independents anyway, thought they might have a chance to upset a sitting Republican senator. But Deb Fischer has held off the challenge from Dan Osborne. He's certainly done better than Kamala Harris did statewide in Nebraska, but he didn't do well enough to overtake Deb Fischer. And finally, we'll look at one more state, which is Wisconsin. And in this case, the news could even get worse for the Democrats in the Senate, because right now Eric Hovde, a businessman, is leading Tammy Baldwin, who has been a senator for the Democrats from Wisconsin since 2012. And at the moment, she is down by a little over 2 points. So that's the situation in the Senate. The question then for the Democrats is there any good news to be had? Maybe it could happen in the House of Representatives. It's still too early to say. The Republicans are well ahead, but there are a lot of close calls. There's a lot happening, for example, out in California. And California, of course, will have many more seats that will go to the Democrats. There are a lot of close calls. But there are places where, because it was close at the very end, like the number you need is 218. The Republicans had just over that number. And the question is, could the Democrats start to take away some of those seats? Let's look in New York, for example. There's one district there in particular I wanted to have a look at. That's the 4th District in New York. Anthony D'Esposito is the sitting member for the Republicans. He is down by almost 2 points. It's not a big lead, but it is a lead for the Democrats' Laura Gillen. If the Democrats can come back to win about a flip of 4 seats, this would be the man who would become the next Speaker of the House for the Democrats. From the 8th District of New York, Hakeem Jeffries, he took over from Nancy Pelosi as the leader in the House for the Democrats. They would be very eager for him to not just win the riding that the jurisdiction that he's won there today, but that the Democrats could actually win the House of Representatives. It's not going to be a good night at the moment. It doesn't look like it's going to be a good night for Democrats, but there is the possibility that they could flip the House of Representatives. Donna.
Eric, thanks for that. And I wanted to take you to Georgia, if you can look at that. It has now been declared by the Associated Press. So Donald Trump has won Georgia. So of the battleground states, that's 2 down now, North Carolina and Georgia, both going to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So where does that, you said Kamala Harris had to sink all the balls in the billiard table, I believe, that were left. So
yeah.
you can't get these two.
It's not that she needed Georgia necessarily, and when Biden won it, it was an upset, and of course the hope for the Democrats was that it was turning from red to purple and maybe blue. That's if you could keep it going. But in the 6 elections before 2020, it was Republican every time. I think Bill Clinton may have won it in 1992, but. So Georgia, it shouldn't come as a big surprise. You can tell now when you sort of see it all unfold what the Democrats were thinking. They were thinking, if we're going to make sure of anything, we better try and fortify around that so-called blue wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And at the moment, it's not even sure that they're going to be able to win there. And and if you think, well, okay, if they don't win there, do they have any other paths? Where some of the other paths are already disappearing. North Carolina's gone. Georgia is gone. Arizona doesn't look promising. Nevada just doesn't have enough electoral votes to make much of a difference. What are you left with? Not much.
Oh,
sorry. Donna.
I think I may have missed. I'm just being told that Associated Press has not declared Georgia, but that Trump is leading there. Sorry if I think some others have called it, so I'm...
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were told that NBC had called it,
Trump,
and and we don't want to get out. We don't get out ahead of AP for sure.
We don't.
They're speaking at Harris headquarters right now.
We don't want to do that. I believe that I'm not sure if we can go to the headquarters of Kamala Harris now, but Megan and the control room, maybe you can tell us. There we are. Let's listen in to what's going on there.
Tomorrow, she will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right. Well, we missed the very top of that, but that was the campaign co-chair for Kamala Harris's campaign at Howard University, where a whole bunch of people had gathered there for a watch party. And I believe he just said, we didn't hear the top, but that she's not going to appear there tonight.
Yeah, if there's a moment that feels exactly like Hillary Clinton 2016, it's that. I
Look
remember
at all
being
those people leaving.
Yeah.
There they go.
I remember being at Hillary Clinton headquarters at the Javits Center in 2016 when John Podesta came out a little later than this, around 2:30 in the morning, and said, sorry, folks, she won't be speaking tonight. And that's where we are now. It's this state of suspended animation, right? And the campaign has to see what rolls in overnight. At least here, they've got the ability to maybe take better stock of things before bringing the candidate out. I will say back in 2016, it was right after we were sent home from the Javits Center that as we were walking out, we saw Donald Trump's image projected on the Empire State Building because he had been declared the winner in those critical early morning hours.
Yeah, I remember that very distinctly, too, that they first canceled the fireworks over the Hudson River that had been planned by the Clinton campaign, and then she did not appear that night.
Sure.
Interesting. So in this
Hey
case,
there, Stuart.
it's
How are
not
you? It's
that
Mercedes.
We know that there's any victory at this point because it is too close. There's still battleground states and ballots being counted, but that they've taken a strategic decision not to have her there tonight.
Exactly. And, you know, Donald Trump seems like he's going to be coming out to speak. I think we'll hear from Jeff Semple a little bit later on here. I don't think that either campaign can go to bed and get a good night's sleep tonight because it can still go either way, right? And we're still waiting, for example, in Michigan, Wayne County, which is Detroit, that's a big whack of votes that still hasn't come through. And until we know what's going on there and until we know, all the suburbs around Philadelphia as well, we don't know.
We don't know. Let's go to Neetu Garcha, who's there at what was going to be the Harris Watch Party at Howard University, and now everyone's leaving, Neetu.
Yeah, that's right, Donna. You just heard it there from Harris Wall's campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond, who came up onto the stage saying Kamala Harris has canceled her speech here tonight. She will not be appearing. Almost immediately after Mr. Richmond left the stage, people, as you mentioned, started clearing out. You can see the crowd of what was an estimated 20,000 people virtually gone from just behind me here, right in front of the stage after hearing that Kamala Harris will not, after all, be coming to Howard University. But people didn't just start clearing out, Donna, after those remarks a few minutes ago. The crowd did start to thin once that path to 270 electoral votes started narrowing pretty quickly here tonight. The mood had dampened as soon as we saw that North Carolina, the first of the 7 swing states, was called, and it went to Donald Trump rather quickly. And people here, I think, regardless of what the final outcome is, it hasn't been declared yet, still do appreciate the history of this moment here at Howard University. And I think it would have meant a lot to many people here if Kamala Harris had come out and shared a few words, even though things are not going as her campaign and many of those here who came out to support her had expected.
All right, Neetu Garcha at Howard University tonight. Thanks. Now let's swing over to Florida, where Donald Trump has been on the move. Jeff Semple is there. And Jeff, are we expecting to hear from him shortly?
Yeah, I think we're expecting to hear from him pretty shortly. We can tell you that it's our understanding that Donald Trump has now arrived inside the convention center here, just to my left, where they are holding his campaign is holding the official election night watch party. So while you may not be hearing from Kamala Harris, we are expecting to hear from Donald Trump, who has just arrived, and they've just opened the street. It was quite a flurry of activity, Donna, as hundreds of people here who are still looking, some of whom are still looking through the fence, were running around this field trying to get a glimpse of the motorcade, and it went through before about as fast as you could say it. And so Donald Trump has now arrived inside, it's believed, and in the motorcade, and the street in front of the convention center has now reopened. And among those of us running around here trying to get a glimpse of Donald Trump on what is looking like a big night for him, we met our friend here who we first met earlier, I guess yesterday now, Eastern Time, on Global National, Simon Frenette, who is from Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Drove 26 hours to be down here, and you're Canadian, not an American, so you can't vote in this election, Simon.
I can vote.
So why did you want to be here?
I wanted to come here because the elections are very important. The result of the election in United States is very important because it will influence the direction of the Canada will take in the next year. We know the election in Canada are the next year. So if Kamala Harris on the left win, but it will be more easy for all the in Canada to take the left direction. So we absolutely want to take the right direction.
So an important election, there's no doubt about that. We got the T-shirt here, which of course is an image from Butler, Pennsylvania. One of what we think were two apparent assassination attempts on former President Trump. But it's an important election. Why did you want to be here on Trump's turf in West Palm Beach to experience it yourself? It's a long way to come. You could have watched it at home on TV.
Some people go in vacancy in Mexico. So this year I went here to live the election day.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
I love politics. I read. I love politics. I am very implicated in politics. So it was very important for me to be here. It's an experience of a life. I went to see a rally of Donald Trump in Scranton in August. It was a very beautiful experience. So the conclusion was today to live here.
Yeah, to come here. An interesting vacation choice. Simon also brought his wife here, but she's a little camera shy, so she's shy. She's hiding just over there. Last question for you, Simon. I mean, given the results that we are seeing so far, it's looking like Donald Trump now has a clear path to victory. It's not over yet, but it's looking good for his side. What do you think of the results you've been seeing so far?
I know the pods give Donald Trump winner at 94%. So I am more optimistic now than earlier yesterday. So I think he will win. I think.
Well, when we spoke earlier today for Global National, I know you said you were feeling nervous.
Yes.
I see you smiling now. A lot of smiles here, Donna. I mean, it's palpable here that you can feel the growing enthusiasm and the real sense that victory may be within reach here. And it'll be interesting to see now that the former U.S. President, Donald Trump, is now inside the convention center, at what point he takes the stage, and of course what he says, given that, as I say, things are starting to look pretty good for the former U.S. president, who may become just the second president in history to win 2 non-consecutive terms. The last one happened back in 1893, so potentially very historic night here. And as you can see, it's pretty late, but a lot of Donald Trump's supporters are say they're willing to stick it out and want to hear what the former president has to say.
All right, Jeff, thank you. So those pictures we're looking at, Jeff is outside the building, but that's inside. Those are Trump supporters who have filled the space waiting to hear him speak. We also heard earlier, not long ago, that Kamala Harris will not speak at her watch party at Howard University. She will not speak tonight. She'll address her supporters tomorrow, and the campaign co-chair has told those people to go home. These people waiting for Donald Trump are still very much enthused and waiting to hear from the man that they hope will become the next U.S. president. Important to say that there has been no declaration at this point. And we are waiting for those results in those battleground states that are still too close to call. Let's go now to Mercedes Stephenson.
Thanks, Donna. As we wait to hear from Donald Trump as he prepares to speak to that large crowd of supporters tonight, we are going to speak with an expert, Stuart Priest, who's a professor at the University of British Columbia in political science. Stuart is joining us from Vancouver tonight. Stuart, you've talked about this concept of the pushing out of incumbents that we've seen in a number of countries, that frustration with people's lives is a desire to see change. With Donald Trump, it's a little bit different because he was a president before, so it's not simply pushing an incumbent out for the other option. He was an option. So how do you interpret what you're seeing in the United States tonight?
Well, you're quite right that we have had 4 years of a Trump administration, but at this point, I think for those voters who are frustrated with the current status quo, a move to a different president in Mr. Trump represents if you like, a shake of the snow globe, trying a roll of the dice, trying something different to signal their displeasure with that status quo, and it is striking to see in some of the exit polls we've seen that the support for Mr. Trump is particularly strong among younger voters and particularly young men. And that mirrors a trend we've really seen not only in the United States, but really across much of the democratic world, that sense of younger voters being frustrated with the status quo, with more progressive parties quite often, and turning to a more, if you like, anti-systemic or right of center, a populist option. And we've seen that story in places like Germany, in France, there was a near miss there. So we've seen this kind of trend repeatedly, and the United States seems to be experiencing something similar here.
Well, it's so interesting because, of course, traditionally, joke is always that when you're young and optimistic, people are progressive, they get older, they become more conservative. To see that flipping is remarkable. One of the big concerns has been the potential for political violence. Thankfully, we have not seen that tonight. There were the bomb threats that were called in Georgia that the police are working on. They believe a large number of them may have been of hoax. So far, everything has been peaceful. But of course, there's the question of what's around the corner. And Donald Trump faced 2 assassination attempts during this campaign, one of which came very close, injuring the presidential campaign candidate. When you look at this, where do you see stability going in the United States and the potential for political violence?
Well, it is undeniable that this is a polarized moment in American politics. It is one where we have seen repeated violent acts of various kinds. And one of the unfortunate realities of political violence is it has a sort of self-normalizing or legitimating function, where as people see it happen in one situation, it can encourage or enable others to think, well, perhaps that's something that I can do as well. And so we rarely see this kind of political violence targeting political leaders in isolation. And so it is a signal that perhaps with the return of Mr. Trump to the presidency, if that is indeed what happens after tonight, that we will return to that sort of fraught sense that the country experienced for a good portion of the 4 years that Mr. Trump was president, but much further along now, where, as you've said, we have seen multiple instances of attempted attacks on the life of a president. And it is something that is a sobering reality that may influence politics outside the United States as well, just given how loud that conversation is and how it tends to influence politics elsewhere.
And how do you see that spreading or influencing the discussions or potentially distracting America so that they're focused within?
Well, I think it is something that we see creeping into political conversations outside the United States. Here in BC, we are in the final stages of a long, drawn-out electoral process, and by and large, we have seen Elections BC do a fine job in counting the votes. Although there was a blip here where they've had to do one recount with the discovery of an uncounted ballot box. But that aside, the election was certainly free and fair, and yet we saw a real willingness as soon as there was any kind of delay for people to question the fairness of the result, and we heard claims that perhaps the fix was in. And so that's the kind of thing we mean by normalization. As soon as we see Mr. Trump engaging in that kind of rhetoric in the United States, seemingly without any kind of consequence, we see an increased willingness to do that elsewhere as well.
I hear what you're saying on that increased willingness. I'm wondering, though, if Trump is reelected, does it make it worse because we saw January 6th where he had endorsed political violence there? Or does it counter it because now that he's been elected, does it diffuse some of where a lot of people thought the political violence might come from, which is right-wing militias? And how do you get around the way that people on both sides are talking, which seems to be increasingly radicalizing people?
It's a great question. I don't know that we can give a definitive answer tonight. I would say that while perhaps in the short term we won't see the kind of electoral denialism that we were concerned about in the run up to this election, this victory, if you like, would seem to perhaps in a longer term legitimize that kind of strategy of election denial that Mr. Trump practiced in 2020, 2021. Effectively, the American people tonight are saying that we are okay with that politician. At least a significant cross-section of America is okay with that, and that is a disconcerting signal, to say the least, and I think one that will be heard around the rest of the world as well. It's again signaling that the range of outcomes in the United States is wider than perhaps we thought a few years ago.
Stuart Priest joining us from British Columbia tonight. Thank you for your time.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, let's hand it back to our colleagues in Washington.
Jackson Prosco is with me here. Jackson, things are looking up, I think we can say, for former President Donald Trump.
Yes, Georgia has just been formally declared for him.
Yeah, I had said it was, AP had declared it earlier. I was wrong, but now it has been declared for former President Trump. So that's North Carolina and Georgia that are in his camp. And we know he is still, number of votes still being counted in other battleground states, but he is leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
And Nevada as well.
And Nevada.
That's all 7 swing states right there.
These are leading. These are not declared. But it is evidence that it's going his way tonight.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we still have to wait and see, but it's definitely trending in that direction right now.
All right. So we are going to continue to watch that, and you are watching live coverage of America Votes. For joining Global News coverage of America Votes. It is now just after 1 a.m. Eastern Time, and we are watching the race between Democratic candidate Kamala Harris and Republican candidate Donald Trump, both hoping to reach the White House and become the 47th president of the United States. We're in Washington, D.C. We're overlooking the Capitol, where the votes of this election, the results of this election, will be certified coming up in January. Still a long way from that, though, and lots of drama tonight. I'm joined by our Washington Bureau Chief, Jackson Prosco. Jackson, let's take a big picture look at where we are right now. We've been told that Kamala Harris is not going to speak tonight. She is planning to address her supporters tomorrow, but they have told her supporters tonight at Howard University to go home.
Complete flashback to 2016 and what happened to Hillary Clinton, where we are in the exact same boat. When it comes to the results, of course, we are waiting on the results of those key swing states. We're down to the blue wall, really, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which are taking their time to report. That will ultimately decide this. We are staring down the precipice, though, tonight of a trifecta, potentially for Republicans, winning the presidency, the Senate, and potentially the House. We don't know that for sure, but that is one very possible scenario coming out of this tonight, and that is a wholesale repudiation of the Biden administration and a major victory for Donald Trump, if that bears out.
And we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump. He is expected to appear at his watch party in Florida. There's a huge crowd there waiting to hear from him, and he's expected anytime. Eric Sorensen is watching the results for us. Eric, bring us up to speed on what you're seeing.
Well, I guess I'm seeing what you're seeing. And first of all, right across the South, Trump has won it all, apart from Virginia, which has really turned blue these days. But with Georgia and North Carolina, that's it. What are Kamala Harris's chances? It really goes to the blue wall. Doesn't look very blue at the moment, but let's look at what's happening in those states. First of all, we're going to look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's have a look at any one of those that you pull up right now and just see what the standings are, because at the moment, it's not a blue wall in any of those states. It is Trump leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. He's up by 3 points. In Georgia, he's already won Georgia. That's been declared. So he wins Georgia. That was declared just a short time ago by Associated Press. Here's Pennsylvania. He leads by a few points there as well. She would have to do something to catch up. She's going to have to catch up everywhere. That's her only chance. It hasn't been called. Biden came from behind in these states last time around, but it's not looking promising at the moment. Michigan, he has a pretty healthy lead, 6 points. And in Wisconsin would be the last one we'd look at for the moment. This is a race that normally goes right down to the wire. And for the moment, he is up by 120,000 votes. So there isn't anything in this picture that doesn't look difficult for Kamala Harris at this point to try and catch Donald Trump tonight. Donna.
All right, lots of red out there. Eric Sorensen, thank you. Jackson, what do you think in the final stages of this campaign? There was such a push by both candidates to get out the vote, to mobilize their voters. But Donald Trump, a lot of people were questioning where he was going, where he was holding his rallies, why he was not more forcefully in battleground states the way Kamala Harris was. What do you think their strategy was?
Well, look, it's all about showing that Donald Trump has a wide amount of support in this country, and he has closed the margins tonight, performing impressively in places like Virginia, where he has far outperformed his own standing in 2020. He's even narrowed the gap in places like New York. I mean, that's a Democratic stronghold, and here you've got Donald Trump performing so much better this time around. And what that tells you is it probably did not matter who was on the ticket for the Democrats at the end of the day. And again, the race is not over yet, but that they would face significant headwinds because people in this country are genuinely upset about a number of key issues, and they feel that Donald Trump is best positioned to handle those issues. And you see that bear out in polls time and time again. Economy, immigration, those are what people are really eyeing with Donald Trump.
Yeah, and time for a change, I guess, because although President Biden bowed out and Kamala Harris stepped up, there are a lot of people who just connected the two.
Exactly. It's a strange thing because in one sense, Kamala Harris did what Joe Biden could not do, which was make this a competitive race. Joe Biden was polling, 6-7 points behind, and there was a sense that there was nothing he could do to win this. Kamala Harris has brought this to a neck-and-neck race where we still don't know who is going to win. But on the other hand, the headwinds facing her or anyone else in her position are so strong. She is running as the incumbent here at a time when 75% of the country, according to polls, says that they feel the country is headed in the wrong direction. How do you overcome that, no matter who you are?
Yeah. And right now, these are still uncalled battleground states, but Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. What have I missed?
Nevada.
Yeah. Which is all of them that are left that have not been called.
Those were the 7 that were in play. It was always going to be the 3 northern ones, the blue wall, the ones we're still going to be waiting for probably into tomorrow. That was Kamala Harris's best path. But the nice-to-haves, the Sunbelt states, are completely out of the mix tonight, it seems.
So if those are called, if Arizona, Nevada are called for him,
that gets him close.
Gets him very close.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. All right, we're going to keep watching all of that. And Donald Trump supporters are standing by, waiting to hear from him. I think that's
RFK Jr.,
yeah,
who's been promised charge of health care in this country.
Yes, he's been promised to be put in charge of public health administration in the United States, which is for a lot of people a frightening prospect because he has said a lot of wild and unsubstantiated things about a range of things, including vaccines. All right, we are watching a dynamic and historic night here in Washington, D.C. Welcome back to Washington, D.C. We're overlooking the Capitol here, and Jackson Prosko, our Washington bureau chief, is with me. Jackson, we were just looking at pictures of Donald Trump's watch party, where I think we can go back to that. We're waiting to see him appear tonight. He has been on the move. We're told he is going to speak to his supporters there, and we're just watching them mingle and looking pretty happy.
Yeah, and these are people that have all been promised big roles in a Trump administration should he claim victory tonight. RFK Jr. right there has been promised a role leading public health. Elon Musk is apparently going to lead government efficiency and has pledged to slash $2 trillion, which is more than the complete total of discretionary spending in the U.S. budget.
$2 trillion.
$2 trillion with a T.
How's that going to be? Well, we'll find that out, I guess, if that ever happens. All right, we're going to go to Mike Armstrong, who is in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania is still a state that has not been called. Ballots are still being counted there, and we don't expect a conclusive result there tonight. Is that still the case, Mike?
Yeah, it is. I mean, she's running out of runway. There are, I think, less than 10% of votes still to come in. Still close, but as I say, running out of runway. You know, one of the things, Donna, that you find coming down as a Canadian into the States is actually how much a part of people's lives this election becomes. We were in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, so about 100 kilometers west of Philadelphia, and we went to a university there, Franklin and Marshall, met with the head of the political science department, and went over a poll that they had recently. And that poll found that 61% of people in this state were irritated by the focus on this state as a swing state. Pretty interesting. The poll also broke down sort of how the different campaigns were the same and how they were different. So one of the ways both campaigns were about 12% of Pennsylvanians got a call from someone in the campaign, or about 20% got a text. Those are different numbers than you'd see in Canada. Also, as far as the mailbox, there was a focus by the Trump campaign to send mail to people. So about 20% of people got mail. Only half as many got mail from the Harris campaign. The Harris campaign had more of a focus on face-to-face meetings. About 5% of people, Trump supporters, got a knock on the door, but 3 times more people said they got a knock on the door from the Harris campaign. We were out with some canvassers in Lancaster over the weekend, a couple of women from Washington, D.C. who got up on Saturday morning. They got on a bus. They were dropped off in Lancaster, given an app and an area to knock on doors. Just volunteers doing it because they wanted to support the party. They're probably having a difficult night watching these results come in tonight. But about a kilometer from where they were was another gentleman, Chris Kinney. Now, this is he sells appliances, 9 grandchildren. But he has a very large sign in front of his house, and we first noticed that sign in 2016, met him then. We went back and visited him in 2020. So how could we not go back and visit him this time? And it says something. He trusts pretty much everything Donald Trump says. Every allegation of cheating, he's right there, believes it. He has so much trust in Donald Trump that we stood in front of his old sign, which he's changed. It was a 2016 sign that said Trump Pence, and he changed 2 letters to Vance. And he stood there and told me that he thought that Donald Trump had done that on purpose to make it easier for him. So that shows you the level of trust, verging, I would say, probably on faith in Donald Trump, and that's something the Harris campaign probably had trouble competing with.
All right, Mike Armstrong, thank you. I think we're going to go to Eric Sorensen again. Eric, you've got your arms crossed.
Yes,
you're
Donna.
pondering something.
Yeah, I am. I mean,
what's going on?
Well, I mean, you're looking at the states that she has to win, and we haven't mentioned that it goes without saying that she also has to win Minnesota and New Hampshire and Maine, and those haven't been called yet. Harris leads in Minnesota, but only by 2 points. She leads in New Hampshire, but only by 3 points. And she is not doing so well in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where they really have to win. Now, you say it has to be that blue wall. There are other paths here. I mean, as you were mentioning with Associated Press, when it makes the call, it has to be certain that there are no paths to victory. So we have to look at what are the paths possibly for Harris to come back. If she were to win Arizona and Nevada, she could actually give up on either Wisconsin or Michigan if she still won one of them, along with Pennsylvania and those states. It's just you can see how few options she has right now. Let's look at what the race is like right now in Nevada, and you can see that it's not that far apart. But at the same time, there's very little to give you optimism that Harris is going to come back, because really in virtually any state tonight, there wasn't much in the way of comeback. For the moment, she's a few points down in Nevada. And in Arizona, This is one of the few battleground states where a lot of people kind of thought that she wouldn't be as competitive. It's awfully close right now. It depends a little bit on where the votes have been counted. So it's close, and that's one of the reasons why Associated Press isn't calling it these at the moment. And I do want to show you one other state, and that's Nebraska. There is a bit of a bright moment here for the Democrats. You can see how handily Trump won Nebraska. He's up, 18 points on Harris here. But if you look at the state, it's interesting because this is one of the two states in the United States that isn't winner take all. There are 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are statewide. Those, of course, go to Trump because he won by so handily. He's also winning these vast swaths over most of the state. But if you look over on the right-hand side in the eastern part of Nebraska is Omaha, and that's Douglas County. And Douglas County makes up the major share of one of the congressional districts there. And because the congressional districts have to be won outright in each case, in this case, the 2nd congressional district, the one that surrounds Omaha, where you can see Kamala Harris with a 25,000 vote lead, she's actually going to win 1 electoral vote in Nebraska. It has been done in the past. Biden did it, but it's pretty rare at the same time. And to be honest, she needed Douglas County. She needed that extra electoral vote in Nebraska if she was going to rely only on the blue wall states, like to get to 270 with the usual states that she would win. And she won Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. That would only have given her 269. She was actually going to need that little extra one in Nebraska as well. And that would have been pretty interesting. But at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to make a difference, Donna.
All right, Eric Sorensen. Thanks, Eric. Well, let's come back here to Washington, D.C. Jackson Prosco is with me, and Andra Gillespie from Emory University has rejoined us. Thanks so much for coming back.
Thanks.
We're still watching the results. It's 1:16 Eastern, and there is no conclusion there. That there has been no declaration made, but we're seeing, is it fair to say, some writing on the wall, or are you still suggesting we be more patient?
So the momentum is clearly going in Donald Trump's favor. The challenge over the course of this evening is that as votes get counted and as the margins don't change, right, it becomes more difficult for Kamala Harris to have a path to victory. So the things we're going to be paying attention to are the same things that we've been paying attention to. So in particular in the blue wall states. So now that Georgia and North Carolina are off the table for her and Donald Trump has won those states, it becomes a question of, are there enough outstanding votes in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, and in the surrounding suburban counties, in Wayne County, Michigan, in Dane County, Wisconsin. And so as we see more and more votes counted, if we're not seeing Harris make up those margins, then the path to being able to win those states becomes increasingly improbable.
And he is now leading in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Arizona at this point is that they've only counted half the votes in the state, and they haven't changed it. So Arizona was, the rarity of a state that didn't try to change its vote counting processes after the 2020 election. So there were warnings that Arizona was probably going to take a little bit longer than expected. If it turns out that it does take days to count Arizona, but these other races resolve themselves quickly, somebody will be at 270. And right now, Donald Trump has more electoral college votes, so he has the closest path to victory with the other states notwithstanding.
Right. And right now we're looking at Donald Trump with, 247 electoral college votes, Harris at 214. So we still, of course, don't have anything from California, which her number will jump up when that
The popular vote number will certainly jump up. But I mean, the fact that the popular vote number looks this close, I think is indicative of what we are, what we're seeing right now. So we're not seeing her pull ahead by a large enough margin in places where we can definitively say, okay, she has, a strong path to victory. But they'll wait and see. And wait until every vote is counted, or until you get as close to that as possible before making a decision about whether or not to concede.
And we're just hearing that Kamala Harris has won New Hampshire. The Associated Press has declared that. So that's not a huge surprise.
Not a surprise at all.
Yeah, do you think this will feel different for Democrats? Because I think they were prepared for this exact outcome when Joe Biden was still the candidate. And Kamala Harris, up until really recently, has consistently said, look, we're the underdogs, no guarantees here. It was only sort of in the last 2-3 days that the campaign allowed themselves to show any optimism in public whatsoever.
Well, the polls were saying that it was too close to call. The polls, in some instances, had shown that Donald Trump might have a lead in some of these battleground states. I mean, given the margins that they were operating under, it was too close to say definitively. But we should have expected that a race was going to be close, that it was going to be decided by, a few 100,000, maybe a few 10,000 votes in some places. These are still pretty narrow margins. And so there isn't anything that I've seen in the results that actually makes me seriously call the polls into question. I don't expect polls to be perfect to the 10th of a percentage point about what the vote is going to be. I see a poll that provides a midpoint of a range, and the range that we're seeing is actually, or the numbers that we're seeing are within the ranges of what the possible electoral results would be.
Yeah. What about the non-quantifiable part? Just how it's going to feel for Democrats if Donald Trump has in fact won tonight?
Oh, I mean, people are going to be very disappointed if they're Democrats. I mean, their candidate lost, and there are a number of Democratic voters who actually think that democracy's on the line, and so they're going to feel very afraid. And so it is going to feel, in some ways, similar to 2016, where I think people were shocked and disheartened. But there's no shock about it this time. I mean, there is the shock of having lost again, but there is also the knowledge of how Donald Trump performed as president, and also some of the things that he's promised. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of fear that Donald Trump is going to say or do some of the things that he said he was going to do that other people took as kind of flippant, offhanded remarks that other people took very, very seriously.
Meaning that if he wins, a lot of the stuff he said was just rhetoric during the campaign, and he won't actually go so far.
Well, I don't think Democrats think that. Yes, Republicans believe that, and some of them explain those kinds of things away. But there are Democrats who I think really did take "I'll be a dictator" on day one seriously. I think there are Democrats who took seriously appointing Robert F. Kennedy to, oversee health and human services and basically health policy.
And you don't think that would
States.
happen if Donald Trump wins?
Well, no, I think that Democrats are taking him seriously, and they're afraid of what that could possibly mean for health policy, for drug policy, for other types of things. They wonder what it would be like to have Elon Musk, helping to sort of reorganize government and what that could mean for civil service protections. I mean, they're worried about what this could mean for the prosecutions. I mean, if he gets elected tonight, those prosecutions stop. And so, and then what does he do in terms of expanding executive power? What does he do in terms of claiming immunity? And does that actually upset the balance of power between the three co-equal branches of the federal government?
Yeah, and in 2016, when he won, he had he put people in positions who were well respected, broadly well respected in serious roles, and then fired a lot of them, right? And has turned against them since then. This time, I think the question, if he wins, is who would he surround himself with?
Right. And so a lot of those technocrats aren't coming back. They had falling outs with Donald Trump. Also, they don't want to come back because they've come out and publicly spoken against him. So I think another big question is, does Donald Trump use the levers of power and the additional power that he may have because he has more clearly defined immunity protection now to go after political enemies? And so, he opened his campaign by talking about he was going to be people's retribution. And so when he said your retribution, did he really mean other people, or did he primarily mean himself? And so I think there are a lot of people who are going to be sitting with bated breath, watching to see what he does, to actually see whether or not that was just rhetoric or whether or not he actually meant what he said.
Yeah, and we're expecting to hear him speak tonight. We've got some pictures, I think, from Trump headquarters. There's lots of people there. We're told he's going to speak. Whether he will declare victory before, the rest of the world, the results are counted in the media and Associated Press calls it. We'll wait and find out. Andrea, thank you so much for your insight once again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jeff Semple, I think we can go to him in West Palm Beach, Florida. He's just outside Donald Trump's watch party there. Jeff, what are you hearing and seeing?
Hi, Donna. Yeah, the crowd's outside of the campaign watch party here in West Palm Beach for Donald Trump. have mostly dispersed now, obviously into the wee hours of the morning, after they got what we think was a glimpse of a motorcade that people thought was carrying Donald Trump moving inside the convention center. We still haven't had confirmation on that yet. But as I say, outside the crowd is dispersed, but as you noted, inside the party continues. Hundreds of Republican supporters there. They turned down the TV and turned on the YMCA. It is a celebratory atmosphere there as they are seeing these results come in. Pretty extraordinary. The numbers that we have so far are suggesting that Kamala Harris may well have underperformed Joe Biden in almost every single demographic. Because of course the question now is, what happened, and the question for the days ahead is which groups really turned the tide, apparently, in favor of Donald Trump. Here in his home state of Florida, which he won for the third consecutive time by the biggest margin yet, around 56% of the vote, we saw some interesting shifts, including particularly to the south of Florida in the county of Miami-Dade. It is the most populous county in the Sunshine State, where the vast majority of residents, around 70%, identify as Hispanic or Latino. It was a Democratic stronghold, Miami was, for many years. Hillary Clinton won it by a landslide. Joe Biden won it by about 7 percentage points. And we have seen here tonight Miami-Dade County moving to the right by 18 percentage points, it appears. A dramatic shift in a state that many assumed was going to Donald Trump, but perhaps not in such a dramatic way. Hispanic, Latino vote here in Florida, potentially a weather for a hugely critical demographic nationwide, and just one of many that appears to have gone in Donald Trump's favor, Donna.
All right, Jeff Semple in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're looking at those scenes from inside the, I believe it's the convention center, the hall where Donald Trump is expected to appear shortly. Lots of excitement. People really happy there about the results that they are watching come in. And Donald Trump himself is expected to speak soon. I don't think we've caught a glimpse of him yet, but when we do see him, we will go to him. For now, let's go to Irshad Manji. She's founder and CEO of the Moral Courage Project. Irshad, thanks so much for coming back and speaking with us. It looks like heavily leaning towards a Trump presidency. No call on that official yet, but the path to power for Kamala Harris is getting increasingly tricky. And what are your thoughts?
So many thoughts. It's a little shocking. Not that Trump looks likely to be president-elect, but that the margin is sufficiently wide to make it feel decisive. Again, you're right. Nothing has been called definitively, and things might change overnight, but unlikely. So one thing that I think it's important to say, and I know this will sound like Monday morning quarterbacking, but I was very firm immediately after Biden's faceplant in that first debate with Trump that he needed to be replaced. When Kamala was essentially coronated, I cringed because she's not been known to be a clear communicator. Trump has the advantage of saying it like he sees it. She doesn't. And that may have made a lot of the difference here. She was a strong candidate for her peeps, but in a race that was supposedly as close as the polls suggested, it wasn't just her peeps she needed to get. It was independents and undecideds. And doesn't look like she got them. So.
Mm-hmm. And also, Donald Trump is a strong candidate for his people, right? And I think perhaps there was, we had Cliff Young from Ipsos polling on a little earlier, and he was suggesting that, there's just, it speaks to a failure to for the Democrats to reach out, to speak to a lot of average people in this country who are suffering economically, financially, having trouble making ends meet, and that's a real thing in this country.
Well, it goes back to the point I just made that Kamala Harris, failed to clearly communicate what she stood for. She was and is crystal clear about what she's against, namely Trump. But what she's for, she did not take enough distance, if at all, from Joe Biden. And she used words like discourse during her debate with Trump, a debate that the media roundly, cooed that she won. But I was watching it with a friend of mine, and we looked at each other and we said, he is so much stronger in this debate than she is. And when the verdict came down from on high that she won it in a landslide, the debate, my friend and I called each other to say, what are we missing? Well, it turns out that we weren't missing anything. It's that she needed to communicate with ordinary people, not with journalists. And that is one of the big distinctions that the Democratic Party will need to sort out if indeed Trump is confirmed as the next occupant of the White House.
Yeah, and I guess the next question is, if he is in fact confirmed and if in fact he wins this race, Harris made a point of saying she would be the president for all the people if she won. Donald Trump talks about inclusion too, but he also talks so disparagingly at times about his political opponents and about, a range of things, as we know. Can you see him, if in fact he is victorious, broadening the tent?
I don't think so. I don't think he himself is capable of broadening the tent. He has always been a pugilist. He has always been, a 9-round boxer. And at this late stage in his life, that's not going to change. I can see his presumptive vice president, J.D. Vance, with a whole political career and a potential presidency in front of him, seeking to broaden the tent. But for the first, early stages of the next Trump presidency, should there be one, Vance is going to be the Rottweiler. He's going to need to earn his stripes from his master, Donald Trump, and only after he has firmly ensconced himself as the trusted one will he look to broaden the tent. Politics is politics. Never put it past any politician to pivot, to change course when it's convenient. But for now, the victory lap, if there is going to be one, will be long.
All right. Irshad Manji, founder of the Moral Courage Project, Canadian educator. Thank you so much for your insight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to Eric Sorensen. Eric, talk to us about two races, important ones that are still not called, Minnesota and Maine. What's going on there?
Well, that's the thing, right, Donna? It's more evidence that Kamala Harris has underperformed, not just in the places we've been watching and where she campaigned, but in places that really are a shock. I mean, Minnesota. Think about Minnesota as a state. This is a state that has voted for the Democrats in every election but one since 1960. Richard Nixon in 1972 won Minnesota. But otherwise, it's been straight down the path for the Democrats. I mean, you had Hubert Humphrey, who was a vice president, was from Minnesota. And Walter Mondale, a vice president, was from Minnesota. And Tim Walz, everybody on the Democratic side thought was going to be the third Minnesota vice president. And here he was on the ticket. And Minnesota, at this late stage tonight, has still not been called. I mean, we can take a look at this. I think if we can look at what it's like in Minnesota right now, she's in position probably to win this. But the fact that we're this late at night on election night and Minnesota has still not been declared by Associated Press, and I think probably other organizations as well, is pretty stunning. And then there's Maine. Same thing mainly across the state of Maine. mainly in Maine. She has a big lead, but I think the interesting part of it is that it's still not quite called because they're not certain that Trump doesn't have a path back based on the votes that are still out there. But the fact that we're this late and Maine is still in question, it just shows, as you were talking about before, that she's underperforming all over the place, including in states that should have been a lock a few hours ago. So those two states are gone. You still have the blue wall states, but for the moment, they look like they could all go to Trump. We have over here in the West, Nevada and Arizona. I don't know if we have anything that we could show from either of those states right now just to see where they're at. There was never really much expectation on the part of the Democrats that they were going to win in Arizona, even though it's a close race, and I think the last we looked, it was very close. And in Nevada right now, you can see Trump has a 3.5-point lead, 35,000 votes. Normally, Nevada is within about 2 points. So again, there are very few places for the Democrats to look right now and say, where is our path back? Arizona, we do have that now, and you can see it is close, close, close. But if they're running out of votes, say in Maricopa County, around Phoenix and around Tucson, she may run out of votes in that state as well. So it's not looking good for the Democrats to make a comeback. I think that's why she went home. They know that if you're a Democrat, she wasn't going to win tonight. So there was nothing to come out for to talk about winning. She might as well go home and hope that there might be some close calls that could still save her by morning and deal with it then. But there was no victory going to be declared tonight, and it really didn't make sense to even suggest that the race was up in the air because it just didn't look that way to anybody. So she went home, and I think, like Jackson said, that Hillary Clinton, when she went home that night, you kind of knew it was a very different outcome than people had expected, and that seems to be what we're seeing with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump right now. The Trump is at 247. I can tell you that Fox News has apparently declared Pennsylvania for Trump, and that with Pennsylvania and a single electoral vote that might be in Maine, and then you have Alaska, and that's probably going to be called for Trump pretty soon. It's possible Fox may be the first network that calls the entire race for Donald Trump. As for us, at the moment, with Associated Press, Donald Trump is at 51% in Pennsylvania. Harris is at 48%. That's 3 points down. It's 200,000 vote lead. I'm not sure how many votes are left to get out there, but when you look at it, they're up to 6.4 million votes. There aren't going to be a lot more votes than that to count in Pennsylvania, so it may not be a stretch to think that pretty soon Pennsylvania is going to be off the table, and at that point, it's all off the table for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Donna?
Eric Sorensen, just for clarity, is she leading in any of those so-called battleground states?
I haven't looked at each and every one of them, but I think no. I'm told. Marc-André Cossette tells me no. She's leading nowhere, and these were. And again, we make the point. These were all everything that's left looking here, except for Alaska. Everything else was blue in 2020. And for the moment, they're. Oh, sorry. She is leading in Minnesota and Maine. I forgot about those two. The Maine.
Leading Minnesota. Oh, right.
That's right. Minnesota and Maine, two states that they won in the past, but they're just not going to win them by much. And so that would be the. There's not going to be any surprise there, and there's not going to be any big cheers. It's disappointing for them, I think, that in Minnesota it ended up being such a close call when they had a Minnesotan on the ticket with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. So.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
Eric Sorensen, thanks. We'll come back to you again. Appreciate it. You got your arms crossed again. All right, let's go to Mike Armstrong, who's in Philadelphia. Mike, we're all kind of making these comparisons to 2016. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, well, it's bringing back memories, actually. You've got the 2000 Bush-Gore election. That took a month to decide. That was hanging chads in Florida and all that. 2004, actually, that was Kerry and Bush. I was there in Boston. Campaign headquarters was in Boston. And on election night, John Edwards actually came out and told the crowd that Kerry wouldn't be coming out to speak. Overnight, there was they wrestled with whether Ohio, they could well, there was a 120,000 vote gap, and they decided in the middle of the night that it was insurmountable. So the next day, we were actually on the roof of NBC, and we watched the motorcade with John Kerry make its way from Beacon Hill down to Faneuil Hall, and that's where he delivered his concession speech. So basically, you had 2016, you had the Trump-Clinton election night delay. She conceded the next day. Then in 2020, we had the Trump-Biden election. That took 4 days to be decided. So really what we're seeing, Donna, is in the last 25 years, what we're seeing right now, a lack of a decision actually happens more often on election night than a decision.
Oh, well, that's an interesting way to put it. Little statistical analysis there from Mike Armstrong. Mike, thank you so much in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. All right, Jackson, back here in Washington, D.C. You know, they're still waiting for calls. We're still waiting for calls in a number of states. But as Eric Sorensen pointed out, the path to power for Kamala Harris is getting increasingly more limited. Next to impossible at this point, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there will be a lot of soul searching in the aftermath here, but this is bigger than one candidate. It's bigger than one election. This is a wholesale rejection of everything that's happened in this city over the last 4 years. And this idea that, you know, I think the average American felt so disconnected from what was going on here in Washington. One thing that Donald Trump has done consistently and effectively is speak directly to people and around the institutions that often gatekeep politicians from people. One example that comes to mind time and time again was Joe Biden's age and frailty, and people felt like they were lied to and deceived about Joe Biden's condition. They felt like that was something that wasn't being talked about. You could say the same thing about the economy, where again, you had the White House and the administration saying, look at the stock market, look at the unemployment numbers. That's not what people are dealing with in their day-to-day lives. That aspect of it was ignored. And you add all those things up, and I think you get to a place like we're in tonight.
Mm-hmm. You know, I can't help but though point out that Donald Trump said a lot of things that simply weren't true, though, too, repeatedly, over and over
Absolutely.
and over and over again.
Absolutely.
And you know, so yes, he spoke the truth about some things, but he also just told a whole lot of lies.
Oh, absolutely.
To which there was not a lot of pushback in a lot of sort of social media spheres and, you know, what would you call it, sympathetic media, you know, where he was just allowed to get away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can look at where the American electorate views this from, and they sort of make the assumption that maybe they understand Donald Trump's not saying things that are true all the time, but do they honestly feel like they're being spoken to truthfully by the other side either when you go through the scenarios I just talked about? Joe Biden's very visible decline, even if he's mentally sharp, his physical decline has been very obvious to anyone watching, and yet that was not a conversation that, you know, the White House would be willing to entertain, for example.
Yeah.
Right? So if you feel that there is no honesty out there as a general concept in politics, why is Donald Trump any different than Joe Biden?
Yeah, I suppose. Eric Sorensen, are you able to rejoin us as we watch these pictures from the Trump headquarters? Lots of people with their phones out, so they're taking videos of something. I don't know if that's a sign that Donald Trump has entered the room or not, but we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think
shortly.
you'd probably see a little more buzz happening with the crowd if once they see him. They might actually be seeing themselves on a big screen there, for all I know. If we could talk for a second about Pennsylvania if you want to look at that, or
let's do that. Let's do that. Yep.
All right. Well, you know, here's a thing we wanted to look at for Pennsylvania, which had to do with the. Hi there, everybody. I was just going to go over here to look at the board for Pennsylvania if it's available to us. And there's a map on for Pennsylvania. Oh, there we go. Here we go. All right. One of the things I wanted to point out was Erie, Pennsylvania. This is up in the northwest part of the state. We've talked about it earlier in the evening, being a bellwether county. It went well for Biden. It went well for Trump before. It was trending for Kamala Harris for a while. And in the end, it would appear 94% of the votes counted. It looks like it may end up going to Donald Trump. And so that would be the bellwether being correct again in Erie. there is the board for Pennsylvania. He's up by 3 points. If there was one other thing we could point out on the map, we can look at the Philadelphia County, which is really the city of Philadelphia. And I think what's interesting about it is she has a very big lead there, but it is a little under 400,000. And Joe Biden won this county by about 460,000. And you can't afford to leave behind like 65,000 votes that you had 4 years ago in a county that's as important as Philadelphia County is. So again, there's just evidence here, there, and everywhere that Kamala Harris did not get out the votes that she expected, or that Trump was able to pull in more votes and shift more votes over into his camp. So it's interesting night, to be sure. Interesting night, surprising. It's not as big a shock. Remember 2016, there wasn't anybody from far left to far right that wasn't surprised by what happened. This time, I think there was an understanding that Trump very well could come on to win. It still is a little bit surprising to see that he may be almost sweeping the board with the battleground states, though some of them are still not to be called yet. It is interesting when you think about it. I mean, it was always about the blue wall, and at the moment, that's about all that's left for her. If she can win, if she's going to come back, it almost has to be through those northern states around the Great Lakes. Donna, I'm crossing my arms again. I'll stop doing that.
You are. No, we don't mind. We don't mind. It's late, Eric. It's very late.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want.
Well, you've been talking about some of the things you think back on, and I'll tell you the one that I think back on, and it's about Joe Biden. This is a man that has spent 48 of the last 52 years in important elected positions of high office in Washington. 36 years as a senator, 8 years as a vice president, 4 years as a president, and had Kamala Harris won tonight, he would have been sailing into the golden sunset. But now there will be very big questions looking back as to how the Democrats, the party, ended up where it was, which was with a candidate who was never fully vetted with a full primary system to sort of test the candidates out against each other. She just sort of inherited it once Biden got out. And I think there will be a lot of serious questions that around why Biden stuck around so long, why the people around him protected him for so long. There were a lot of questions about how he could perform way back into last year. And if he was going to leave, he needed to leave probably a year ago now. And then the Democrats would have had a chance to kind of, work something up and to get somebody who was going to be able to put up a really strong fight because they had come through the hard work of working through the primaries against other Democrats. And as it was we talk about the red mirage here. There may have been a bit of a blue mirage, thinking that when Kamala Harris took over from Joe Biden, it was going to yield something big and exciting. And really, it was something that was novel and better than Biden, because he was in such a low ebb after that terrible debate performance in late June. It gave them hope for a time. But in the end, they just, once again, it seems miscalculated the strength that Trump could command in far more places than they expected.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Eric. And I think Kamala Harris had so little time to gain traction, too, right? When Biden finally left, what was it, 107 days that she had to campaign. And I think, Jackson, you and I talked about this, that she took over in part at that point because she could take all the money that had been raised, right, and use it. And she was the only person, because she was vice president, who could do that. And for someone else to have just started up fresh at that point, there was no money in place.
Exactly.
Campaign, right?
Yeah.
So.
The other thing to keep in mind here is that Joe Biden said he'd be the transitional candidate.
Right.
And he then decided not to be, and kind of...
Right, he wasn't going to run again.
Yeah, he wasn't going to run again. He was supposed to be the guy who helped transition
that
things.
Part.
So.
Listen, AP has not called this race yet, and we are using the results from the Associated Press, and we have been all night, and those are the numbers you're seeing on your screen. But we should point out that this is probably something that Donald Trump was waiting for. Fox News has just declared that Donald Trump has won the presidency.
And that's why you saw the crowds erupt there.
Yes, and I wonder if that's what he was waiting for before he comes out and speak, that someone else says it, before he says it.
I think so, yeah. He's avoiding that trap. I don't know if we can go back to the pictures from Trump's headquarters, but you can see the celebration there because, not surprisingly, Fox News would be what's on the screens at
Right.
Trump's headquarters.
Right. So I don't know on what basis they're calling it. I don't know what their their numbers are or how they're calling the presidency. Associated Press, no one else is doing it at this stage, though we must point out that Donald Trump is leading in all of the battleground states that have not yet been called.
Yeah. And it certainly seems, looking at Pennsylvania, for example, which Fox News had called earlier, the deficit there that Kamala Harris is in is going to be very hard, if not impossible, to close. And so you can see why some of these decision desks are now coming to this conclusion.
So Donald Trump is, speaking of Joe Biden and his age and when he left, Donald Trump is 78 years old. Does that make him if he in fact wins tonight, the oldest president?
I believe it does. And there certainly, in the latter stages of the campaign, were questions about his own decline and his own fitness for the presidency. And he was keeping up this frantic pace. You could see yesterday and the last 2 days that, he was absolutely drained as he was carrying out these, swing state tours, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I have no doubt that will be a question that does begin to dog him through the presidency.
It's hard to, I'd just be frank, hard to imagine keeping what's necessary to be in that role and to start fresh at that age. For anybody.
Yeah, and to the point about Kamala Harris, there was a sort of belief that anybody who wasn't an 80-year-old candidate might actually have a decent shot at the White House.
Yeah.
Clearly, that may not be the case here tonight.
Yeah.
But you do get a sense that Americans are willing to look past that.
Mm-hmm. And we're looking at the headquarters of the Donald Trump Watch Party in Florida tonight. He won the state of Florida, which was no surprise. And he appears to be on his way to winning the presidency, though that official declaration has not been made by the Associated Press. And our numbers are, at this point, 247 electoral college votes for Donald Trump and 214 for Kamala Harris. But we should point out that Fox News, who uses a different system from us and other news organizations, has declared Donald Trump elected the 47th president of the United States. You can see it on the screen there. They're watching those results at the watch party in Florida tonight.
So from a practical stance, let's talk about what a President Trump can do this time around. He will have the power to appoint more Supreme Court justices, and he already appointed 3 during his first term, right? Stacked the court in a conservative tilt. He has already talked about putting people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of health and Elon Musk in charge of government efficiency. And there's, of course, Project 2025, which, of course, Trump disavowed. If he has, in fact, been elected tonight, I think we'll get a taste pretty quickly as to whether or not he really has disavowed it, or whether that is a machinery in waiting to overhaul the federal bureaucracy in this country, which has reportedly gone so far as to identify bureaucrats who would not be sufficiently loyal and push them out of the way.
This idea of an enemies list, I don't know if that's rhetoric or real. Hard to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has it in him to be. He does like to fire people. He fired a lot of people in his previous administration, right? If they're not loyal to him, if they don't do what he wants, he has a history of getting rid of them.
I think the question this time around, if these results bear out, is in the first administration, the people he fired were the ones who often stopped him from acting on his own worst impulses, but they were also highly competent, highly respected people. This time, who does he surround himself with?
Yeah.
And are they capable of carrying out the functions of government?
Yeah, do they have the experience and the wisdom? Because that's who you really want in those roles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, Eric, I think you are looking at Pennsylvania again, and we were expecting it to be a very, not even to hear the results in Pennsylvania, for it to be too close to call, and that for a number of ballots to not be counted tonight. But what are you looking at?
We just wanted to look at it again because why are some agencies calling it? Why, say, is EP not calling it? So if we look at the map of Pennsylvania, that close-up look that we have, and if you can look at it this way, and you can see all the counties that are going for him. And the question you have to ask yourself is, well, are there votes out there still to be counted? So here are the ballots that have been counted so far, if we kind of look at that. And you can see that most of it is clustered for Kamala Harris around Philadelphia in the southeast and in Allegheny County, right at Pittsburgh, over in the western part of the state. But how many votes are there that are uncounted? And if we look at that, you can see there's not much left, but there's a little bit in the counties around Philadelphia, and those are the areas that would normally be blue. If we go back to the other map, you'll see that it's in those particular places. Those tend to be, Democratic voting constituencies in the counties that are right around Bucks County, Montgomery County, Delaware, right around Philadelphia. But boy, it doesn't look like there are many votes left there to count, are there? So it's probably getting very close that way. One of the other things you and Jackson were talking about, Donna, is the Senate, and of course the Senate has to approve some of the appointments, whether it's to cabinet or to the judiciary that Donald Trump will make. And now the Senate has gone to 51. Now, they may or may not stay at 51. They may have more than that. But there are at least a couple of senators that are Republican that might stand up against anything that was seen to be too extreme. If you think of Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, potentially Susan Collins from Maine, but especially Murkowski, they might still be able to resist some of the things that might happen in the way of appointments. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch at this point. At the same time, there are races that are still outstanding for the U.S. Senate at this point. And so if the Republicans end up not at 51, where things might be a little bit dicier to get things through, but if they're at 54 or 55 at the end of the night, then it's going to be more of a carte blanche for Donald Trump.
Okay, Eric, thanks. Jackson, well, you can stay and talk with us too, Eric. We were talking about, what a potential administration of Donald Trump's second presidency, if in fact he is declared the winner tonight, might look like. And I think we can take some cues from Project 2025, which is, I know Donald Trump has said he has nothing to do with, of course. It's the Heritage Foundation that's behind it all. But there are some big clues there about how the people around him, at least, his supporters, hope he proceeds.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think they've made it very, very clear that they want to do all the things that are in that, in that document, down to, potentially eliminating the Department of Education and, rolling back environmental protections and really reshaping the federal bureaucracy.
It's almost disassembling the government.
It really is, yeah. And, when you're talking about giving Elon Musk, oversight of government efficiency, and he's saying we can wipe $2 trillion off the books in terms of spending, there's only, I think, $1.7 trillion in discretionary spending. Where are you getting that from, right?
Yeah.
And it should be pointed out, as we were just saying, that this is also someone with no experience in government. What does that actually look like in a practical sense?
Eric, did you want to jump in?
Well, Donald Trump is not the same president that he was when he was coming in 2016. He did actually surround himself with people that were, as he said, he wanted to get the smartest people and make sure he was surrounded by smart people. And in the end, some of them weren't loyal to him because they didn't think much of how he conducted himself as an administrator, as a president. And so I think, as Jackson has been talking about, it really, a lot of what is going to go forward here can be seen a little bit in who he surrounds himself with. What are the ideas that those people have, and what is it that sort of unifies them as a unit? Is there going to be anybody there that's going to question Trump? Is there anybody there that at some point is going to say, I got to step away from this? Or is he going to be surrounded by a group that wants to go in a particular direction, and it's going to be quite unified and powerful, and I think for Democrats worrisome?
Yeah, we could be waiting a couple weeks, right, on decisions out of California about some of those close House races, because that's really perhaps the only check on power here is if Democrats can potentially hold on to the House. And we're talking, based on projections, a couple of seats, not a massive majority. And that's an if.
And that's going to be, when will we have a sense of that, do you think?
Based on how things work in California, where they're waiting on a lot of mail-in ballots, that could take a couple of weeks potentially.
Yeah, there were, at least a couple of dozen what were considered toss-up races in the House of Representatives, and a lot of those were in California. Some of them were in New York, and as Jackson says, just the process in California means that it could take a while, because, of course, which are the ones that are going to take a while? It's all those close ones that could go either way, and those are the ones that the Democrats need to flip if they're going to take control of the House of Representatives. Donna.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thank you. Jackson, thank you. That concludes our live coverage of America Votes from Washington, D.C. I'm Donna Friesen. Thanks so much for tuning in, and thanks to all of my colleagues. Jackson here, Mercedes Stevenson, and Eric Sorensen in Toronto, and all our reporters in the field, Neetu Garcha, Jeff Semple, Mike Armstrong, Sean O'Shea, Reggie Cicchini, and all of the crews helping us behind the scenes. I will join you again. There they are. We'll join you again from Washington, D.C.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over, it was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.